Amir Hazmetovic and Darko JB in midfield, and Dala and Miller are the wingers, and Ollie McBurney remains up front. Maybe a bit of surprise there at the lack of rotation from Sergei Yakirovich. Plenty on the bench in Pando, Akintola, Egan, Matty Jacob, Joseph Slater, Palmer, and only 2 academy players, Parker and McCarthy. Blackburn, plenty of youth amongst their side in a team that has 8 changes for Valley and Ishmael's side.
Commentary then from James Fletcher and Swanee. Kick-offs at 2:30, and we're on air till 5 with James Hogarth and your big match commentary team.
Every game live. BBC Radio Humberside Sports.
Good afternoon from Humberside Sport Live here at the MKM Stadium. And we should say, Swanee, afternoon, welcome back to you. Good afternoon. Mike, who isn't here today, put something out on X, formerly Twitter, earlier on that James Fletcher was on commentary duties today. And he got a lot of heat back from people replying, saying that James Fletcher doesn't bring the best of luck when it comes to Fletcher.
It's factually true, though, isn't it?
Well, what are you doing here then? Well, I'm a big lad, I can't. You want to get rid of him, Jim?
Yeah.
No.
Commentary this afternoon from James Hogarth.
I dare not, because he's under my dog blanket with me.
It's very warm under here.
My eyes are hurting. It's that cold. My eyes are hurting.
I mean, my joints were hurting last year against Doncaster, it was that cold, but certainly that's one to forget, and hopefully they can put their hoodoo to an end today, because, Jim, it's the longest cup run without a win in their entire history, 11 games since they last beat Fleetwood.
And Swanee, we have to say, when you look at that Blackburn Rovers team and compare it to the whole City team, City, if they've got anything about them, should have it done and dusted by half-time, surely.
Macclesfield.
Are you just going to mention random places in the big match?
Oh, no. Macclesfield yesterday.
Yeah.
I say, not the FA Cup holder out. So, yeah, listening, we're talking to one gentleman from BBC Lancs, and they were saying they don't have a second team, but that's like worse than their second team that they put out. They don't have a reserve, so they've got kids. So again, we've gone strong. That's the main thing, is how we're looking at this game, how seriously we're taking it, very serious. And I like it. It's one of them where I'd rather you go get the game won in the first half and then look to change it, rather than trying to chase the game, trying to get back in it, because it's always a win for me. So try and get the game won, and if that is the case, and get it done early, then you can rest 2 or 3 players. But it's good to see that the manager's put that out.
Thought and consensus in the press room, Babs Cooper from the Whole Daily Mail said that because last week's game didn't go ahead, it leaves City with a bit of a void between championship games as a result of that. That had City played last week, got Watford out of the way, that Sergei Yakirovich might be mindful to change, but the fact they didn't have a game last week maybe means he's had to play that first team.
Yeah, possibly. And I think you're right, and I think he's right to do so. Like I say, players, there's been waiting probably all season, waiting for the cup games to come round to give yourself an opportunity. But like I say, what happened last week, he's got to keep the players that's playing well and give them their leg time to keep it up there and to keep it running. So especially bouncing back after the Stoke defeat, you want to get back up on your way. So yeah, he's right as a manager. It's probably a good way of looking at it, Mr. Cooper.
James Fletcher, he said, it's a really, really poor run of games, isn't it? Poor run of results in cup competitions, particularly the FA Cup. They'll never have a better opportunity of a passage through to the 4th round, joining the Grimsby Town.
Yeah, I think the yardstick to use here in regards to how weak Blackburn's selection is. Remember, when Leonid Slutsky was king of the KCOM, as it was then known, he went for the full development team away at Doncaster Rovers. It isn't to that extent, but of the players they've got today, they have 7 youngsters smattered in amongst their starting 11 and on the bench as well. A former Tiger in Sean McLaughlin too. It is quite an inexperienced team, but there is some championship stalwarts in there too. The quartet of youngsters are Christy Montgomery, Tom Aitchison, Brandon Powell and Nathan Del-Leamy, who plays up front, who's got 4 championship games. And their manager, Valley and Ishmael, saying in the week that they've had to do this simply because of the injury crisis that's going on at Ewood Park at the moment, and that they just cannot take any more risk because of where they are in the championship table, down at the wrong end. So the lineups would suggest it's going to be nothing like what happened earlier in the season, when Blackburn testified that it was their best away game of the season, but then Hull City can testify it was the worst. And it'll be interesting to see just how much Hull City have developed and how much Blackburn have backtracked in that time.
That's the contrast, isn't it, Swanee? You would argue that one of the worst performances of the season was that game against Blackburn. There were the mitigations of the fact that that day we now know that Hull City had some illness running through the team, and players who had the bug didn't even admit it until after the game and tried to get through the game. But compared to that day, this is a completely different competition, yes, but completely different set of circumstances.
Yeah, I think I keep looking at ourselves rather than looking at other teams. I said, look at how we've come. The expectation wasn't there, but we are up there now. Like I say, we're fighting in the right area of the league where we want to be. So you're looking at ourselves, and like I said, the positivity of the team, the confidence the manager's got within the players that's putting out there to go play, and the belief today, which is thinking, right, like we said earlier, we need to go out and get this game won. Let's get into another FA Cup. It's a money spinner. Like I say, you never know where it's going to go. Who would have thought back in the day we'd end up in the FA Cup final, which from the start of that, you're thinking, no chance. It's just another game. No, it's important. And I say it's not just for the players that's on the sideline wanting to play. The fans love it, even though they're not going to probably turn out in the numbers today, but a couple of games when they start moving closer to the final, things like that, that's when it doesn't get exciting. But it's a game that we need to get back on winning ways. So today for me, it's the main thing is the mentality of the players, believing, like I say, go out there with the belief that it's a championship game, let's try and win it, do it the right way, that the manager's asking us for. I said, let's get that confidence built back up so when it comes back to the league game next week again, everybody's on a high and they're all fighting for places, because there's 2 or 3 players out there that will be fighting for the place.
It's BBC Radio Humberside. It's Humberside Sport live from a very, very quiet currently. I know DJ, I feel sorry for Eddie Richards, the in-house DJ. He's literally on his own. I mean, he's got my level of popularity.
Don't say that. I think nightclubs are having a bad time at the minute, Jim, to be honest, especially this time of year, January after Christmas.
Yeah, he's the poor man. That side of the stadium is literally just him and 2 stewards, and he's waving back at us as well. So hello to you, Eddie. And yeah, he's quite lonely and cold over there. If you're wondering why, by the way, why the game is being played on a Sunday and not on a Saturday, the traditional 3 o'clock, Swanee, this game is being broadcast. I'm indebted to Tiger Tune on X, formerly Twitter, for letting people know which countries are screening this game today.
Go on then, fire away.
You've got places like East Timor, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Brazil, 2 different regions of China, Myanmar, Thailand and Laos.
I'm telling you now, if you don't support Hull or Blackburn, there's nobody watching this game.
Yes. I'm going to argue against that. Go on, Sergei Yakiri's club in Bosnia will be tuning in, surely.
Yeah, they'll be Hull fans then.
Yeah. All right, now I'll take your point.
So anyone who's listening in East or watching in East Timor, the East Timor Tigers, hello to you. Now, where are Hull City currently at with their aims to add to their squad? Of course, it is all limited by ongoing transfer restrictions and sanctions that the club has been under since the last summer. Middlesbrough's Seny Dieng had been expected to arrive this week, but there seemingly has been some delays over the ongoing talks about his signing and the structure of any deal. However, Sergei Yakirovich, talking to Mike White in the run into this game, says there are other considerations as far as he's concerned as to why it might not happen straight away.
We have one free spot to take the players. We will not take a goalkeeper for sure. So in my opinion, that we need to take one position in the pitch. So this is my opinion, because right now nobody goes nowhere. So we don't have space for that. But we are talking, we are speaking every day. So Jared knows much more than me, and I just said my opinion. If we have one spot, it's better to take player in the pitch.
Has there been a disagreement over the sort of structure of the deal? Is that a part of it that you can't come to?
I don't know what happened there, because I don't know. I can just predict. It's always in every deal, it's the problem is money, nothing else. So it's very simple for me. So we will see. But we are searching some positions. We are trying to improve on some positions for this team, and we will see. We are not in good position because of embargo, for sure. Because it will be much more quicker if we don't have Marco, but okay.
Is Toby Collier at Manchester United one of those players you'd like to?
I spoke already with him this summer. Good conversation, everything. Johnny Evans. Johnny Evans was the man who is in charge for long players. So he decided to go to West Brom. Now he's not going good for him. Now he's back in Manchester United. So we will see. It's an interesting player, and I would like to take him if it's possible. But we will see.
Is he over the calf injury that he had?
Yes, he's fine.
How confident are you that could get done, that deal?
That's good. I think he can play number 6, number 8. He's a player who has ability to run 12K every game. So he just need the minutes. So every young player. And then I feel sorry because he didn't choose us in summer, because he didn't recognize situation in our club. Maybe not just he, but all other players. Now they see that we have a good team who is capable to play good every week, every game. So now maybe they change their minds, but it's normal. Everyone can make mistakes, so this is normal. But if it's now option and the opportunity to take him, I would like to take him.
Kieran Dowell at Rangers, could anything still happen with that one?
It's a lot of names, and we will see. He didn't play a long time. I think 16 August was the last game, and this is something what I'm worried about condition, because I know this league already. You must be healthy, and this is. But also, he's a good player. I cannot say anything. He can help in offensive for sure. But I would like to take more winger right now, especially with this situation with Bellamy. So this is my main target for now.
Have you got anything lined up or agreed in that regard?
We are speaking, and we will see. Especially now, Joffe he will come back, and then. But with Joffe, we have more options. He can play in the middle as well.
That winger option, where is that player at the moment?
Somewhere.
If you can't say the club, what
No, I will not say the club. No chance.
What level are they playing?
No chance. Our level.
Okay.
Yes, Premier League level. Yes, no, but I will not say. No chance.
You know I have to ask.
No, I have a few options.
Mike did try and get the name out. We'll talk to him, Sergei Kirovich, that is, after the game once again, hopefully reflecting on Hull City's passage to the 4th round of the FA Cup here on Humberside Sport Live. And because it's the FA Cup, we can bring you it on BBC Sounds as well. So if you got a new device at Christmas, you got those earbud headphones for Christmas, you can try them out if you've not had the game today. Full commentary here on BBC Radio Humberside, as well as on all frequencies on BBC Sounds. Let's bring Swanee back in. He's just figuring out the team sheet. But Swanee, one name on that team sheet is Ollie McBurney. Are you surprised that, given he's had a couple of knocks in recent weeks, that he's been risked today?
Yeah, but possibly Ollie might be one of them players that might need to play games. He might have obviously had a word with the manager and say, look, not must they give him an option, but he'd probably say, I'd rather play rather than do the running after and things like that. Some players are like that. I'd rather obviously play all day long rather than go do the long hard yards on the training ground. So yeah, I'm surprised with let's say the important factor of he's going to be for the rest of the season, and like I say, the injury he's coming back from, but it shows that he possibly has come back from it now and he feels good. But no doubt there will be a chat between him and the player, just thinking, yeah, are you ready to play? And he'll be happy to do so. Try and get the game won in an hour, get himself off, get it back.
One interesting change, understandable. Ivor Panda rested for this one. Dylan Phillips gets his chance, but he's clearly under some level of scrutiny on the basis that the club has tried to bring in Seny Dieng. There appears to be some stall on that. We talked last week about a bit strange, given that City have this one-in, one-out situation with the EFL, that the first priority is a goalkeeper. But as much as you can dress it up as I want competition amongst the goalkeeping, it's kind of pushing Dylan Phillips out to some extent, isn't it, if you were to sign Seny Dieng?
Yeah, and it's always hard as a goalkeeper. It must be a nightmare for goalkeepers. Like I say, when you've got 3 or 4 at a club, then you all know who's number 1, 2, 3 and 4, simple as. You know which your manager prefers, you know where you stand with it. So he'll know himself. The only thing he can do today is like put himself in the shop window, if that's the case, and go out and say, put the manager, like say, put a performance in that's going to make the manager think if anything does happen, is there for him. So it is an hard one for goalkeepers.
Fletch, I'll ask you the same question. You follow this club for a long, long time. You know the situation this club is in at the minute with the EFL restrictions. Are you surprised that the club's first priority would have been a goalkeeper? There was talk in that interview there about a winger. Clearly a winger is wanted, but at some point that would imply that a player has to leave. So are you surprised the first name that's been talked about is Teddy Dieng?
Yeah, I am to some extent in terms of the position, and it's obviously one where Dieng could come in and cover or rival Eva Pandor. We're not privy to the behind closed door situation of what the gap is from what the staff think between Pandor and Phillips, but he's never really had a look in despite his championship experience, with it being just his second game today. So I am surprised in the situation that a goalkeeper is what they're looking at as the first priority, but then on the other hand it could just be that it's one of the easiest deals to make. And just a caveat about Stalling, my understanding is that there is a League Two club possibly looking at one of Hull City's goalkeepers anywhere, and that could be done as soon as tomorrow, but we'll keep an eye on that, and that might then allow Semi Dieng to come in, so that we want to keep an eye on next week.
What do you feel about where this team needs extra support? We know at times in the last few weeks the club has had to rely on players from the academy, for the bench particularly, had to name players, injured players on the bench, but then not use them just to fill the bench. Given the limited options available, where would you be looking at this January window?
It's really hard because I think from a tactical point of view, I was here for the Middlesbrough game, and that was probably the clearest example of when a team can bypass Hull City's midfield. Now, I'm not saying that Hull City's midfield is far from it, because the table suggests that Hull City are doing very well, as you would expect. However, I think they need a bit more legs in midfield, possibly. I think they need another Regan Slater type player, maybe a bit more energy, because as well as Amir has done in some games where he can break play up and then get the game moving in the other direction, an injection of pace might not necessarily be an essential at this point in time, but it's something that you can't turn your nose at. Gar and McBurney are doing exceptionally well, and then if you can get another winger in, then that obviously I think would be a good piece of business to do given the situation with Balloon.
Mentioning about Amir Swanee, today is an opportunity for him, isn't it? He's coming up against a team which is, relatively speaking, inexperienced. We talked in the past about Amir Hadjimekovic playing as if he's got slippers on at times. Today could be the game that he gets to maybe influence the game more and play his type of game.
Yeah, we've tried in the past trying to analyse games before what happened, of which game would suit him. And I think this is exactly one of the games you're thinking this should suit him, where he should be in control of this game from start to finish. It should be, I say, getting hold of the ball, lending it to the 7 foot, 10.5, going to support the strikers, supporting the wide men. He should be the one that's, like I say, we should be talking about him more than anybody today, because I think everything sets up for him. The quicker games, when he's chasing games, he seems to go missing. He's not getting. So let's hope it's one of these games today where he can control and can see the better side of it.
We'll find out in 10 minutes' time here on Humberside Sport Live. Already through to the fourth round draw at Leeds United. They actually went 1-0 down at Derby County through Ben Brereton Diaz in the first half, but came strong in the second half. Goals from Willie Nanto, Tanaka and James Justin well into added time. And it's currently 1-1 between Portsmouth and Arsenal. Portsmouth actually took the lead through Kobe Bishop, but have equalised through an Andre Dazelle own goal. Focus then is on Hull City. Kick-off in under 10 minutes' time, and Sergei Kirovic is striving to end an unwanted run that seen City, as Fletch will say, not win an FA Cup tie since November 2020. He's also looking forward to experiencing another major tradition in English football when he takes charge of his first game in the historic competition.
It's a very big tradition in FA Cup. You see that everyone is excited about this. Well, of course, always in FA Cup it's a wish that you play with Premier League teams, like especially away because of everything. But okay, we are playing with Blackburn. I respect them a lot. Coach as well. They're struggling with a lot of injuries. I can say like we. and now they're struggling in the league on table points as well, but we must prepare this game like we are playing with first with I can say Coventry. So this is FA Cup is always cup games are always tricky. It's 50-50 no matter where are you playing and against which against who. And we are preparing all week. This we have a normal week finally, and I hope we will be on the good level.
Is it a competition you paid a lot of attention to when you were growing up and in your early days in football?
No, later when I grew up and already that it's special games, and I know there was rules. If it's draw, then repeat the game again. So this is good what FA changed. Yeah. Now it's penalties, so this is good. So I don't know how many years ago it was that rule.
A couple of years.
Yes, they again you repeat the game. So this is good because here is a lot of games.
Not good for the lower league clubs.
No, not good. Yes, I know, but it's special. It's traditional like this Boxing Day, so we are looking forward for that.
And this team were a Premier League team at the time, but they reached the FA Cup final back in 2014, which was still a very big deal. Does that give you, the players, that belief that anything's possible in a competition like this?
Everything is possible in Cup. Everything is possible. So you must believe. You must be on the good level with good energy, intensity. Especially we know each other, so it will be about small details in this game.
I know how much you've enjoyed ending some unwanted runs. It's 5 years since this team won in the FA Cup. How keen are you to put that to an end?
So this is the first target, so we must win. That we break the curse.
Exactly.
First round, so yes, but every game we are preparing that we are playing good and that you win against Europa. So there is no difference.
You mentioned about Blackburn, and that game previously, you were going through some challenges then with the illness in it. You're facing some challenges now as well.
Yeah.
How different a group do you feel you are from that side that played them?
I think that we are now more confidence that we showed already that we can play good football, and maybe on this beginning we took I think 4 points, Coventry away point, and then 3 Oxford, and everyone thinking we are the favourites, we will beat them, but they were much better than us that day. So this new game, new challenge, so we will see.
And Sergei Kirovic actually faces a late challenge in this game that's due to kick off in 5 minutes. Breaking team news, there is one change to the starting 11 that was announced an hour ago, and that change, Matt Crooks drops out of the starting 11, in fact drops out of the team altogether, with substitute, or at least named substitute, Casey Palmer coming in for a start. We'll try and establish after the game the reasons behind that, but no Matt Crooks in the starting 11 for Hull City this afternoon, and not even on the bench. The club likely to run with a slightly shorter bench given the lateness of that decision. We'll find out the reasons why after the game. We kick off on what is a very, very sparsely populated MKM stadium in under 5 minutes' time.
Good morning, it's me, your friendly neighbourhood smile maker.
Healthy smiles and breakfast.
What's going on? Has this ever happened to you?
I've even had dated checks for the future that can't be paid. You need to have the date on the check.
What are you thinking? What's good for you?
And at the end of the day, a smile is priceless. You put profit on anything, but you can't put profit on a smile.
They come up with questions like, which is your favourite superhero?
What did you say? I'm curious now.
I think it was Spider-Man.
Good choice.
You're asking the wrong person.
I know. I thought I'd rolled the dice and see, but I think I knew what the answer was going to be.
Healthy smiles and breakfast.
Weekday mornings from 6.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Humberside.
Every game live. BBC Radio Humberside Sports.
Premier League leaders Arsenal are now 2-1 up at Portsmouth through Gabriel Martinelli. Arsenal went 1-0 down after 3 minutes with a goal from Colby Bishop. Leeds United already through. They've beaten Derby County by 3-1. The big question is, can the Tigers join the Mariners in the 4th round of the FA Cup? Alongside James Fletcher this afternoon is former record signing Peter Swan back on commentary duties. Once again for commentary of Hull City against Blackburn Rovers on all frequencies and on BBC Sounds here at the MKM Stadium.
Thank you very much, James. And the teams are just making their way out onto this MKM Stadium pitch. No ice or snow to worry about this weekend. But can the Tigers tame Blackburn, get revenge as Sergei Yakirovich gestured in his new pre-match discussions with us on Friday afternoon? The Tigers have got a long run of defeats to their name in cup competitions. You have to go back to the season of behind closed doors when the Tigers were able to last pick up a victory in the EFL Trophy against Fleetwood. 11 games have been and gone, the longest run in the Tigers' history without success. Can a depleted Blackburn Rovers be the ones to give Hull City some joy in January on what is one of the most famous weekends in the English football calendar? It hasn't disappointed yesterday, with the likes of Macclesfield possibly creating the biggest cup upset in the history of this competition. A competition that Hull City have never won, but Blackburn have been triumphant on 6 different occasions. Now the team news for the Tigers. Sergei Yakirovich hinted that he would remain as strong as possible for today without taking any risks. As James mentions just ahead of kick-off, no Matt Crooks, who was due to start this fixture. Casey Palmer comes in for him, so it's 4 changes in the end from the named team against Watford that never went ahead. A change in goal, as you would expect, is Dylan Phillips. The back 4 of Louis Coyle, Charlie Hughes, Hakim Famwa and Cody Drame. So we've got Coyle on the left and Drame on the right. Then it's Amir Hadjimetovic, Darko JB and Casey Palmer in the midfield 3, with Joe Lindala, Liam Miller and Ollie McBurney up front. That shows really just how strong and how serious Sergei Yakirovich and his backroom staff are taking this. On the bench, Eva Pando, David Akitola, John Egan, Matty Jacob, Carl Joseph, Regan Slater, Hugh Parker, and the man who made his debut against Blackburn earlier this season, Carl McCarthy. An 8-man bench. Blackburn make 8 changes to their side, which got a point against Charlton Athletic. The feeling is they're a bit bereft of confidence and bereft of fitness going into this game. Balian Ishmael, their manager, saying he has to take players out to preserve them for the league campaign. Badas Toff is their goalkeeper. They've got 3 in defence of Tom Aitchison, Connor O'Riordan and Ethan Cashin, who's coming on loan from Birmingham City. A midfield 4, Taylor Gardner-Hickman, Dion Deneve, Christy Montgomery, Axel Henriksen, Nathan Darmini and Brandon Powell are the 11 in dark British racing green for Blackburn Rovers this afternoon. Sean McLaughlin, the former Tiger, on the bench. Nicholas Malkowski, Harry Pickering, Yuri Ribeiro, Sean McLaughlin, Yuki Oshoi, Musa Jiraji, Igor Tyen, George Pratt and Aidan Doherty are on the bench for the visitors. Will Finney, today's referee, gives the first free kick of the day just inside the Blackburn half, which Palmer, the former Blackburn man, will take. And the Tigers in early possession, an opportunity to bring in former record signing Peter Swan for this FA Cup third round tie.
Feels like a pre-season game, atmosphere-wise, doesn't it? It's not like we're all talking up the FA Cup and how important it is to a lot of people, though, it is to the players, but like to a lot of people, it's not turned up today. There's reasons for it.
Well, the attendance will probably be not too far away from what happened at the Moss Rose yesterday, with Macclesfield knocking out the holders Crystal Palace. As Fanewa has possession on the left side of defence, back to Coyle, and he'll dab it back towards Phillips in his highlighted green kick. Just his second appearance for the Tigers, having played against Wrexham earlier in the year. Trying to pick out Liam Miller with a long diagonal, headed by Blackburn and brought down by Palmer in centre field. Side tackle comes in from Blackburn. Hughes collects under pressure from Lamini, the young striker. Hughes holds him off for now, knocks it back towards the keeper, who again goes direct, looking for Ndala, who's strayed into an offside position in front of Sergei Yakirovich. Put up plenty of honours to his name as a player and a manager. His first taste of the FA Cup and giving an insight into how he watched it growing up as a player. And just showing how important it is to the continent as well, as Cashin on the free kick just inside the Blackburn half, goes diagonal right, picked up by Coyle. Miller under pressure, Blackburn in the final third for the first time, with Miller, their captain, Australian international. Now into Gardner-Hickman, just to the right of centre, cut out by Miller, and Palmer can maybe launch a counter. Just rides off one challenge, and Palmer now wrestling his way through into the Blackburn half, wins a free kick as well, trying to steamroller his way through, and that's an opportunity maybe for City to just creep a little bit further forward.
Yeah, he would never fail to get past the second player, but for some reason he seemed to jump on his back and got the free kick himself. And I say, he still was trying to do it. 2 or 3 occasions you could have got the ball away, but once you get your head down there, you've seen that dribble, you're just trying to feed just to get away from the last one. As we try and make the quick diagonal and try and get on the right side here.
Darla with the flick on, looking for drama, and Darla's in the box, tries to play the 1-2, stopped the fullback a little bit short, as Mamini surrounded by 3 in those amber shirts of Hull City here at home at the MKM Stadium, but he offloads the ball towards Brandon Powell. Slide tackle comes in from Hughes. You don't even need to tell him there's still the echo of his name despite the sparser crowd this afternoon. Blackburn with the throw just past Ryan Ishmael's technical error.
Yeah, and his eyes were lit up there when they saw that ball getting played out. We knew it was 60-40 favourite, he was just waiting for the right time to get the slide in. That's it, it's a nice one to get in your first tackle.
Darla in the left back area to Hughes in his fluorescent green boots. Bit of a riskier ball to Amir Hadzimetovic. Back to Phillips in his 6-yard box, under pressure but cleared away as Henriksen, the Swede, playing up front today, even though he's more routinely an attacking midfielder. Just to show how many injuries Blackburn have got when they're starting to put square pegs in round holes. Given away by the Tigers through Drame, and Darla's trying to run him behind on halfway. Lamini just gets away from Drame, right to the corner flag with his flowing brown hair tied up. Back towards Deneve, into Cashin, on debut today for Blackburn. Feeds it to Montgomery, through centre field, knocks it back into the Blackburn defence. Lack of intensity obvious in the early stages, as Ndala wraps his arms around the head of Powell. Advantage given, Blackburn with a low ball in, which Hughes has to cut out, and he puts it into the almost deserted north stand. Only the Blackburn Rovers stands there today. 4.5 gone. First set piece to defend for Hull City as corner for Blackburn Rovers.
Yeah, good block by Hughes, solid danger, but I'm looking at these two on this right hand side here. Drame and Darla, only been 4 minutes gone, they've been on the wrong page twice.
They were very far apart when Drame tried to slide it down the right hand channel. Needed to be a ball through the air over the top. Blackburn from the southwest corner. Not much of a raucous atmosphere down there today, as Will Finney, the referee, first time refereeing Hull City, has spotted that the ball is outside the quadroom.
The fans now will let them know down there. There's no fans, so there must be a ghost in the stadium. So the referees still come over to check it.
Just peering, just see the first few rows of the west stand, and it is quite deserted. There are about 6,000 here today. Ball swung to the front post, simple header away for Drame. Comes out to Deneve, who plays the ball over to Gardner-Hickman, who took the corner kick. Swings it in with a flat delivery. Header by Coyle. Might run out for another corner, but I think JB's going to get there. Swansea possession. As Miller watches the ball fling by him, and Palmer tries to help it on, but concedes a throw in as he just put boot to ball to try and get Miller in down the left-hand side.
Sometimes I have to get an atmosphere into it today. I mean, limited amount of attendance, and it's like you can hear people shouting from the stand down to the place to make it happen.
We'll see how Hull City go, otherwise you yourself, Swanee, might be shouting and bellowing if they're not anti.
I'm well wrapped up though, sledge, aren't we?
We are. The blanket is out in force. Heated Chile today. You've left yours at home in January.
It's coming.
As the offside flag goes up against Blackburn, Hughes just shoving Lamini off the ball. The former player might have met in academy football back in the day. Hughes, the former Wigan captain, but to captain Wigan Athletic in this round against Manchester United at the DW Stadium, as he just casually plays the ball back towards Phillips, who squares it across his box to Famewa. Back towards Phillips again, comes apart, looking for some movement, and he's now gesturing a bit stronger to get Ndala on the move down the right, pings it forward, easy cut out for Cashin. Blackburn now try and lift the ball in behind the back four of City. Hughes with the knockback, goes to Phillips, immediately rolls it out towards Vermeer to now try and launch Hull City forward. They have been quite pedestrian in the first 7 minutes of this FA Cup third round encounter. Phillips has the ball again. He might have had the most touches so far of anyone in a Hull City kit. There's a nudge over on the far side from Vermeer, who's moving forward, gets a free kick on halfway for City.
Corners trying to get things going quicker, trying to get the tempo built up into.
Yeah, just a short free kick 5 yards forward towards Palmer, who's gesturing towards McBurney and Miller. McBurney hasn't had a touch yet. There's JB in field towards Hughes, again in the back line. There's a quieter atmosphere around the MKM Stadium. They were trying to unlock this.
Got to do better, hasn't he? That's just a loose ball. There was no doing 15-20 yards. I don't know where we were trying to pick out.
JB's got a problem down here on the near side touchline as well. The referee's going to stop the game after a collision on a Blackburn man, but JB, head in his hands at the minute, looks to be clutching his foot. Looks as though Darla wants to get him back to his feet. The former Man City Academy players together, but the physio's coming on. And after 8 minutes, the first stoppage, and he went down with no one around him that time.
Yeah, I kind of think he must be injured in this weather to be laid on the ground.
Certainly wants to be running around. He's sitting up now as the physio's come on. He tried to step in field, didn't he, before playing back to Hughes. I can only suspect that he's maybe rolled an ankle or just felt something around his knee, perhaps, as he turned.
So, I'm trying to see what part of his body they're checking. They're just talking to him, is it?
Well, one physio has got one of his legs apart now, maybe a groin possibly.
Yeah, possibly groin. I've looked at top of the right side.
Will Finney doesn't look too concerned as 5 or 6 players in amber shirts head over to check in on Darko Jevi, who looks quite disconsolate at the moment, head bowed towards the floor. Sergei Yakirovich walks back towards his technical area. Plenty of activity now, and they've already lost Matt Crooks ahead of this game. And now they might be losing another midfielder in JB.
They definitely will be. They'll get someone stripped off down there.
Hearing to see who it might be. Can't see as they're still.
Slater, I think it might be.
It would be the obvious choice, wouldn't it, in this scenario? But I bet he wasn't expecting to be coming on so soon, if it is to be him.
Might be wrong.
Dean Holden with notepad in hand is going to head over to the 4th official, who today is Mr. James Oldham, so that change will happen. What a terrible afternoon in very quick circumstances for Darko Jevi, who this round last year was beating Liverpool with Plymouth Argyle, but his race is run. And after just 9.5 minutes, he's up on his feet now, but again still head bowed and walking very gingerly towards the apron of the pitch, and the ripple of applause murmuring straight away. And Hull City forced into a change very early doors, then JB off, and still waiting to see who it is who's going to be coming on.
It's got to be Slater, isn't it?
Yeah, looking at who's available on the bench.
Bound a bit further forward, Slater will sit in there.
Slater, here he comes.
Put his name down already. That's a gamble.
It wasn't the biggest gamble in the world, was it?
Like a gamble down again.
But here he comes, and you just see the look on Darko Jevi's face. One of his gloved hands over his face, clearly upset. Wants to try and rubber stamp an opportunity in the team going forward, but sadly to him, looks like it could be a spell on the sidelines for him instead. As he still very slowly makes his way towards the tunnel, and the game will restart. Disappointment for JB, who was just starting Swanee to really get up ahead of steam, I think, in the league campaign.
Yeah, it was. As I say, just needed to run against them, and things like this don't help. Step back on him again.
Throw it over on the far side of City. Phillips back in the 6-yard box. Under no pressure from either Henriksen or Blamini, as the game has had very little tempo so far, if any. McBurney drops away from the striker position to go and get a touch for the first time on halfway, but it's given away. Not the best ball out wide towards Blamini, wearing 52 for Blackburn Rovers. Shows maybe the depths of the academy that they've had to go into for this one. Higher squad numbers as McBurney tracks in to try and prevent Montgomery turning in the centre of midfield. As he receives the ball again, the centre midfielder, as Blackburn try and get a bit of speed to their play. He's worked back by Vermeer, Phillips with a sliced ball out to the right back area, left back area even for Coyle. And they've eventually got it up to the midfield area with McBurn, brought down by Darwin, looks to turn and find Drama, who's flat-footed, and Blackburn now can maybe counter as Deneve comes down the left wing, sliding in is Charlie Hughes, but again, as you pointed out earlier, Swanee, and Darla and Drama in particular, just not on the same wavelength in the early stages.
Not at all. Not at all. You need to have a chat with each other, introduce yourself, don't you?
12 minutes in, no shots yet, as the ball is played through. Drame again looks a little sluggish. He's allowed Powell to get to the ball on the byline, tries to cross in, cut out by Hughes once again, and Drame, dawdling, trying to clear away, blocks the ball. This is a sluggish start from the right back.
I think this puts an alarm clock on.
Brought in today, and quite alarming the way that he started. And Darla will try and drop him to be a close option from the throw. Headed out easily by
Things can only get better, James Fletch. I'm calling you James today, even though it's Sunday.
It's Sunday.
Who wants the game on a Sunday at 2:30 when church is open?
People abroad like to have this opportunity to watch Hull City versus Blackburn Rovers as the ball is fed up towards Ndala. Big touch away there from Deneve, who catches him just past halfway, and that's a free kick for the Tigers.
Right, come on, let's try and make it into a good game, Fletch.
They haven't got anywhere near the penalty yet.
We've got to try and make it into this good game. Come on.
What have you got up your sleeve?
I don't know.
That's him.
We need to make it into a good game. Sitting here, my eyes are hurting, it's that cold. That's a great ball down the line. Not really, but we're trying to make it a good one, Jim.
Blackburn now with a long ball themselves coming the other way. Henriksen wrestles off for Mawa, and it's 2v2 and beyond him. And Mawa though gets back and is able to just put the block in, as neither side have really unlocked each other thus far after 14 minutes. Whoever's watching this abroad will probably turned off by now.
I think with Blackburn though, with them being young kids, there'll be a lot of endeavour, a lot of hard work. Like I said, they will be trying.
Absolutely.
It's whether we can match that. I say self, we've got the ability. It's whether we can match their work rate.
Miller tries to close down on the far side. Miller, Blackburn was over there as Blackburn in their dark green kit try and work up to the corner flag on the right hand side. This is Christy Montgomery, who's been particularly busy of those in Blackburn colours, but easily stopped by Coyle and Slater, who are the only two players left in Hull City, at least out there today, who've had some feature in the Tigers' last cup victory. To put in context, Grimsby winning 7 cup games for our Humberside teams in comparison this season alone. Let's go back to when Hull City played Chelsea here. The last time they were able to get as many games under their belt in such times. The ball goes back towards Phillips once again. Blackburn have got a man down on the far side now. I think that was after some light contact, the East Stander gesturing, as Drame and Hughes has gone into a wide position to allow Amir Hajimetovic to drop it. Slate all along the deck by the Tigers. As Sergei Kirich just turns away from his technical area at the moment. Wants to see the fast attacking flowing football, but very much pedestrian at this point for Mawa. Plays towards Casey Palmer, just sells Coyle short. Blackburn try and close down in their frantic hurry. Just kick the ball straight out for a throw deep in the City half. 15 minutes gone, Hull City 0, Blackburn 0. The only note that I've written down so far is that Darko JB just joining us, limping off with injury after 9 minutes.
Yeah, it's not kicked off yet, has it? Well, it has kicked off, but it's not sparked to life or anything yet. I see the work rate of the young Blackburn team, giving it everything. We need to get the ball down and control the game for me.
He needs a shot just to create a little bit of energy and spark inside the MKM Stadium.
If anything, it's going to come from Blackburn at the moment. They're the ones that push it, whether they can get the ability to open things up. We have their chances.
McBurney now trying to get Ndala moving, and yes, like you say, Swanee, too early. Cashin had a yard advantage as he tried to run into that right wing position. Cut out by City on the turn, with Hughes trying to just intercept off Lamini back towards Dylan Phillips. And I mentioned it earlier, Swanee, the goalkeeper, has had the most touches so far, which really tells the tale of how the Tigers have started this one. They have not found a way through Blackburn as yet, with very little pressure.
No, going back to the Burnley opportunity, not opportunity, but the chance to play the ball, it's like a lazy pass really, and he could have held it. There's a couple more seconds, could have had the overlap, would have had the favourite to roll the ball out and get the space in behind the fullback, but that one occasion there, He just wanted to get rid of the ball for some reason. It's not like him.
Soft free kick to give away from the Tigers, and here Jimetovic pushing Montgomery to the floor. They kicked it backwards, Blackburn, as Firmino has gambled on trying to break out of the defence. Palmer, he's now been wrestled to the floor. Gardner Hickman was judged to be too aggressive around the shoulders as he stepped into the penalty area, and that's a free kick the other way for Hull City as 17 minutes played. It's Hull City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0.
Yeah, it's control of the game we need to get. They've not got control. No one's really got a grip of the game at the moment. See what they're trying to do. They're playing in little fits and starts in little areas of the field. I say we need to get on with the ball, don't we? I say try and pull them out of positions, try and get as wide men involved as much as possible. Like I say, not even looking at Miller's out of the touch yet.
Yeah, Miller might get one now as he closes in on Tom Aitchison. Throwing goes Blackburn Rovers way inside their own half. Just a quick run through of what's happening in the FA Cup elsewhere. Earlier today, Leeds United booking their place in the fourth round with a 3-1 win away at Derby County. Arsenal lead 2-1 going into half-time at Fratton Park against Portsmouth. Norwich lead by a goal to nil against Walsall. And Mansfield would be one of very few teams to have caused an upset in the third round so far. They lead at Bramall Lane against Sheffield United by a goal to nil. 0-0 between Swansea and West Brom, and also 0-0 between West Ham and QPR. Those games a quarter of an hour gone. It's Hughes in the centre circle, wins the ball off Deneve, and now plays to Jimetovic. Palmer with the team unexpectedly today for the Crooksings, finds Miller 35 yards from goal, tries to play forward towards Ndala. It's well cut out, however, by the Blackburn Rovers defence. They try to get the ball up to Lamini, who's drifted to this left midfield area, bumps it back towards Montgomery, and again Peter Swan. Both teams at the minute just seem to have not a real sense of desire to want to try and really go full throttle as yet, especially from midfield, bumping it back into the defences, trying to find openings that way.
Yeah, and like when Miller had the opportunity there, because we haven't had much of the opportunity, he forced the ball there. There's another player in between there because he played the ball to.
Brandon Powell, the youngster going forward, takes a shot from 20 yards out. The first one of the day, 19 minutes gone. It was deflected out for a corner kick. Good covering, there was a lot of amber shirts around him, and that was a simple block for those to defend. Corner, and the second one of the day for Blackburn.
Yeah, it made it easier for him to have a shot, didn't it? Because we just dropped off, and the opportunity came for the lad, and fair play, he struck it well. Where he used his rubbing. Didn't want the cold sponge coming on there, lad.
Won't go further.
You talk pizza, do you?
No.
He's bent over.
As Hughes strides back
Still
up.
breathing.
Lamini making a run away this time from Cody Drame, who can't close down the cross. In it comes. Palmer with a header at 6 yards out. Went straight up into the air. Hughes tries to get it away. McBurney then clashes with Lamini on the edge of the box. Another shot comes in from Blackburn, which is simply blocked. Drame is going to leave this for Phillips, who slides on his knees, leaves big skid marks behind him. And Blackburn are the ones to show the first sign of any attacking endeavour at the minute, but can the Tigers now, from back to front, stride forward? Slater has gone on at least 30-yard run, tries to slide it into Ndala, covered by Cashin, and Blackburn will look to build out of the back before Palmer comes over. He slides on the wet surface, throwing in the Blackburn final set.
There's another chance there, though. Like I say, on the break, trying to force it when there's another opportunity there. There's another probably player involved that could get linked up there rather than trying to squeeze a pass through where it's not really on.
0-0, 20 minutes played. Blackburn just seem in no rush at the moment to get the game restarted with a throw-in on the east stand touchline. At the moment, their goalkeeper, Lars Topp, the Hungarian international, hasn't had a touch of the ball yet in his dark purple strip. There's Aitchison, battles with Miller, and got the better of the Canadian winger. Now the goalkeeper of Blackburn has a touch of the ball, and it's to distribute it left out towards Deneve, who checks back again, plays towards Cashin, and Ndala will press back towards Toff. McBurney will pressurise, flipped forward back towards Deneve. Blackburn just riding a little bit precariously before playing it long and inverted. Up to halfway, Palmer dives in with a header, and that's a free kick that goes the way of City, even though Henriksen stood his ground and let Palmer jump into him. Referee gives the decision the way of those in half-back.
Yeah, you can see them being awkward when it's up in the air and he just steps across, takes his legs away from him. He landed okay, but you can see them landing on the shoulders and struggling away, but he's bounced back to his feet as a lad.
Palmer, limited game time this season, time on the bench as well, and substitute appearances of note as Hull City clip forward down the middle from their free kick into the box with Miller, tries to slide it to Ndala. Blackburn give it to Palmer, shoots with some ferocity, will get a second chance. 2 blocks come in, led by Aitchison. Ball spirals out to Coyle, left back, delivers into the box. Miller with the header over the crossbar and a goal kick. First chance for the Tigers, chalked up, took 22 minutes to do it. But now we might see the game open up a little bit because the fans are encouraged.
Well, we hope so. Took great opportunities first with the right foot for Casey, then come back to Palmer as well. On the left side, 2 great strikes, 2 good blocks. On that occasion, Miller, like I said, come from the left side, come around, got between the fullback and the centre half, but just underneath the ball. Wanted to get the power and the direction on it, which has resulted in it over the crossbar. But yeah, let's hope that sparks us a bit.
Haven't really seen the fullbacks venture forward as yet. The winners have been really all alone in Miller and Ndala. And given it's a 3-man defence, Swanee, maybe City can be a little bit more courageous.
Yeah, come on, adventurous, can't we? The main thing is like keeping that back door shut and building off that. Where at the moment, Blackburn is probably the team that's playing an hour and a half more. Not really created much, but let's say possession in that half results in letting away for that mistake.
Bit of entertainment for the City fans over on the far side in the east stand as Blackburn are told to go back a good 5 or 10 yards from their potential throw-in as Denise tries to play it down the left channel, blocked by Drame on halfway. As Sergei Kirovich acts as ball boy. He's won honours in 4 different nations as both player and as manager. It would be a gargantuan effort for either of these two to go a long way in the FA Cup, but that's what the FA Cup is all about. Stories are there to be had and written as Cashin on loan from Birmingham City at Brighton. Wasn't Birmingham earlier in the season. Blamini, left wing, looks to put it away from Drame. He's looked sprightly, to say the least. As City lose possession again, and Powell trying to run in behind. Beneath free ball, back towards Montgomery. Now to Cashin. Powell trying to work it wide, it breaks down again. That's the story of the day so far. As we've gone past the quarter-way point here at the MKM Stadium. City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0 at the moment.
It's dragged, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly not in the camp, is it, of we feel like this game has flown by. Quite the opposite. As McBurney plays to Slate. Bit of space to find Coyle now. Can Hull City venture past halfway with a bit of purpose? As Coyle's side foots it towards Jimetovic for Maywer. Back towards Coyle again. To Maywer. First couple of groans from the Tigers faithful over on the far side, wanting to see a little bit more positivity in the play.
We were saying at the start, like, could be a game for a Mert to come in and control the game. No. Not even been involved yet.
I think he's had maybe 3 touches so far. He wants to either move it 5 yards sideways or bump it back towards Phillips. As Blackburn in possession, Coyle will charge in, that time on Lewis Miller, the captain, and wins a throw-in for the Tigers inside the visitors' half. Looking at where everyone's positioned, Slater and McBurney close by, but it's thrown back into the defence again. As Jimetovic drops between defenders, back to Phillips in the D of his own penalty area. Drame's gone on a very random run forward. He's taken up a striker's position as Ndala drops in, flies over his head as Phillips tries to find him. And now a play for a throw-in again. Normally you would question the fluidity of a side that's made multiple changes, but you could argue maybe that Blackburn have looked a little bit more together as an 11, as Hull City have struggled to connect with their forward players.
I agree with it. Like I said, the way they've played, like I said, working for each other, they all seem to know what each other want from themselves, don't they? Like I said, probably a lack of ability in that final third, but like I said, they're playing an hour half more, and the more they play, the more confident they're going to get.
Blackburn Rovers fans, a block and a half of them in the north stand. 500 have made the journey on this Sunday afternoon. Rolls forward now towards Blamini. Drame gets something on the ball, clears it 20 yards forward. Blackburn recover in the final third. As it will be Taylor, Gardner, Hickman to try and play back heel. Palmer's won it back, then tries to play it through. Beneath the Belgian defender by trade, cuts in.
Doing his second balls and everything out there as well. And more hungry.
Well, Palmer manages to just pressurised. Another throw, but yeah, as you said, the hunger, Swanee, is a little bit more visible from Blackburn Rovers.
It is. Very much so. You can see they're enjoying it, the kids.
Yeah, to be trying to have a bit more zip as Cashin from the left back area tries to hit a big diagonal, covered by Coyle. Miller did his job and flicked it in field, but covered
Bernie's on his heels
by Montgomery. But Bernie now is just trying to have to soldier back, isn't he? Because he's getting no service into the front line and he's having to now dart back.
Well, when the opportunity came there, he was switched off. That was an opportunity. Miller just, the only thing he could do was flick it into the space. But Bernie's the wrong side of his defender.
0-0 at the moment, 27 minutes gone here on BBC Radio Humberside, as Blackburn try and cross in, closed down by Miller, and another corner chalked up the way of the visitors at the moment. They are the only ones who look like scoring, if anything.
I won't go that far, I look like scoring. They're the ones that play, they're playing in our half, but I won't say I look like scoring. Not just shit anywhere.
Third corner, City have to be switched on. Neither keeper tested yet. The Blackburn keeper goes up to halfway, and that corner really epitomises what we've seen so far. Hit about 10-15 yards over the heads of everyone inside the box, flies out for a throw on the west hand side.
Probably nowhere near it, was it? Probably nowhere near it.
I mean, I'm struggling to work out how he's managed to get so much underneath that. It's like, to use a golf analogy, it's like 2 clubs too many.
Yeah.
Drame with a throwing down the line from near the corner flag, and Darla looking up in the air to see where it's gone. Blackburn just appear more switched on in these moments. And Darla with a good knockdown to Hatziemetovic, who nearly got Miller away. He was on the heels of the last man in a dark green kit for Blackburn Rovers. Back it goes to Ryden, to Miller, and now Henriksen dropping in as well. Blocks comes in from Famewa as we approach the half-hour mark on City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0 here in the FA Cup third round. A reminder if Hull City are to make it through, then the draw will be tomorrow evening. We'll be joining Livingston Town in the hat as Famewa shrugs off 2 in green. The Blackburn Rovers fans appeal. Will Finney, the referee, not interested one jot. As Gardner Hickman will slide the ball back to Ryden. Now Cashin. Blackburn try and go through the middle of a diamond of passes as it goes back to the keeper. That one will sail away. Play for a throw in as Hughes knocks it out on the halfway line. It's a slow burner, I think is the polite way to describe this one, Swanee.
We're still not burning. It's freezing up here, lads.
We're unable to get a radiator or anything up here. I've seen that happen from other commentators. Darla, right midfield, tries to wrestle away from 2 or 3, went down under his own force, and the referee just told him to get back up. Blackburn try and play a ball away. Hughes cutting it towards Phillips, and he has to hot foot it. And Famewa looked like he was just grabbing Henriksen there to gain an advantage, which is what the Blackburn Rovers fans are displeased about. Then a snapping tackle comes in from Brandon Powell. He gives away a free kick and gets a yellow card for his troubles as well as he pleads his innocence.
Yeah, it's one of them where they took one for the team. There was a quick break, wasn't we? But yeah, the ball from Hughes, I think he was telling Phillips he wanted him further out, try and get more involved in the play, to try and make it quicker rather than sitting back on his goal line. And resulting in that, very close to their striker.
0-0 here on BBC Radio Humberside. Reaction will follow as well, of course, after full time. As Phillips, 6 yards out, will chip the ball forward, looking for Cody Drame. Henriksen is in an offside position for Blackburn, hence why he didn't challenge the ball coming back towards him in the penalty area. Phillips again, ball under his right arm, and you can just see he's getting a little bit more agitated now, just by his gestures of his left foot. He's put the ball down inside the penalty area. Will Finney was having a look at his watch. That must have been close to the 8 seconds you're allowed. As Slater to Drame was a little bit misplaced.
Look at his mistakes in us, don't we, playing out here at the back? We don't look confident. There we go, give it away.
Yeah, Yolini towards the Neath. Slater trying to close down, so too and Darla. To Gardner Hickman. Palmer launching a chance unexpectedly to play this afternoon from the get-go, but he will continue to buzz around as Gardner Hickman just loses stride. Yeah, not once but twice, and the second one was too much. That's a free kick on this left midfield area.
I'd class that as a bit of a chase in Mr. Palmer. There's you everywhere, John Toast there.
Yeah, Calvin Hickman was struggling to say the least. It didn't look like he wanted the second contact as Palmer was trying to tell him who's boss in that midfield battle. With his long sleeves on, untucked shirt, with the long hair we used to see. Calvin Hickman, 2 arms up in the air. Blackburn have their players interspersed 20 yards out from goal. Blackburn will now try and deliver. Flat delivery. Man went down at the back for Hull City. Looked like it was Coyle who went over. And it comes to nothing for Blackburn, flicking it out wide for a goal kick. 32.5 minutes gone.
It's quiet as. And I understand why.
It's certainly got that pre-season feel about it.
They're saying to each other over there, why did we come today? Why did you make me come today?
In January in overcast conditions, sure it'll spice up at some point. As Abdallah wriggles away from Cashin now as a defender, he's now left a gap at the back. Can Palmer exploit it? Here he comes through ball.
Forcing it again.
For Abdallah.
Look out wide, Fletch. There's 2 players out wide. He's got space to go and attack. And he's trying to play that killer pass with 3 players around him.
And what you need now is 2 of them to maybe just have a word and just actually tell him that they were available.
Yeah, that's what some of them don't know. They need to. That was a foul throw. Got away with that.
Yeah, he's in towards McBurney, 20 yards out. First time he's had the ball in the box. Wrestles away from his first marker. Then covering on that occasion was O'Riordan. Clears away only as far as for Mayweather, who's advanced into the Blackburn half. Pops to Miller inside the box on the left-hand side. Trying to create a yard of space to have a go. He's chipped on towards the back post. Now, that looked definitely to be a shot, but he never really got underneath it, and there was no power behind it to try and dig it off that. And that will be a goal kick for Blackburn Rovers.
It's got to be in a shock, because if he looks up, there's nobody in the box. So no point crossing it. Great bit of skill by McBurney, bringing it down with people around him. Gets the ball to Miller. Great bit of skill by Miller, and then didn't get his head up to see what he was going to do next with it.
I feel like he was caught in 2 minds, because the way it floated towards the back post looked like a cross, but as you say, so there was nobody running in at the back stick. As Cashin, left side of the back 3 for Blackburn, will play towards Montgomery. Ball comes to a standstill. Cashin trying to get away from Palmer now. That's deflected out for a throw just past halfway. 10 minutes to go before half time. Norwich lead 2-0 now away at home against Walsall. Sheffield United 1, Mansfield 1. Latest scores in the FA Cup. 0-0 still at Swansea and as well at West Ham. As Drame will get the ball away from Blamini, the young winger, with Henriksen playing up front, and Powell will always try and burst forward from a number 10 position. 4 academy players in the Blackburn Rovers team, 3 more on the bench.
Fair play to him.
They've had a good go at themselves.
Yeah.
Relishing the opportunity because of Blackburn's situation with injuries. They know that there might be a starting 11th place in the league sooner rather than later, and they've got a good history of bringing players out of the academy and selling them on for a few quid. There's Drama side-footing the ball over the top, looking to McBurney to run down his right-hand side, slips and slides, uses his footing and a ride and makes him look a fool as he passes it back to his goalkeeper. Ryden under pressure from Ndala, but able to give it to the keeper on the edge of the box on the right-hand side. It will be then lifted forward and out of play for a throw-in. There are moments where, as we've complimented Blackburn and their younger players, especially in attack, when they do get the ball, they buzz about, but I think both defences have just lacked a bit of urgency and a bit of connectivity with the rest of their teammates higher up the pitch, as Phillips gives it a thud from the right side of the box, flipped on by McBurney, a little deflection off the shoulder blades of Cashin was an advantage. Drame back towards Hughes, gets it out of his right foot, Lamini pressurising, back to Hadjimetovic, then to Mayweather, Miller, heavy touch, did the trick. Slater now trying to return the gesture and feed it to him, cut out by Aitchison. Slater then comes in, wins it back again, and Palmer does so as well. These two are trying to get Hull City motoring, and then a free kick goes against them. potentially in harsh circumstances, as Will Finney was 5 yards away from Palmer running into his man.
That was good, that last minute. At least we saw some understanding, movement, interchanging, like I said, the passing there, which was good. See what Slater would try and do, try and get Miller into that little space behind the full-back that he made a run, which got come up short, but that was a bit better.
Miller loses footing over in the left midfield position. Blackburn win it back. He holds it up to Gardner Hickman, 3 ahead of him in a very congested left-hand side of Hull City's frame.
They just look lost at times, Blackburn, when they get in areas like that, they just look lost.
You can maybe understand that if they haven't played alongside each other, but they're in now. Powell's got a chance left of the 6-yard box, and it's cut out by the Tigers. Slater getting back in. City looked like they had it covered, then Powell just pushed it past his marker, and suddenly a load of space opened up. Should have got the shot away, really. Hull City cover well and out for a throw on the far side.
That's exactly what I was saying. They just seem lacking ideas when they get in certain areas. The ball drops one there in a fantastic position where he's got to get a shot off, hasn't he? I know it's getting a narrow angle, but like I said, anything low and hard there, he can sneak between the keeper's legs, but wait too long for the defender to come back and dealt with it.
I suspect a long throw-in coming up here for Blackburn. No one short, 5 in the area. Delivered to the front of the 6-yard box, headed behind by McBurney. 4th corner of the afternoon for Blackburn Rovers. Quite a blank page, I have to say, at the minute on key notable moments in the match. Blackburn, though, with another set piece in front of their supporters, kicking towards the north stand in this first half. 0-0 after 38 minutes. As everyone's back in amber colours. A bus stop shape from the penalty spot for Blackburn, delivered in, and McBurney got there first. Comes back to Deneve, 25 yards out. Plays it back to Powell. Powell's going to try and move it out to the right wing area. It was forceful, to say the least. It had Gardner Hickman backtracking as Blackburn start again on halfway with Cashin. Hull City not so urgent to press forwards. Don't want to leave spaces in behind. As from their right back area they play forward to Henriksen. Given away though by the Tigers as they try to win it back. With Hughes over on that far side. He wins it back, however. Now tries to play forward to Miller, but referee's going to bring it back for a free kick. Hull City judged to have been kicking at the laces of Montgomery on that far side, and it's a free kick.
Yeah, I don't know if it Hughes or Coyle that have the last nibble at him. I'm sure we give them an opportunity to send everybody up.
Hughes started it and Coyle finished it. 6.5 minutes of normal time to run. Hull City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0 here in the Emirates FA Cup 3rd round. Miller with the only chance for Hull City so far. A tepid effort which floated wide of goal. And the header as well, which went over the bar. So they haven't got to the front three often enough, Hull City, and their set-piece defending once more. All in a line on the penalty spot. Blackburn into Spurs, delivered into the area, and it was O'Ryan trying to get there. Can Hull City break now, however? Drama, trying to play the ball into a centre midfielder who wasn't there. Played it to Billy the Invisible Man instead, as Blackburn then try and work it towards the penalty area, cut out, and then Coyle has taken his man out off the ball, but play will go on anyway, as it's Indala to Miller. Ball goes out on the far side. Louis Coyle got in a wrestling match over on the far side there with Lewis Miller, and Coyle put him on the deck, verberated to him as well, said something as he walked past. The referee was up with play, didn't see it happen, but now, under the communication of his linesman, will bring both players in. The two captains getting agitated and trying to give this game a bit of spark.
Trying to get some out of them. A little bit of a wrestle going on, whether he books them both or has a little chat. I think the chat's probably good enough to keep the game moving on. And I thought he liked what he's doing.
Will Finney, the referee, as I mentioned earlier, first time refereeing these two sides. Refereed England matches more than these two. At academy level, I might add. 3.5 minutes to go before half time. Throwing for the Tigers, and it was just a calm ear. Word in the air by Will Finney to both captains, and Coyle now makes his way up to the east stand touchline to try and deliver a throw-in of purpose. Some movement from Slater, Miller and McBurney. Slater has chosen target He will play it to Hughes with purpose in the centre circle. Ball's floated over Denif's head, finds Ndala, not the best first touch. His second one sees him go backwards. Denif then gets a good position to stop Ndala turning. Hughes infield has left the boot in on Brandon Powell after winning the ball back. And Ndala is going to bring the game to a halt. Tigers fans don't like it. They feel that Hull City could have carried on, but they were going nowhere, and the referee stops to check in on young Brandon Powell, who's down in a heap on the halfway line.
It's not going to spoil the pattern of the play, is it?
Yeah.
If you want to stop the game, don't you, own ref? Just get through to half time and then come out. Let's have a go second half. At the moment, the first half being certainly not the best.
Plenty of the fans, even though it's a lower crowd today, are wanting to be first in the queue. Red Bull hot chocolate, I think, will be the chosen drinks of choice this afternoon, as we've got 2.5 minutes before we get into the stoppage time. 0-0 at the moment. They're changing the score lines elsewhere apart from at Fratton Park in the second half. Gabriel Martinelli has given Arsenal a 2-goal advantage. It's Portsmouth 1, Arsenal 3.
The incentive of playing something like an Arsenal or Man City should get them up for the game. Because this is a great opportunity to go through to the fourth round, isn't it?
It's what Sergei Yakurovich wants as well. Said in his pre-match that an away tie at a Premier League team would be probably...
He just likes coffee though, doesn't he? So it's probably the posh coffee he's probably looking for.
I'll tell you what, I bet they do a good brew at places like Chelsea and Spurs.
Spurs won't be to Spurs. Let's get through this first, because I can't see us getting through this yet.
I think we could be going on for a significant amount of time. A reminder, it's extra time and penalties if these two can't be separated.
Spurs would be nice though, wouldn't it? That's a dream.
In fact, they got knocked out last night, didn't they?
Who did?
Spurs. They lost to Aston Villa. The pressure on Thomas Frank.
Should we not go in there then? Should we go by herself? Got to get on to herself.
Park that for 9 months at least. You'll just go to the stadium top.
Mansfield have got 2-1 up away at Sheffield United.
They're having a really good go at it. Tell you what we could do if we went to Tottenham, Swan. We could do the walk you can do on the roof of the ground. Fancy that?
No.
Vermeer has the ball in the centre of defence, plays towards Coyle, launches it forward looking for McBurney, he just gets a stride away from O'Riordan to the left of the area at the south stand end. Miller plays in field to Hadjimetovic, he rides out one tackle but there's cover from Henriksen. Now Blackburn wants to break in a line of 4. Slater tucks into the left back position because Coyle was advanced as Blackburn now move forward. Henriksen trying to partner up with Lewis Miller. The captain of Blackburn gets on the ball, right wing position, looks to move inside, it's then wrestled to the floor, and for next to the bucket.
Yeah, it was. That's it. He got him on the inside, got him on the outside, then he put the ball through his legs to make matters worse, and then I think it was more of an embarrassment factor that he threw his arms around him and resulted in getting him in the book.
Sadly, the first 45 minutes has brought the usual performance levels that we've seen of Hull City of late in cup competitions, where it's been mainly 6 out of 10s, 5 out of 10s in the first 45 minutes. Sergei Yakurovich will probably need to just inject a bit of assertiveness at half-time, allow the players to have their own impulse as well. 5 more minutes of injury time.
He's not feelings, that referee, is it? Yeah, it's just, he's not thinking about us up here, is he?
John, I'll go and put the kettle on now for us. We'll ride it out for 5 more minutes. As Blackburn free kick from on the east hand side. And now Will Finney stops the game because there's a bit of pushing and shoving on Henriksen. Gets a little bit heated out of absolutely nothing, which I think the fans would actually enjoy.
Coyle is involved as well. And a little needle in there, making the player react.
Slater getting a bit heated as well from the pushing and shoving of Henriksen. So Will Finney just calms everything down again. Bit of niggle in the game. There's been a couple of individual pushes and shoves. Just trying to get the adrenaline pumping, I think, for both teams. So we'll wait this free kick. That's a minute of the 5 gone. As one arm goes up over on that north-east side of the ground, delivered in. This could be dangerous to Blackburn as, on that occasion, Miller, the captain, the ball pinball towards him 6 yards out. And then Blackburn will just be a little bit of a nuisance to Dylan Phillips. Miller just kicking the ball out of play. But there was at least 4 or 5 people in amber shirts inside and around the 6-yard line who saw that ball bounce towards them. None of them could deal with it. City can be a bit fortunate they didn't come to a serious opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's Phillips that see everything, couldn't get to it, or didn't make the decision to go. I think it was McBurney that got the big hook between bodies and got the clearance on it.
McBurney heading the ball forwards, Cashin hooks over his head from the left back position. McBurney, ball breaks loose to him, he tries to swing in to find Lewis Miller.
Just got balance or something here. Come on.
Let's see, 5 in amber, delivered into the box, Cashin just volleys away. Hadjimetovic tries to then return the ball forward. Sergei Kiric hands on head at the moment. As the rain intensifies as well, we can hear it clattering the roof above us. As for Maywa, moves the ball to Miller, carves out across, it's over McBurney's head and out into that deserted south stand and out for a goal kick.
We've had nothing really to feed off other than strikers, no crosses whipped in, end up behind the back to the byline to get balls in that way. Everything's been put in from deep angles, hoping that someone's going to peel off like McBurney on that occasion, but they're out to score from. It's when you get behind the back and they're pulling the ball back and you're making decent runs across the strikers, across the goalkeeper and the defenders, that gives you the opportunity, not what we've just been seeing.
I think the telltale of the Hull City selection this afternoon is that the 4 changes that they've made today just really seems to have taken a lot of chemistry out of those out there, as Phillips booms the ball away down the right-hand side. Palmer has done very well there to track the ball, wins a free kick as well, as Montgomery tries to just time waste as much as he can. Percy Palmer will take the shot towards Cody Drame, back towards Hughes. Can they rotate from right to left? A few more Hull City fans get up off their seats from the front rows as they're getting...
Why is the rain's coming down sideways?
There's enough seats, isn't there, to go to the back of the stand. Drama past halfway for Hull City to Ndala. Ndala's first touch is good, the pass however supplied is cut out.
Well, their link-up play has been non-existent on it, down this right side, Drame and Ndala, sorry.
Do you think he'll change it at half-time? Do you think it's one of those where it's so significantly obvious for up here in the stand that...
I think he'll give him a kick up the backside.
Give them 10 minutes to get themselves together.
Even McBurney, you can rely on this all over the shot.
Yeah, McBurney's won it back though, right on cue as Cashin, who's now out of position to Ndala, 20 yards from goal. Slater, begged to shoot, plays to Miller instead. Miller takes it on, and it's a good save from Toft. He dragged it to the left of the 6-yard box to escape a marker. Goalkeeper closed down, gets a hand to it. Corner kick for the Tigers.
Sound bad play by McBurney, that's what we know it's all about. Linked up play, strong in the first place, then gets the pass away, and when the ball comes to edge of box there, Slater, he didn't know whether to get a shot away, then he sees Miller in a better position, threads it through for him. Miller, for me, first time he's got it, first time. Somebody has a touch, the defender gets back.
Short corner from the Tigers, delivered to Miller. It's a 1-2 between him and Hadjimetovic, played to the 6-yard line. No jumps from anyone in amber shirts. And now Lamini will try and get Blackburn going the other way on the counter. His first pass was a poor one. The second one fizzed out to the left-hand side, meets nobody, and Will Finney brings mercy to the fans who have paid their money to come and watch what we've seen so far. 0-0 at half-time. Liam Miller, I beg your pardon, has been able to get past Lewis Miller, and he's the only one who's had chances so far, heading over the bar, dinking one to the right-hand post, and then the best of the bunch right at the end, dragging to 6 yards out. Good save from the keeper, but neither keeper's really been tested, Peter Swan, and it's really no surprise at half-time that it's 0-0.
Yeah, you see him walking off with the shoulders dipped and head down, and that's how the game's been played in that first half, as if they've got the right to go out there and win the game against a weakened Blackburn team. Fair play to the Blackburn team, there's not much quality in there, but you can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to pass it, they're all working together. There's no quality when it comes to in the final third that's going to try and open us up. So on that occasion, that's it, right, let's overload bodies, let's push higher up the field, let's get extra bodies in there. And we just don't have got that spark yet. Like I say, I don't think we've had probably 2 phases of play where you're thinking, yeah, that was more like us, where we've seen maybe 60, 70 minutes of games where they've seen all that all the time. But to just see 2 or 3 minutes in the 45 minutes against a team that won't say, well, they haven't got the quality to go and win this game unless we let them. So at the end of the day, it's down to the manager now to give him a rocket, give him 10 minutes and then make changes for me. But like I said, that's not good enough.
And talking of changes, they've had to make one in the first half. Darko Jaby having to come up after 9 minutes. Looks like a groin strain or pull that he went down on the halfway line. There's not really much else to talk about. Got to call it as it is. At half-time, unsurprisingly, Hull City and Blackburn Rovers are still locked together, 0-0.
Well, this time last week, the MKM Stadium was empty, but that was down to the fact that the game had been postponed and the fans had left the venue. Here, there aren't that many fans to leave, and what they've been served up in the first 45 minutes has been, to say the least, very poor in the third round of the FA Cup. If Hull City are to finally break that run of disappointing results in the FA Cup, they'll have to do better in the next 45 minutes. Commentary of the second half to come here on BBC Radio Humberside and Humberside Sport Live. Let me bring you up to date with the rest of the FA Cup ties. Finished already. It's finished victory for Leeds United and Derby County by 3-1, and actually Leeds coming from behind against the Rams. It's well into the second half in Fratton Park. Portsmouth and Arsenal have a 3-1 lead against Portsmouth. Gabriel Martinelli with 2 of the goals in that game. Let me bring you up to date with the games that have reached half-time. Goalless, of course, here at the MKM Stadium between Hull City and Blackburn Rovers. Norwich City 2, Walsall 0, Sheffield United 1, Mansfield Town 2, which right now looks like the shock of the day. A couple of games that are goalless going into the half-time interval against Swansea and West Bromwich Albion, and West Ham United against Queen's Park Rangers. The game between Manchester United and Brighton and Hove Albion kicks off in an hour's time at 4:30. BBC Radio Humberside is Humberside Sport Live. We'll hear from one of the players who's on the bench for this game shortly.
When I first met Dave, we were inseparable. I loved the way he talked to me. He made me feel so special. But now, I think he spends more time on his phone.
Hey, smart speaker.
Hold on, did he just say my name? Yes, Dave, I'm listening.
Play BBC Radio Humberside.
Oh, Dave, I knew you still loved me. Playing BBC Radio Humberside.
Thanks for listening to BBC Radio Humberside on your smart speaker. It's good to have you with us.
Just say, play BBC Radio Humberside.
To get the latest on Hull City,
Click subscribe on BBC Sounds.
Not entirely sure that you need your smart speaker to be entertained by this game so far. Goalless here at the MKM Stadium. Well, let's hear from a player who could have some involvement in the second half. Carl McCarthy became a regular feature in the matchday squad this season, featuring on the bench most weeks, something the player himself probably wasn't expecting when he joined Hull City's under-21s a year ago. But the 19-year-old has impressed Tigers fans the couple of times that he stepped onto the pitch. In fact, his debut was against Blackburn Rovers at the start of the season here at the MKM Stadium. The Irish defender's been talking to Humberside Sports' Leo Jocelyn about how he's found the move to England.
You know what, I think it's brilliant, and you know what, Yorkshire people are lovely as well, so they're very friendly, so you know what, it's easy to settle in. Plus I'm in a house with a few of the other lads on the team, so you know what, it's just brilliant. Like, you know what I mean, you get to live with them, you're living with your mates and you're with them all the time, so you know, I'm really happy where I am. I'm out in Beverley, so lovely spot.
Because I spoke to some young people across different sports, not just football, and I spoke to some lads who've moved to a different country but they've been living on their own and they've sort of been like in at the deep end. Some of them don't even know how to cook. Do you think it helps having a group of people in a similar situation to live with?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Like you said, like just being on your own, maybe be a small bit lonely, and do you know what I mean, you're away from home, especially like you're in a different country. I know some lads are only maybe over not too far away, London or Leeds or sort of Manchester, but obviously when you're from Ireland it's a bit further, so it's real nice being able to live with lads. And one of the fellas I do live with, Hugh Parker, so I would have played football with him over in Ireland, so I know him a few years, so that's nice. He's a good buddy, so living with him's nice.
And I've spoken to one or two players from Scunny who came through UCD in the Irish leagues as well. Do you notice a bit of a connection, especially, you know, when you, I guess, playing with other under-21s teams, you often finding these little connections?
Absolutely, yeah. Like there's so many, like on the 21s every week you're coming up like I'm a centre half or a number 6, and I'm just always a striker, an Irish guy, or do you know what I mean? I would have played with them maybe at youth level, with Ireland under 19s, under 21 level. So it's just nice. You always see lads and stuff like that. Especially it's kind of nicer over here. You maybe it's only the 1 or 2 that you see every week, so it's kind of cool like that.
Let's talk about this season on the pitch, because you've been involved with the first team a lot, but a lot of the times you've been on the bench, so you've been travelling with them, but haven't seen. I think you've only made 3 league appearances for the first team. What's it been like being so involved with the first team, but having to sit and watch a lot of the games from the sidelines?
Look, I know I'm not going to play every game, and I know I have to be patient and stuff like that. So, look, I'm not too worried at the minute. 3 games, that's 3 more than I expected when I came over in the summer. So, look, everything's a bonus from here on in. Just try, like you said, if I'm on the bench, happy days. If I get on, even better. But yeah, I'm not too worried. Just I know to be patient, and like I said, I have 21s to play, and that's really important as well. And it's a good level, so I'm not too worried.
Even if you're not involved with the actual game, do you still find benefits in travelling with the first team squad and being a part of the match day experience?
Absolutely, yeah. Like it's all part of it. It's all part of being a professional footballer, and you have to get introduced some way. And if that just means just travel and you're on the bench for the day, that's absolutely fine. Like you need to get used to it and get involved, and do you know what I mean? It's important to build relationships off the pitch, do you know what I mean? And just get to know the lads, do you know what I mean? It's nice being around it. You don't want to always be, maybe you're only here twice a week for training, do you know what I mean? You're not seeing the lads as much, so it's hard to, you know, kind of get included and stuff like that. So when you're around as much as you can, and that's the main thing, like, and get involved.
Whenever I've seen the little clips that the club puts out on social media and listen to interviews with players, there seems to be quite a cohesive team bond in that dressing room. Is that a fair reflection?
Absolutely, yeah. There would be, in fairness, there's some good characters in the dressing room, so you know what it is, it's good fun and there's a bit of crack going on, so that's good as well, it's important too.
When you spoke to James and came and asked you in September, you said you'd already had to adjust your goals for the season, given you'd unexpectedly made that appearance against Blackburn, which we'll talk about in a bit. Have you had to change your goals again since?
I don't know, maybe they're similar, because obviously, look, when coming in I maybe thought anything with even training with the first team, that's the goal, and just any minutes, just any involvement at all, that's the main thing. But obviously now that I've been up a good bit, I had to change, but I suppose not much has changed since I chatted with you in September. So look, they're probably similar, just anything here on in, any more minutes, that's a bonus, and just keep going and try to stay on the bench and in around as much as you can. So I suppose they're kind of similar still.
Let's talk about that Middlesbrough game right before New Year's, because I think it'll be 3 months since your last appearance for the first team, and then 5 minutes in, Sergei turns around to you and says, "Get the bib off." What was going through your head?
Like I said, I only had that much time to think about it 5 minutes in, so I think that's nearly better. You're kind of literally, Gilo goes down, Ryan Giles goes down after 3 minutes, and you've 1 minute to warm up, and you're literally in after 5 minutes. So look, I think I had no time to think, so there wasn't much going through my head. Just get on the pitch and just do your thing, I suppose, and settle down into the game. That was the only thing really going through my head. Just maybe a few simple passes or get a tackle in, you know what I mean? Just settle yourself. So
I was going to ask you about that, because sometimes if it's something, obviously I don't play any professional sport, but if I'm doing something big like an interview with a big player, sometimes I prefer to not have a lot of almost like preparation and get told quite close to it, because you're not thinking it through in your head. Do you find the benefits in that as a player sometimes?
Absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head. You don't want to be overthinking or over preparing, and you know what I mean. Maybe you're building this yourself, or you're building it up for yourself when maybe you don't even need to. So I think just coming off the bench after 5 minutes, it's just no time to think, straight into the deep end. So that was brilliant. Honestly, really good. So yeah.
Given you came into that game and played so well, is it then frustrating not to be involved again in Stoke 3 days after? Do you want to keep that momentum going?
Absolutely. I suppose you want to play all the time, but look, I wouldn't say frustration. I know, look, I'm a young lad, and these other defenders have played a lot more games and have a lot more experience than me, so I'm not too worried. And again, it depends on the system we play. Like against Middlesbrough we had a 5 and over 3 at the back. We had 3 central defenders, so I suppose that's why I was able to come in and be one of those central defenders. And then obviously against Stoke we go to a 4, so that's one of those central defenders gone. So look, I'm not too worried. And I'm not, like, do you know what I mean, angry I didn't play, or, you know, Stoke, or I'm not too worried at all.
Good interview that. Carl McCartney talking to Leo Jocelyn. In the FA Cup games, Arsenal have now taken a 4-1 lead at Portsmouth. Gabriel Martinelli completing a hat-trick in that game. 4-1 the Gunners lead, so doing well in the Premier League and in the FA Cup. Still Norwich 2, Walsall 0. Sheffield United still down by 2-1 against Mansfield. Reed with a couple of goals for Mansfield in that game. Goals between Swansea City and West Bromwich Albion, and Kaisenso Somerville has just given West Ham the lead against Queen's Park Rangers. That game is now officially at half-time. The game between Manchester United and Brighton and Hove Albion, that game kicks off at 4:30. There is a full programme of games in the Women's Super League as well today. Aston Villa have beaten Brighton and Hove Albion by 2-1. Chelsea have beaten West Ham 5-0. Manchester City beating Everton by 2-0, and a victory for Tottenham Hotspur by 1-0 against Leicester City. The game between Liverpool and the London City Lionesses is currently goalless, 47 minutes gone in that game in the Women's Super League. Of course, all the FA Cup highlights on BBC One and the iPlayer after Look North tonight at 10:30, and then Women's Super League highlights that follows. Match of the day. Second half commentary to come here at the MKM Stadium shortly. We await the players coming out for the second half.
Carla Green.
What are your thoughts on all this?
Asking all the important questions.
What was your reaction? How did you feel? Is that reasonable? What is the answer to this?
Getting to the heart of the matter.
Find out you're not the only person going through those kind of issues.
I think Nick said you were right on customer. That's the problem with Dave.
And it wasn't until they were flying to Los Angeles that they thought, oh, it's not a bad job, that writing plays.
Oh, it's amazing. They have taken them to their hearts, which is wonderful.
That is what people want, and I think that would be really interesting.
Carla Green.
Weekday mornings from 10.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Humberside. Every game live. BBC Radio Humberside Sports.
Well, the music's certainly doing its part in trying to warm things up. Luther Vandross and Never Too Much playing across the MKM speakers. The players still warming up. No sign of either of the two sets of players for the second half. A reminder, if you're just tuning in, that here on Humberside Sport Live, currently goalless between Hull City and Blackburn Rovers, 0-0 at the interval. Right now, no real clear indication as to which of these two teams will join Grimsby Town in the fourth round draw tomorrow evening. Of course, you will find out who the Mariners get at least by keeping your eyes across Humberside Sport on X, formerly Twitter. I'm back with you tomorrow night from 6 o'clock. We'll have the details between 6 and 7, of course. The Hull City players are back out now for the second half, closely followed in all green by the players of Blackburn Rovers. We're about to resume for the second half. A reminder that because this game is in the FA Cup, we can bring you it on BBC Sound. So if you're looking for commentary of the second half, it's on all frequencies and on BBC Sounds on the app and desktop version as well. Let me hand you to your commentary team once again, the former record Hull City signing Peter Swan. Alongside him this afternoon, James Fletcher.
Thanks, James. Welcome back, everybody. The second half can only get better, I feel, for listeners back home or wherever you are in the world. 0-0 the scoreline here. Very few chances to write home about. All three that Hull City have had coming through William Miller of varying degrees of excitement and probability of creating something special. He headed one over from 8 yards out, didn't really get anywhere near the crossbar, dinked one towards the back post from the left edge of the area, and then right towards the end of the half, dribbling into the box. The biggest talking point from the first 45 minutes, from a Hull City point of view, was the injury of Darko Jirbi coming off after 9 minutes. And before the game, no Matt Crooks. No changes for either team at half-time, but I imagine there will have been some stronger words, I imagine, from Sergei Yakirevich in comparison to Valerian Ismail at half-time. Let me give you a run-through of Hull City's line-up. 4 changes, if you include the Crooks late departation. It's Phillips as the goalkeeper. The back 4 from right to left is Drame, Hughes, Vermeer and Coyle. Come back to that because City are looking interested in attacking the final third before.
You were shocked there, that's what it was, Fletch. You were shocked. They looked dangerous, and then we thought, no, best not. We'll start again.
Maybe they heard me because there's nobody up here. There's nobody just decided to play one back because Fletch is going through the starting 11.
And now we're back to Phillips in goal, so that's how positive it was.
Hadjimetovic and Slater play midfield. Palmer ahead of them. McBurney is the striker.
Oh, what skill,
McBurney either wide. McBurney wins a free kick. And as you say, Swanee, the yellow card is coming out for O'Riordan, who...
That was a great touch. Played into him, outside his foot, spin. Like the defender coming to clatter him, and he just spun him away. Like a Brazilian had done that, you'd be talking about for ages. But they wanted McBurney.
Well, if he goes to the World Cup, he has a chance to do it against the Brazilians, of course. For Mayweather, big diagonal, out to Endala, in the right wing position. Bit of movement from him, he can't find a way through, but the support is there from Hadjimetovic. Here comes City with Drame, trying to drill one into the box and wins an early corner at the start of this second half in the first 2 minutes. Peter Swan.
I was going to say, when we were going off, like I say, what the manager thinks he'd say, and I've seen the difference in Drame. He's got no tights on the second half.
That's the obvious change.
No, I'm just thinking as a manager.
Oh, ball played out to Miller, half volley over the crossbar.
Just thinking as a manager and looking at you and my defender, and you've got tights on.
On a grass pitch as well.
Because it's cold.
Take them off.
Get them
around a bit.
Sure what it's all about, lad.
On the steam coming off as Louis Coyle down on this left-hand side. Just has a little word with Vermeer as the goal kick is taken by Blackburn and bumped out of play for a...
I look at things like that.
Kick.
Not tights and things, but on about warm-ups when they're in the warm-up, it's freezing. 2 defenders, our defenders, Hughes, Coyle, warmed up in the shorts. Everybody else wrapped up.
Well, you'll know this on a muddy pitch. I used to love going in for a slide tackle.
Yeah, but I'm saying the warm-up, it's just like, I'm a defender.
Sure.
Ground started a lot better the second half.
Here's Coyle on the opposite side. He will play the ball back towards Phillips. Near his penalty spot. What about clearing it away? There was pressure.
He makes me feel nervous. Phillips ball at his feet.
Well, Miller was going to close him down. Managed to take a stride away from him. As Coyle plays it back towards Phillips again. That's the first real sign that we've seen either team press the goalkeeper as well. There's been very little urgency in either side's pressing in the first 45 minutes as the ball flies out for a throw just past Valerian Ismail in the Blackburn technical area.
Yeah, just saying that the ball at Phillips' feet there just smashed it straight over the head of Miller. Get nowhere near that one. But I'd say as only a couple of minutes gone, do look a little bit brighter. It won't take much to be any brighter, but do look a little bit brighter.
This is Blamini though for Blackburn, the young forward trying to get into the penalty area, and the intervention comes in from Regan Slater, just pickpocketing and prizing the ball back towards Phillips. As Hughes, neat play between he and Drame. He wants to now move the ball out to the left-hand side when it seemed easier to go to Endala. Palmer was caught out, nearly hit the referee. Palmer strides back into the left midfield position and is able to win the ball back. So early warnings and murmurings that there might be a little bit more end-to-end in this fixture. Slater plays the Palmer in a pocket on halfway, out to Miller. McBurney points, wants it playing in behind, then go back to Palmer instead on halfway, back towards Vermeer. He goes back towards Phillips, and Sergei Yakirevich in the technical area deplores the passing backwards as Hull City retreats into their defensive ranks once again. 5 minutes of the second half gone. Remains 0-0 here on BBC Radio Humberside.
Oh, a touch by Sergei. That's how we do it.
Yeah, headed out of play by Blackburn, then just a lovely flick of the right boot, or trainer in Sergei Yakirevich's case. That's a neat ball by Coyle. Finds McBurney. Can they unlock it? Inverted ball to Miller. Cut out by Blackburn. And now Gardner Hickman tries to turn away from Palmer. Goes towards Miller. Caught one in the face from Louis Coyle there, and a free kick 10 yards inside the Blackburn half.
Yeah, that's it. McBurney did that in the first half when he played it too early. He should wait until Miller's in his stride and favour to get to the other side of him. He should play it too early then, defender nice and easy to pick up.
I think looking at where one of the centre halves of Blackburn was in O'Rider, the way he was just moving to go across towards the runner, I think that might have just in the mind think, well, it's either now or never, even though from up here, as you testify, Swanee, too early. There's a throw-in on the far side for Blackburn Rovers here in the second half of this FA Cup third round encounter. 11 games in cup football without a victory for Hull City, the longest run, and nowhere near the attendance of 79 years ago when these two met in the FA Cup. 30,000 walked through the Boothry Park turnstiles to see Hull City face Blackburn that afternoon. It wasn't the right result, but the Tigers
some attendance, isn't it?
back in the 1940s. City's attendances back at Boothry Park used to be incredible. Swanee, if you go back through the history books, it's nearly 50,000 in on Christmas Day against Rotherham United. Of course, the record attendance ever coming in the FA Cup against Manchester United, 55,000. Later. One of the days, though, of when you could cram that many people into a football stadium, as Coyle will play now towards McBurney turning, and that's to Drame. Now Ndala's making a run, but Drame's going to do it all himself. Plays it to Ndala right to the 6-yard box, has to look back. Slater with a low ball in, which is turned behind by Cashin, who was stumbling. Again, maybe one pass in the wrong direction, but they got a result in terms of getting the shot away behind for a corner kick.
Yeah, McBurney played a big part in that. Like I said, great little twist and turn, got the ball away. Drame then opened up for Drame to go. And when the chance come for him to shoot, he elected just to play the ball on the outside to Ndala, which overhit the pass, and the chance had gone.
Here comes the resulting corner, outswinger towards the 6-yard box, looking for Charlie Hughes that time. Ball comes back towards Hadjimetovic. Now Miller tries to hit it on the half volley, and that one nearly hit the roof of the north stand. The player down for Blackburn, Miller never got behind it. Not very handsome.
Got behind it and underneath it, didn't he? Done out technique. Let's give him that.
Blackburn have had to bring their physios on. Problem for Christy Montgomery, who's down at the moment, the midfielder. He's played really the Hadjimetovic role this afternoon. He's on the bench for the last game. A Scottish under-21, who's only FA Cup experience before this round, came in the qualifying rounds with Marine and Chorley previously.
Listen to this for a result. At the moment, Sheffield United 1, Mansfield 4.
Wow. Sheffield United have rolled over in the second half by the sounds of things. Chris Wilder's side in deep trouble. Arsenal look home and dry at Fratton Park, leading 4-1 against Portsmouth in the 86th minute. Norwich in very comfortable position at the moment at home against Walsall by 3-0. West Ham 1, QPR 0 is the latest score. And Swansea 1, West Brom 1 as well. Those links pretty much rubbish by Sergei Yakirovich. Any possible outcome of West Ham shortlisting a possible replacement for Nuno Espirito Santo, but caveated that by saying that the interest is nice to have, but doesn't look like he's going anywhere anytime soon. He's got a job to finish here at Hull City at the moment, as 2026 sees Hull City trying to stay in the playoff places, or maybe even looking a little higher. As Christy Montgomery is back on his feet, but he's going to be brought off, and the change will see Musa Baraji making his way on for Blackburn Rovers. He started up front in the last game, on loan from Swiss Cup Yidon. He's played in France, Switzerland and Italian lower leagues. A centre midfielder by trade, and looks like he's going to go into his regular position, having had to play up front in league football recently. 0-0 the scoreline here on BBC Radio Humberside. 10 minutes into the second half. A smidge of positivity, Swanee, in comparison to the first 45. The Tigers have a bit more endeavour about them.
And the way the keeper's just kicked that, there's a lot of breeze down there, a lot of wind.
The wind has intensified.
Held it up there.
It's a very crisp, fresh wind as well, because it's just starting to grab us up here at the Upper West Stand at the MKM as Baraji moves forward. Offside flag is up on this near side touchline against Henriksen, wearing 18 for Blackburn. As for Mawer and Coyle just have a little conversation to the right of the area. That'll be a free kick. Sergei Kirovic just having a word or two. 4 officials come over to speak to him. But Drame does look like he's just upped his game a little bit.
He had to, didn't he? To the start, he had.
I feel like he should have had the shot earlier in the second half, though.
Yeah, his shot was on for him.
Bernie trying to hold it up, but just on that occasion out-jumped by Ryden, throwing just past halfway to Hull City. Coyle with the ball in hand. But Bernie and Miller down the left-hand touchline. The short option is Palmer. They play a 1-2. Slater keeps the Tigers in possession. Miller to McBurney, back now towards Coyle. Miller, 20 yards out left side, spots the run of Palmer into, well, I was about to say into the area, but Maraji won it back well. Drame takes it back, then has a shot which goes wide of the target. He's clearly been told he's on borrowed time in this second half, and he wants to make sure he stays on the pitch longer, winning the ball back 25 yards out, and then curling one to the right-hand corner, but just wide.
Yeah, it's Drame. That was an out of chance in the first one that he refused. Whether someone had a go at him or said something to him there, but that was a great opportunity. Made that of his own hard work and get the ball back and then just tried whipping it around the keeper's left-hand side. But yeah, a lot better this second half has been.
Off the Blackburn Rovers goalkeeper marshals away his defence, who at times looked like they could be dropping into a change of shape and maybe into a back four. Noticing that Ackerson is dropping back a lot more into a wider area, as McBurney will try and swing it out to Drame. Got the touch as well to try and feed in Ndala. Put out, however, by Cashin. And then Denith will twist and turn and try and find a way out in the left-back position, closed down by Cody Drame, who's a completely different player in the second half.
I think it set his brother on the second half. It's completely different. The way he started the first half to the way he started the second half. Looks a player the second half.
Palmer plays to Ndala, little touch inside, closed down.
The ball up the game, by the way.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you on that, sorry. As Coyle plays to Miller, who just didn't realise the ball was behind him. Get his alert now, gets on the ball. Amir Hadjimetovic in a pocket of space, 30 yards out, has a shot. It was a daisy cutter, nearly found McBurney, but Blackburn clear away. They've gone long up the other end, as Hull City might just have to scramble back. They'll get those bodies back because the ball's drifted wide, and Hughes is across to a through ball attempted by Henriksen, looking for Blamini, and Hughes is going to stride out himself to try and get this away. The ball in field.
It's opened up the game now, hasn't it?
It had to, didn't it? I think both.
Mistakes being made by both teams here.
Yeah, Blackburn give it away, and Palmer's on the move. Tries to slide it to McBurney, one stride away from being able to run in behind. Well covered, however, by Cashin, who plays to Denith in his left-back position. Plays to Brandon Powell. Drame assertive, much better second half in comparison to the first, as Slater then tries to slide it through. Drame again winning it back. Hadjimetovic to McBurney, middle of the Blackburn half.
You feel like someone's coming now from us, don't you?
Let's see, as Coyle plays towards Miller, left wing area. Can he skin his man into the box? He nearly did, then pushes his man down. That's a free kick, Blackburn's way inside their own box. Close to the hour mark, much better showing.
A lot brighter. Like I said, it didn't take much to lift the game, did it? And that first half, probably one of the worst 45s we've seen for a long time. But they've come out, obviously the manager's had a go at them, and they're doing things a lot quicker, getting better areas, and better decision making. There's just been like a couple of occasions where, like, I think Palmer tried playing that ball through from McBurney, and just under probably a yard, 2 yards of pace on it, McBurney would have had a touch and it'd been thrown goal. That was so tight, that one.
I remember what he said after the Stoke City victory when they were 1-0 down at half-time. Granted, it was away from home, but basically the saying of, if you're going to play like that, might as well go home. Like Jurkovic must have said, well, if you're going to play like that second half, stay in the dressing room and I'll make changes. And clearly there's been a response. Always seems to be some form of response from whatever he says at half-time.
Yeah, he's good, isn't he? He's good.
Always.
I called him a genius, Fletch, a few weeks back.
Genius?
That's a big word, wasn't it? I don't think he's that much of a genius, but I think he's really good. I got carried away. Must have got excited.
A footballing genius, a master tactician.
Yeah.
There's Drame, plays back to Phillips, takes it out of his 6-yard box and then swings a left foot to clear away, covered by Gardner Hickman, and then launched forward by Mawer. McBurney's going to try and get underneath it, there's nothing around him. As Blackburn win it back. and it's Baraji cut down by Palmer, but the ball came free, and Darla on halfway now, and Darla tries to stride inside, away from the closing down guard, the Hickman. Now Blamini has managed to hold the ball up for Powell through the middle, covered by Drame. 2 or 3 decent tackles, getting up the pitch, wins a free kick on the edge of his own box, and has just felt the force of that a little bit as he rolls around before getting back to his feet.
Good ball there, took twice, nicked the ball, read it. I said he looks miles more alert.
And now we're gone, lots of players warming up from both camps. How would you change it tactically now, Swan?
I think I'd be happy as things are going at the moment. I do believe the players have responded from what the manager had to say. I think it's a matter of time now. Just picking the right pass at the right time.
Header won by Atchison on this near side touchline over Liam Miller. They throw in towards the final third, which is taken quickly. City trying to catch Blackburn cold. Miller tries to dart in towards the penalty area, covered by the Blackburn defence. Corner kick to go.
It's brighter. I say Miller's more positive. He's seen more of the ball and he's got it. We know what he's like. He likes to have a go. He's defending on that occasion. Things happen. I say gets a little block on it, gets himself a corner, gives an opportunity. So the big lads up again.
Wider areas, certainly more switched on, and it goes short from this corner kick. Miller is trotting over where Jimitovic is going to take it from. On this northwest corner, short to Miller, delivers to the back post. It's inviting, but nobody gets a toe on it. And that one drifts out of play for a goal kick. Hughes trying to get into the back.
Yeah, I think it was unfortunate. Hughes, he had the defender between him. He tried putting his leg around the defender and hooking the ball back in or even towards goal, which he completely missed. But I say, different angles coming from there with the short one, because they just dropped off to Blackburn and allowed us to do it.
This is 13th cup game, no goals in the game, no goals for Charlie Hughes in his cup career at least. And his bright green boots.
4-3 Sheffield United. They'll be warm there, won't they?
They must have heard you. Normally we get 4-3s and high-scoring games involving Hull City, but at the minute, 0-0 is the scoreline. Right, so I think Swan have to go back to the opening day of the season for the only 0-0.
Yeah, I think you're right. You got Coventry away, wasn't it?
Coventry away. It happened under Grant McCann. There was a 0-0 in the cup against Sunderland in the behind closed door season, then a ridiculous run where there was goals for the majority of the season. And that's the same sort of vein here.
You don't often see 0-0s here.
Absolutely not.
Let's hope it doesn't change. Let's hope it doesn't change.
We've got the penalty shootout if absolutely necessary, but game is sparking into life. That's your message. Good ball to Palmer, runners left and right, tries to find McBurney. We have Miller to his left and Darla to his right, up as a three together, trying to pick out the middle manners. McBurney gets on the ball with his low socks, plays towards Slater, back towards Hughes, and then wide towards Drame as they look to build again here.
How positive is that?
Running forward, 30 yards from goal, drops it to Hadjimetovic, in towards Ndala, right wing position, in front of him is Denis, 5 back for Blackburn, tiptoeing in, Ndala looks to get the crossing, blocked, McBurney under the keeper, but the keeper's strong, and he's gone down awkwardly after McBurney caught him, and the goalkeeper, Giles Toff, is touching his shoulder blade by the looks of things. Yeah, he's just behind the moment.
Ndala did well there as well, bit of trickery.
Yeah,
one, beat his defender, got a deflection coming in, up in the air. So McBurney's gone for the challenge with the keeper, which he had to do. The keeper, he's fine.
I haven't seen McBurney running really hot-headed in this game. 64 minutes gone. Hull City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0 here on BBC Radio Humberside. Goals flying in all over the place in the FA Cup today, but not currently at the MKM Stadium. Yet is the key word. Miller, left wing area, trying to get a bit of zip into Hull City's play, but covered by 2. I wonder who's going to blink first from the benches, because there seems to be dialogue taking place in the Hull City camp. As Drame plays the ball towards Ndala. Drame trying to make a run towards the box again. The shackles are off him as he's just trying to
seem to win more second balls now, and like I said, there's a ricochet went first to it, went first half there wasn't.
Coyle, inverted, tries to cross in, doesn't catch it cleanly, one bounce through towards the goalkeeper. 65 gone, Hull City 0, Blackburn 0. As a big clearance away from the Blackburn goalkeeper, simple cutback by Hughes towards Phillips at the other end. in front of an empty south stand. The attendance this afternoon very low for the FA Cup third round, but I imagine the groans of almost every Hull City and Blackburn fan when these two were put together in the third round draw. There's a man down now for Blackburn just in back play as the ball's gone out. And it looks as though Nathan Blamini, the young forward, has gone down hurt. Looks like he's just clutching his calf, possibly, from here.
Wish you had kids that were getting cramp later on in the game, wouldn't you? You'd have thought. I'm not saying that it's cramp.
Playing at this intensity as well.
Thought played it. And I said this at the pace of the game before. They always put that extra effort in as well.
Blamini, former Villa youngster, got his debut on the 20th of December against Millwall. Through necessity rather than through choice, I think. As Hull City and Coyle makes his way back towards the halfway line. Looks as though Blackburn are going to make that change. And they're in that position now because they've kept more of their first teamers on the bench. It was probably most likely going to be a strong change as we look to see who it might be who's coming on. It might even be Ty John, the young forward who is being looked at by Arsenal.
Who's that, Fletch?
Who's Ty John? Arsenal are apparently thinking about him as one for the future. He's just got into the Blackburn first team. Lamini making his way over to the east stand touchline, and Blackburn will be making that change. However, it might even be another young player who's going to be coming on. It looks as though Doherty might be coming on instead. In fact, it will be Yuki Mahashi who's going to be coming on for Blackburn Ross. He might be preparing a double change here because we didn't see him getting ready, but he is a forward. So he might be the change, and then they may be rotating elsewhere as Hull City with Famewa. A bit of a heavy ball by Hadjimetovic. Famewa has to take a flick inside to keep Hull City in possession. Hughes now trying to lift one in behind. Dry. He's hot-footed to try and get there and wins a corner for Hull City.
Not positive again.
And it's all coming through the man we were criticising in the first half.
So it won't wrong, so something's been said for it to happen, for it to change. They don't become that bad and then that good. No one will say out here.
So there will be two changes for Blackburn Rovers now. As Aidan Doherty will make his way on. It's his debut for Blackburn. And also making his way up is going to be Brandon Powell. So Doherty is a Northern Ireland under-19, a forward, played for Linfield a couple of seasons ago, came through their academy. And Yuki Mahashi will make his entrance, dropped from the side. Played in Japan with Hiroshima. 2 caps for Japan. And wants in the second half of the season to make a big statement that he can get on the plane to the World Cup. Corner comes in for the Tigers. Hughes trying to get underneath it, but headed away by Blackburn. Appeals for a free kick as Palmer is judged to have gone a bit aggressively underneath. That'll be a free kick inside Blackburn's half.
Nothing in that, to be fair. That's gone up. Sums is off his feet. Palmer just had a little nudge on in there, which went to ground.
24 goals across 8 matches in the FA Cup this afternoon, but none here at the moment.
Always guarantee your goals.
Do you know what it is? It's what people are saying on social media. It's the curse of me, I think.
It's about you.
Got to make.
After saying that, you'll lose your job, Fletch.
I'll be booted back to Scarborough Athletic next week. Talking of Scarborough, Rocco Coyle and Noah Wadsworth for Hull City ladies have been doing rather well on their loan spells there. There's a little scout report for you. As a throw-in goes Hull City's way here on the west stand side, which Coyle will take. So Blackburn have made 3 changes. Maybe Hull City will think about how that affects their shape and how they can adapt. As McBurney, 10 yards inside the Blackburn half, tries to take it off the defender O'Riordan. Miller, left mid, will play to Palmer. Palmer dinking one forward towards him. Just lets the ball run off his shins and then runs out of play. Hits the camera that's beaming this around the world. Palmer has won the ball back. Now Hadjimetovic in space, running at the area into Endala. Endala over the crossbar. He drifted to the right hand side. He looked like he wanted to try and lift it over top the Blackburn Rovers goalkeeper. Couldn't do so. And it's an effort that bypasses Hull City. 20 minutes of normal time to go and it remains 0-0.
Yeah, probably that was the best chance of the game really for ourselves. Got ourselves in a good position, rolled to him. He's got to do better, hasn't he? Put his laces through, smash it back across the keeper there. I don't know what he tried doing, dinking him, or kicked the ball, kicked the ball against his other foot, and it just like a ricochet over the top of the crossbar. Should have done better.
Slater. There's the ball towards Drame. Drame, done it by Endala. This is neat because McBurney's returned the gesture. Drame, a low ball into the area. That deflects off Baraji, and another corner Hull City's way. What a tale of two halves for an individual, and it's Cody Drame who we're talking about.
That was brilliant by Drame, and the fantastic touch by McBurney when the ball came between the leg, just spun it into the left back area behind the full back. Drame using his pace to get down there. Defenders got back and got a block on his other Blackburn defenders on his backside of the 18-yard box. But yeah, great build-up play. Good big 1-2 was. Drame to McBurney, back to Drame. And I said they got back and got the block on it.
Yeah, players down on his back at the moment. Can't see the score number. I'll check that for you in just a moment as Blackburn might be just thinking about another change. As they are starting to go down more readily. 18 minutes to go. Let me give you a run through of the FA Cup scores elsewhere today. Derby County 1, Leeds United 3 finished. Portsmouth 1, Arsenal 4. Here it's 0-0. Norwich 4, Walsall 1. Sheffield United 3, Mansfield 4. Swansea 1, West Brom 1, and West Ham lead 1-0 at home to Queen's Park Rangers. Manchester United versus Brighton will kick off at 4:30. As
West Ham 1-1, yeah. That we said? Or 1-0?
I said 1-0, but it's literally just hit the back of the net. So maybe a few games going to extra time and penalties. Dion Denith is the man who's up on his feet, just overheard our colleagues at Radio Lancashire, possibly suggesting from the excessive amount of minutes that some of these players have played that fatigue and cramp are starting to set in, and that Blackburn seem to be walking wounded, because they are, by the looks of things, going to take no risks with Dion Denith. I think his afternoon is over as well, as he just makes his way over to the east stand corner where the Blackburn Rovers fans are. We'll see this corner come in, 5 in hand with a kick out, delivered, looking for Palmer, chests it down, then lands at the feet of Famewa, back out to Slater, 25 yards from goal. Palmer now, outside of his right foot, delivers in, needed a flick, comes to Miller, he scuffs his shot. Bread and butter for the keeper to just parcel up, but Hughes was striding in and wanted to flick that ball on, couldn't do so. Blackburn under pressure. Soft free kick. Slater judged to have gone in on Cashin. Gardner Hickman getting back to his feet as well. And I feel that they've got a little bit fortunate, and McBurney's gesturing towards the referee in the aftermath of that has got him a yellow card.
Yeah, he's got a right to mourn, but he's gone back too far there. But really, looking at it, he's won the ball back and just got that on his backside. He's got a little breakdancing, trying to spin round. He just took the ball off and gone the other way, and referee's brought up and stopped. He's on that little counter attack down into the box.
2 changes coming up for Blackburn Rovers, and you might hear a ripple of applause in a moment. Yuri Rivera has come on, but welcoming back onto the MKM Stadium pitch, number 15 for Blackburn Rovers, Sean McLaughlin, who, of course, left the club in the summer, 148 appearances, as he immediately slots into that defence. It's back underway. Blackburn Rovers on a free kick deep inside their own half. It's not the greatest. Hit diagonally out to this right hand side. 74.5 minutes gone. Hull City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0. Looking forward to another 30 minutes of this?
No. You?
No comment.
I think the way we played the second half, I feel like something's coming.
Drame could happen right now. Drame diagonal towards Miller. It's just behind him as appeals for offside. Blackburn stops. Miller gets back up and running towards the byline into Coyle, who tries to cross in, deflected out that time by Miller, and behind for yet another corner, which Hadjimetovic is coming over to take. But I have to say, the last 20 minutes or so, if there has been any attacking endeavour, it's been from the home team rather than the visitors.
Yeah, we're turning the screw a bit, aren't we now? Whether we can get that little bit of brilliance in front of goal or that bit of fortune that we need.
Coyle to Hadjimetovic, to the edge of the area with Miller. Closing him down was Doherty, as Blackburn now want to try and break the other way. Drame went diving in, and Blackburn have opened up here. Doherty running towards the box on the right hand side. He's got a step away from Slater. Drame gets a touch. Still danger. Baraji with the shot, flies over. I think Hughes might have just got in the way of that. It will be a goal kick. Drame, who snapped at the heels of a Blackburn man in the build-up, has just got a yellow card for his troubles as well.
He's got a challenge on the halfway line down here.
Just left Gardner Hickman down on the deck.
Yeah, fair play referee, let the game flow.
Back towards halfway.
Yeah, that was a chance by Blackburn. So great feet when Black gets in the box in the first place, and then when he plays the ball to the left hand side, I think he used it, got across and got the block on it.
Looks as though Carl Joseph might be coming on in a moment for Hull City. As short goal kick. Phillips tries to clear away. Didn't get much distance on it, and Blackburn have won it back in the final third. Baraji trying to now move the ball to McLaughlin. McLaughlin out to the left wing. As Gardner Hickman now moves the ball back towards Baraji, almost a line of five waiting for Blackburn in a rare forage forward in this second half. Hull City 0, Blackburn 0, 77 minutes on the clock in this FA Cup third round encounter. Big diagonal played into the box, right underneath it is Coyle, and a simple header back towards Phillips. Miller doesn't spot the runner of Aitchison coming towards him.
Didn't spot the runner. It was a hard ball to take that.
There's no call for him, was there? Blackburn have won it back in the Hull City half. It's Gardner Hickman. He's got the ball in the centre.
They're putting a bit of pressure on now. They look dangerous.
And here comes Ribeiro into the penalty area. Blackburn stand up a ball to the back stick, but then deflected behind for a corner kick. That's got the Blackburn fans excited away to our left hand side.
Next to me. 70 odd minutes to make it into a game, really.
Chances have been very rare throughout this encounter. As Gardner Hickman makes his way over, Blackburn are going to be happy here to send a few more forward. And of course try and get in front. Doherty waits on the edge. But it's only Ribeiro who's staying back, and even the keeper's on halfway. As Blackburn deliver to the front of the 6-yard box, a few players go down. Nothing given by the referee, no appeals from anybody, as Ndala loses it 30 yards from goal. Blackburn try and play wide, and it's hit the referee, Will Finney, who stops the game. Blackburn unhappy about it because they feel that there was no reason to stop.
A good job he did, because it ricocheted into the path of the Blackburn player there.
Yeah, that's why they're annoyed at that, because they were in possession anyway, but you have to stop the game in those circumstances. As the drop ball will take place then 30 yards to the left of Hull City's penalty area. And they've been reluctant to make changes, but they are going to make a change in a moment. Hull City, and Carl Joseph is going to be coming on in a moment. As Blackburn will get the drop ball, everyone back behind the ball from Hull City. As they look to find the ball to the outside. It's an awful pass, and suddenly Miller can try a breakaway for the Tigers. 40 yards, if not more, he advanced forward, then loses his footing. Nobody around him to be a passing option.
You're going down wrong avenue on it. Good bouncers on both sides of that street, you're never getting past.
City have become desperate. They've got Amber and Rory behind the goal in the north stand trying to cheer them on.
They need to put them up front.
They're signed up. Hughes in the right back position temporarily, hits the reset button, goes towards Dylan Phillips. Joseph waiting patiently as Vermeer will take the ball away from Doherty. Joseph, the former Blackpool and Wigan man, rivals of course of the Red Rose outfit. As Phillips brings the ball out of his box and hits it long, looking for Miller, solid header by Aitchison. And Coyle trying to be robust. Vermeer clears away as just for the last 2 or 3 minutes, game's got a bit scrappy again, but Slater gets it down.
Didn't mean to go there.
Drame
take it.
past halfway. Just scuffed his pass towards Ndala. Looking for some movement ahead of him. Slater's taken up a temporary striker's role. He will try and find the ball. And that's been the story of the day, hasn't it, from an attacking perspective? It has not been that incisive through ball which we used to see. Miller wins the ball back with Palmer. And Miller now to McBurney. No one in the box. McBurney will try and play it in low. He didn't get his head up, didn't have a scan. And that's easy for the goalkeeper to come and sweep up. 0-0.
Yeah, McBurney did all he possibly could there. There's a touch there, he's probably going to take it out of place. So best spin and try and whip her in where he'd been looking then. I think it was Slater was probably the closest one that was trying to break his neck to get in there. There's a double substitution coming on here.
Yeah, David Akintola is also going to be coming on for Hull City. We'll see those changes. Despite the wanting to get on with it.
Palmer and Ndala, is it?
Well, Ndala's one of them. Ndala will make his way off. And we'll see the ball go up to see who Carl Joseph is going to replace.
Palmer, is it?
Well, he's walking over already. So Akintola and Joseph will come on. The ripple of applause for Casey Palmer, who I have to say from the get-go has been the only one really for a full 80 minutes as the clock stands at the minute. He's the one who's been hustling about and trying to win the ball back. It's just taken
it's worked out
in there. It's
not been that quality we wanted, but now we've got energy on the field.
And Carl Joseph will run and press all afternoon. He's got a short supply of minutes to try and affect the game. One of his most prolific seasons so far in his career. Dry.
No extra time, please. It's not the day that you don't want me.
You said it, I was thinking it. Because I can tell that.
If it has to, we will take it if we're going to get through, but come on, boys.
We definitely don't want another L next to their name in regards to cup football. Grant McCann, the last manager to win a cup game, or manage a cup game. As the ball goes back towards Phillips, to the right of his penalty spot. Plays now to Hughes. Hughes cuts back and goes to Phillips. 7.5 minutes to go. As Ancelotti tries to help it on its way down the right-hand side. Akintola has gone to the right wing. Miller on the left. Joseph playing as 10 at the moment. There's a back pass from City. Just about gets back towards Phillips, even though there's a bit of pressure on the horizon from Kashi. And Ndala getting a ripple of applause as he makes his way around the west stand. Broken up there by City and Miller. Can he get the through ball towards McBurney? First time he's been free. Miller trying to dribble into the box. To the left, tries to cross in. Two going green in front of him. And that's a wasted chance really for Hull City. I don't think Miller realised McBurney was as free as he was.
I do think he was, but I'm just thinking the plane in between it, struggling to get that pass away to him.
Blackburn now coming the other way, and Hughes is the only one back. There's a shot from deep, 20 yards out, which flies over the crossbar from Doherty on his debut for Blackburn Rovers. Lacked the quality, arched his back, and sent that one soaring into the south stand.
Just saw his name in lights, didn't he? He saw him flashing in lights.
So many
I'm
players.
on and watch myself on Match of Day, putting that in top corner of the stand, lad.
So many players have made their debuts in cup football and had a tale to tell.
Easy for you to say, don't my teeth.
Yeah, go on, please. The white
You sure? Well, not mine. Sorry, Fletch.
just caught off my stride. I think that's the cold now. Brains rotting away as it's 0-0 here at the MKM Stadium. 6 minutes of normal time to go. Reminder, extra time and penalties if these two can't be separated. Just feels like Phillips and Toff, both goalkeepers, could take their goalie gloves off and put them back in their packets when they get back onto a team bus and take them back to the shop if they wanted to. They haven't got busy at either end. Defenders have neutralised when needed. There's Miller gets onto a long ball, just runs out of room though as he tries to keep it in, hits his shin and goes behind for a goal kick. So they have substitutions in the bank for later on here, Hull City. They might need the way this is going if they are to get another 30 minutes, which Blackburn Rovers will not be happy with, given their outcry of fatigue and injuries. The attendance on the big screen this afternoon, 6,627.
Well done to the ladies and kids.
To turn up in the borderline freezing cold temperatures and the rain and the wind. It hasn't had the glamour this afternoon.
Yet. Keep saying that word, don't I? Yet.
Just trying to coax that bit of magic as for Mayweather. Gets a little bit lucky. He was dawdling on the ball in defence and he's given it away. The offside flag has come to his rescue. No one's scored a magnificent goal.
I think he'd have still played that shot if the referee hadn't blown up.
His left foot around it. For Mayweather, just very sluggish. Tried to draw away the oncoming press and then fancied doing the same trick again and almost got caught out.
He did get caught out.
Drame.
Better look.
Plays towards Slater. Throwing past halfway. With the 6,500 in attendance, they'll be getting a bit more game watching time as things stand. 3.5 minutes of normal time to go. Hull City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0 here on BBC Radio Homicide. Oliver Burney trying to win the ball back for Akintola. Just starting to hear the murmurings of frustration now from Hull City fans. Heard it a couple of times from those in the away end as Akintola gives away a free kick and he feels that was a little bit harsh. Feels there was a bit of an honest wrestle going on the touchline on the far side. The referee didn't see it that way. The linesman flagged vigorously. And as Blackburn Rovers could, if they wanted to, load players forward, but they don't seem to have that level of intensity, do they, at the moment? 3 minutes to go.
No, I think that's a worth thing to prove. Well, they will do what the kids. Great result for them if it stays like this.
It's played forward by former Tiger McLaughlin. Hughes tries to sweep it away. Gardner Hickman collects. And on the far side now towards Okashi. Trying to find a way past Drame, who stands his ground and then tries to clear away. Throwing down near the final third again. As Blackburn will leave this for the long throw of Lewis Miller. McLaughlin, one of those. And I remind listeners, former Hull City man, also in the mix is Connor O'Riordan. And then Henriksen, left side of the 6-yard box, nobody around Phillips.
Come on, lad.
Hurrying along. He comes to the front of the 6-yard box. Pressure and sting taken out of it by Drame. Partially cleared by the Tigers. A couple of headers back towards the box before Drame then clears away. His attempted header by Joseph couldn't find Miller as it runs back down towards Toff. There's a purple kick, middle of his own half, now sends it forwards. And Jumetovic said at the start of the game how he could stamp down his authority on this, but the ball has not been played to the centre of midfield, has it?
It's not dictating, has it?
I think it's the defenders that tried to dictate as Blackburn win it back. Defenders have to do their job here as the ball is swung in, headed one by Vermeulen. Coyle gets a touch, one back by Aitchison. Slater has to come in 30 yards out to try and win it back. Here's Baraji. Okashi will now play into the penalty area, and then a low ball played across, but nobody in a green shirt got on the end of it. Hull City try and clear, but they are the ones now, visitors, who are just pressurising as we enter the 90th minute. Gardner Hickman, left side, back towards Baraji once again, takes a big touch or two, 35 yards out, tries to slide it into the area, trying to drop it off then to Koshi, and Vermeulen is in real pain, clutching his shin. He went in on a 50-50.
Nasty. Two players severely committed to the one to the shot, one to the block, and they both stayed down.
Well, Hashi went down first, and then Vermeulen rolling around and gesturing that he's in real pain. He's still rolling around now. And his legs, he's in real pain and real discomfort down there.
Blackburn player looks like he's getting up first.
Yeah, Hashi is just trying to, I think, take the soreness out of his leg. But Vermeulen must have bashed his shin. He's thankfully up on his feet. And that's good to see. I think he might have been caught right around the top of the
right, brilliant.
ankle.
7 minutes. Thank you.
7 more minutes left to go.
Just looked to the left, James Hogarth crying. He's that cold. But he still had that 7 minutes go.
Did his eyes roll as well in the first place?
He's crying.
And nodded the head from Mr. Hogarth. Sorry to dub you in it, Jim.
There's a proper supporter as well, Jim, and he's crying, so imagine what some fans down there are like.
Oh dear. What's the saying? Is it one for the purist? Not one for the purist. Phillips rolls the ball out of the box.
Come on, let's have a
7
good
minutes
finish.
to find
There we go.
a possible winner. Miller, left wing, McBurney up there with him. Miller looking inside, throws the ball in. Goal! Akintola! But he let the ball run through his legs and out of play for a goal kick.
I don't think he let it. I think he tried shooting and he miskicked it, went between his legs. That was set up for us.
That would have been the moment.
That was a great ball in as well. A great run on.
You went full Gary Neville. You went full Gary Neville then.
That's a chance.
I think that the East Stand would have celebrated with relief, I think, rather than
I think so, that's one.
Being put out of their misery this afternoon. The gallant effort of those who've been watching this in the cold. Another 30 minutes on the horizon in case things change in the next 5.5 minutes. Blackburn lump it forward with no real purpose. Back towards Phillips outside his box. The East Stand try and give us a few decibels to try and coax Hull City forward. As Phillips, long ball, looking for Miller, headed by Aitchison. And in comes Carl Joseph. First time we've really seen him in the final third. Wins a throw-in for the Tigers. And Coyle with the ball in his hands. As the game remains 0-0. 92 minutes on the clock. 7 minutes of stoppage time. Baraji plays to Slater. Coyle now. Coyle advanced. Miller and Joseph connect. Can he feed it to Slater? Ajimetovic, I beg your pardon. On his stride, 20 yards out. Shoots! Deflected! Oh, into the side netting. The East Stand thought it was in. The net rippled. And they were so excited that the net rippled. Oh, they thought it was in. Quick corner kick. Delivered by Drame. Header back towards Miller, edge of the penalty area. Hughes is waiting for a short pass. Miller tries to carve out across. That's blocked. Appeals for handball out of desperation from those in Hull City corners. Blackburn Rovers clear. Wow. Ajimetovic nearly gave us the grandstand finish that East Stand thought he had.
Some did, but from this angle we knew it hadn't. The deflection could have gone anywhere.
Deflected shot on the way through. Low arrowing effort. Had the Blackburn keeper topped wrong-footed. And now Ohashi for Blackburn Rovers. It's their turn to come the other way. Ball delivered into the box. The Hull City haven't got rid of it just yet. Doherty lets it run across. Shot from Blackburn on the far side. That's done by Rivera, and it flashes across with no real danger. And that will be a goal kick. Change coming up for Hull City. And it's going to be Liam Miller making way. And on in his place is the player who got his debut for Hull City against Blackburn Rovers. Carthel McCarthy enters the fray.
See how they go here. He's going to sit in the midfield. Push Slater a bit higher up.
Yeah, Joseph now taking up that left wing role. Bernie stays through the middle with Akintola. McCarthy, the way things are going, is going to get at least a half an hour run out, but let's see what happens because both teams are...
Not necessarily a match.
Anything can happen in the next few minutes. As Coyle gets in a right angle on this near side touchline with Doherty. Doherty's been left in a heat. Referee Finney just tells Hull City to wait because the winger is slow to his feet. Thought there might have been an injury. Into the 95th minute, Hull City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0. As the Tigers with Coyle on this left-hand side, back to Maywer, then back towards Phillips all the way. Goals are plenty elsewhere, but we haven't seen any here so far. Time ticking with a long ball from Phillips in towards Baraji. Slater, can he win it back in the Blackburn half? He did momentarily towards Ryden, who now clears the ball away. May were eyes on it all the time. And then Coyle is caught that time. A little bit cheeky, I thought, from Henriksen. Just going for the man and not the ball. And there's Jakirovic, Hull City manager, arms behind his back at the minute. Hasn't been too animated a figure this afternoon. I think both managers, even though they've been trying to coax some more attacking flair out of their two teams, we've seen that it's been a struggle for a full attacking, purposeful performance from either team. As for May will launch it long, looking for McBurney, who's trying to get away from the presence of O'Riordan into the area, stays on his feet as Aitchison came across. Corner, Aitchison just to have touched it last. Final minute of the game, Peter Swan.
Please. Please.
The desperation please in your voice tells us everything.
Come on, boys.
Plenty forward for Hull City. Blackburn have left one up top. Coyle keeps an eye on him as Joseph is going to deliver, I think. In it swings. It's Hadjimetovich, I beg your pardon. Saw the two on the back of his shirt. Coyle cuts out a potential breakaway from Blackburn. As they don't get the throw in. 40 seconds left of the 7 minutes. And a gear of reach, I think, in terms of the second half, but it's fallen flat at times again. Between the 46th and 90th minute, that's for sure, as another throw-in takes place, and there's little urgency. It's almost as if both teams can sense what's about to come, and I think it's more through necessity rather than of want. What could happen in a few seconds' time? Blackburn throw the ball down the line. Doherty to the right wing position. Coyle tracks back in as the 7 minutes are up. Ball into the air. Finished temporarily slipping. Just got back up behind the ball as he clutches it. And a long ball away trying to find Akintola. And Akintola is hot-footed. Gets away from McLaughlin, but then he gets a stride back on him. And is able to just move the ball in field towards Barrage, who tries to clear forward. Doesn't find anyone in green. Hughes on halfway. We're at the discretion of the referees. We're into the 98th minute. Clipped forward, looking for Slater. Headed away by Blackburn. And there is the final whistle to signify the end of 90 minutes. A hushed descent on the MKM Stadium. Because even though it was an attempt to get a bit of excitement and flair, there was no longevity in it, Peter Swan, and we're going to have another 30 minutes between these two deadlocks at 0-0.
Yeah, if you don't start right in the game, you struggle to kick on, even though they come out of the second half and they started really well. And if they start like that in the game, they can pick it up again for the second half, and you'd expect them to score and win it. Which I do expect them to score and win it in the extra time, but it took a bit of getting going, and when the opportunities have been very, very limited, then there's been half chances, and when they've come, they've either miskicked them and read it right. And it's end of the day, we're still in the cup at the moment. Like I say, we've got half an hour to put things right, and the way it's been going in that second half, they've put things right.
We'll see. Full time here at the MKM Stadium for now, at least. We've got another 30 minutes. Players in their huddles. Hull City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0.
Thank you, Fletch. Yeah, BBC Radio Humberside. So not to be in regulation 90 minutes for either Hull City or Blackburn Rovers. The two sets of players just going about their plans for this extra time. It's history repeating itself for Hull City as well. We were in this position a year ago when the Tigers welcomed Doncaster, Grant McCann's Doncaster, to the MKM Stadium. So once again, a third round tie involving Hull City goes to added time as Hull City once again are struggling to get past the third round. The last time they did it was 6 years ago, and the last time they won an FA Cup tie was November 2020. So once again, the Tigers struggling to sort of reverse that history. Let me bring you the full-time results from games that have been completed today. Earlier in the day, Derby County 1, Leeds United 3, Portsmouth 1, Arsenal 4, hat-trick in that from Gabriel Martinelli, and Arsenal actually coming from behind after Portsmouth scored early on in the game. Goals, of course, here at the MKM Stadium. Big win for Norwich City over Walsall. They've beaten the side from the West Midlands at Carrow Road by 5-1. Sheffield United 3, Mansfield Town 4. So Sheffield United unable, despite coming back in the second half, to see off their opponents. So the day's one surprise result is probably that one as things stand. Swansea City and West Bromwich Albion, like our game, has gone to extra time, 1-1 in regulation time. Certainly looking like the same can be said for the game between West Ham and Queen's Park Rangers. That also is 1-1 and looking to go into extra time. And it's goalless in a game that's just kicked off between Manchester United and Brighton and Hove Albion. Live reactions come from this game after the conclusion of it, hopefully within added time, within extra time rather than penalties. We'll speak to the Hull City head coach, Sergei Kirovich. The likelihood is that that will be on BBC Sounds and not live on air. We'll have reaction, of course, tomorrow from 6 o'clock and on breakfast in our sports news here on BBC Radio Homicide when you wake up between 6 and 10 with the breakfast team tomorrow morning. So there is a substitution to start this extra time. Let's hand you back to your commentary team. Can Hull City join Grimsby Town in the fourth round draw? We're about to find out in the company of Swanee and James Fletcher.
James, yeah, that change for Blackburn Rovers is a change in their defence. Conor O'Riordan making way, and George Pratt, who's coming on, the young centre half who's been involved in league action. And I have to say, is it too obvious to say, Sonny, that because he's coming into this cold that you target him straight away, Hull City can get forward?
Well, you do know that there's going to be a goal in the first 5 minutes. You're thinking why they're not scored in 90 minutes. You do know that, but it's
just basically because it's a certain law.
So that's why I'm touching your leg, Fletcher. I'm trying to get a blanket.
Go on, I'll give you another big hand.
Oh, that's not the blanket, Fletcher.
That's the wire of my microphone.
We got it.
Calm down, Rachel.
We've got to get ourselves in position, haven't we?
We have. 0-0.
Right, there's going to be the first 5 minutes. We know that. Why is it not being done in 90? Right, come on, lads, now.
Well, Bernie and Akintola to hot off the start on the halfway line as Hull City will attack towards the south stand as we have 30 more minutes of FA Cup action at least, and then if they still can't be separated, spot kicks it will be as McBurney flicks it on towards Akintola. McBurney then trying to play towards Joseph, comes to Slate, 18 yards out, Blackburn scrambling to get it away. McCarthy then dives in as a rather fast-paced start to this extra time, and then Toft calms everything back down again and it will be cleared away by Blackburn Rovers. Just to give you a reminder of the team playing for Hull City as the start of extra time, no changes for them into the final 30 minutes. Phillips is in goal. The back four is Drame, Hughes, Vermeer and Coyle. That's been unaltered. Carthel McCarthy screens in front of them with Hadjimetovic and Slater. And then Akintola, Joseph for the wingers with McBurney up front. Drame, much better performance in the second 45 minutes over the first. As Hughes slides it through now to Hadjimetovic, 4 in the area, cross supply, first block comes in, nearly found its way to Slater as Blackburn clear away for a throw-in on this near stand touchline. As Sergei Kirovich clasped his hands together. A bit of a response from whatever's just been said on the touchline. Drame tries to cross in, plays to Hadjimetovic, 4 still waiting in the box, delivers to the back post, McBurney underneath it, and then Slater, it hits the roof of the net. Now, Sergei Yakirovich is demanding a penalty. Most of his backroom staff are up off their feet as well. McBurney leads the protest on the pitch as Slater will eventually get back to his feet. But for me, honest coming together, just challenging a high ball swap.
Yeah, not the biggest it's like to serve. Always going to come out second there, so again, that's it. And he's up and running, he's fine.
Slater, first FA Cup game back behind closed doors against Fleetwood 5.5 years ago when he turned up as a loanee from Sheffield United.
How much did they pay for it?
I think it was 50 grand.
50 grand?
50 grand.
That's the lowest paid, is it?
Not bad. What can you get with 50 grand these days, eh? There's Hughes.
Not much.
McCarthy plays towards Drame. Wish I had 50 grand. McCarthy plays.
You carry on working like you know, you're going to
Try. I'll carry on. especially from working long Sunday afternoons like this. As 0-0 is the scoreline in the darkness here at the MKM Stadium. The feeling of a night game, feeling of a League Cup game, if you like. Cold, chilly Sunday evening now. As Hughes plays to Phillips towards the Maywell, just outside his area on the left-hand side. As he tries to twist and turn away from Doherty.
Good role in there, got himself out of trouble.
Yeah, needed maybe an extra man pressure from a Blackburn perspective to close it down. Free kick near halfway. As Manchester United have kicked off against Brighton at Old Trafford. 26 goals elsewhere in the FA Cup.
None here.
None here. And to be honest, Swanee, has it ever looked like we've had one so far?
No, but I feel we'll in this 30 minutes.
So we're into the 94th minute, so you've got 60 seconds left on your prediction.
What did I say?
You said first goal in the first 5 minutes. McCarthy has won it back in the left wing position as a chance here. McCarthy, he will now slide it towards McBurney. He's just a bit wrong-footed as Aitchison closes in and is able to play it towards Baraji. The prediction's got 60 seconds left to come true as the ball runs out of play for a throw in Hull City's way just inside the Blackburn half. Got that little bit of energy from McCarthy trying to give us a bit of excitement.
Yeah, I didn't think it opened up. I thought because he's got a couple of players there, he should have carried on the run rather than the momentum of it. I thought that McBurney expected that pass to be slid through for him there and didn't see it until late.
Hughes, who will now stride forward, and Hashi has just body checked him, free kick in the midpoint of the Hull City half, and he just rolls the ball out himself, tries to clear it forward. Hughes, searching for Slater. As Joseph collects left wing area, Blackburn just a bit disjointed that time between defensive midfield lines. Slater going in to win it again, and then Joseph slides in as they just get a bit more courageous, but Blackburn find a way through past halfway, trying to play the ball forward up towards Hashi. That's nodded back towards Phillips. 0-0. 3, 2, 1. And that's your 5 minutes up, so I'm afraid.
Sorry about that.
I admire the optimism. As now it's with Louis Coyle. Delivers a cross into the area, to run through towards Kitola, right side, back towards McCarthy, 20 yards out, takes a shot, deflected, pops out to Slater, 20 yards from goal again. McCarthy once more, and now move it right towards Akintola. Akintola in a right wing position, plays it into the box, this is a chance, Slater trying to cut it back. There's enough bodies in green though to turn it behind for a corner kick.
They're getting stronger. They're getting stronger. Chances are coming now. Good corner here.
Yeah, they take it. Akintola to Hadjimetovic, delivers towards the 6-yard line, headed down, comes back to Hughes, trying to create that yard of space, flicks it to Slater. Good block comes in from Pratt. Back out towards Maywell, drags it left. He's going to try and supply the cross, dances past one man, then looks back to Coyle, takes it on his right foot, delivers the in-swinger, looking for Joseph, who heads it over the bar. Never really got under it, well, he did get underneath it, too much underneath it, but he was never really set in a position to attack the goal, remains 0-0.
Yeah, it's a great ball by Coyle, like I say, from the left-hand side, putting his right foot, so it's curling straight down to the keeper. And I'm looking there. As Joseph goes in, he'd probably been better just missing that, because the keeper was expecting a little touch, and he might have been wrong-footed in there if he just missed it, might have just flown past him.
Might have gone into that corridor of uncertainty. As Blackburn just take the pressure off with a slow goal kick out, 97 minutes on the clock here at the MKM Stadium. Extra time, not stoppage time for anyone who joined us late on BBC Radio Humberside. Pratt in the centre circle for Blackburn, plays it forward to a fellow substitute in Bahaji, and then he will look to go down the left-hand side. McCarthy stays with him. McCarthy bumps him once, but Bahaji's still going to the byline. Ran out of room, in comes a cross, and then a bicycle kick from Hashi, which is safely into the breadbasket of Dylan Phillips. Rolls it out to Slater as the Tigers look to launch a break. Whilst Blackburn are still trudging back, McBurney, neat ball with the right foot towards Joseph. Joseph now looking to switch the players and picks out Akintola just over his head. Out for a throw. Urgency,
yeah,
isn't there? Much more urgency.
Movement, like I say, the sharpness of the passing, looking forward quicker. Akintola there, he's got space behind him. He can step another 5-10 yards further back and the pass don't have to be as accurate, then he can drop into his back.
Pratt on to take a few yards back, referee Philip trying to make that point as the ball is with Blackburn Rovers in their final third. A reminder, the draw will take place tomorrow evening as Will Finney blows the whistle for a second time for Pratt to go back. He wants some consultation with the linesman of where he should be stood. Hull City will just allow him here to have this conversation, but eventually gets the game back underway, searching for Ahashi and tipped up the tee. And then a ball in behind now for Ahashi now. Phillips has committed and was a stride away from being off. And Ahashi couldn't get there in time, cleared away. Back towards Ribeiro, playing as a left wing back if you like. Since coming on the pitch, Drame partners up with Akintola, neat foot away, caught by Ribeiro.
Early in the game, that'll be a bucket.
The referee's going to let it go now, I think. Akintola up and volley. But the contrast in the last
As a rain comes down against.
game I did against QPR, the energy has been really lacking. And as you say, Swanee, the conditions aren't going to be nice to walk home in for the majority. It wasn't turned out today, 6,627 through the gate. As Akintola takes right wing position, 99th minute. Drum, right side. His performance is better as the game's gone on. McCarthy now. Moving that ball over towards Coyle, 4 in the area again, low ball played in between Joseph and Slater that time. Blackburn read the play, and now Ahashi wants to move the other way, bit of pace in his legs. Hughes staying with him and gets his body in the way as Ahashi tried to take a big touch around him. Comes now to Gardner Hickman, diagonal ball trying to pick out on that far side. The winger, and given away there by Henriksen. Not too much in the way of wanting to track back from the Swede either, as Akintola in the centre circle now. Darts past Gardner Hickman. Tiredness maybe kicking in for Blackburn. Akintola with just 1 goal this season. Was thinking about striding forward, saw the company of Hadjimetovic into Carthel McCarthy. Drops it back to Hadjimetovic, and then Baraji comes in and halts Hull City's progress, throwing on the near side touchline.
Yeah, there's one just screaming for someone to get down this right hand side. I think it's Amber that one. Making no movement in there, the space was in front from
Hughes into McBurney with the header, and that's a big save, and then volleyed by Akintola onto the bar. McBurney then follows up, but it's offside. That suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and it's because Hughes delivered a wicked ball in, and the best 2 moments in the space of seconds, smashing the bar Akintola, and McBurney couldn't have planted his header any sweeter. Great stop from the keeper.
Yeah, great strike on it by both players. Great ball in. McBurney must have thought the power he's got on it going past the keeper, but fortunate or unfortunate for us, straight at him, but he come back out again. What a strike, Akintola. Tricky could have been any sweeter. It's not them what you normally see who are top of the stand. I'm not sure if the crossbar or the top of the post there, but how close was that? I said, we've been waiting 100 minutes to see something like that, to kick it off, but we get in there. We get in there.
But then he's waited 100 minutes for a chance of that nature. Coming into this one, 7 goals in 9 cup games. But that's his first sniff, really. And it almost had Blackburn breached. As Slater comes in and wins the ball back smartly 30 yards from his own goal line. And then outside of the foot plays it wide to Carl Joseph. That
He's going to Joseph with his pace for another.
Yeah, here he goes again. Through ball. Plays to McBurney, just halts the progress. He's waiting for options on his outside. Now looks in field. Plays to McCarthy. Tries to slide the ball to Joseph. It wasn't.
Not a bad option. Not a bad option.
It wasn't just a bit wrong-footed there, was it? I think Joseph. But
The pace that he played the pass out had to be straight at his feet. Then he could have had a touch and probably tried whipping it around the keeper's left-hand side, but just overhit the pass. Well, not good enough.
3 minutes to go in the first period of extra time. Looks as though the final 2 outfield changes that are available to Sergei Kiric of more attacking nature. One of them being Hugh Parker from the academy, and also Matty Joseph. Matty Joseph. Who's Matty Joseph? Matty Jacob. Coming on. Oh dear, bring back my wife. As the ball goes out for a throw-in on this near side. Ernest Destin to note, of course, today. Not involved at all. As Drame takes the throw-in. Crooks out ahead of the game through the warm-up. So City have man light on the bench. which will ask Sergei Kirich about whenever this game comes to an end. There's Toff. Oh, he slipped quickly back into his own penalty area, receiving a back pass. Wow, that was nip and tuck, and Slater nearly got in. Wow, that was...
It was 5-6 yards outside his box, got a big oof. He went to try and get right back into his own box so he could collect it, and slipped on the way back in.
Found a banana skin on the pitch as Blackburn now come the other way. 30 yards from goal, they try and deliver, and Phillips has to divert that ball away. Because on that occasion, it looked like Robertson went for it, didn't he? It looked like a cross at first.
I thought it was a cross, but nearly dipped in that top corner there. Phillips had to deal with it, push it away from the corner.
Goalkeeper of Blackburn, Toff, just stretching, making sure he's alright, as the corner will come in a moment for Blackburn Rovers. See those two changes in a moment for Hull City. Blackburn fans, 500 of them in the rain, on their feet, huddled together. See if their side will break the deadlock now. 105th minute we're about to tick into as the ball's delivered to the 6-yard box. There was a little push, comes out to Doherty. Oh, McBurney went diving in. I thought he went in 2-footed at first, but thankfully it was clean. Just led in with 1 foot, and then the second one followed very quickly.
He got to the danger straight away with McBurney. The amount of times he does that in games, unbelievable.
Aggressive, trying to keep that spark of Hull City. As a throw-in will come Blackburn's way, and Miller, the captain of Blackburn, the Australian international, will dry the ball as much as possible. He still tries to line up a long throw-in. Drawn back the amber colours. Here comes Miller's throw-in, angled towards the front of the 6-yard box. Akintola, very neat flip away, and now he gets on his bike and he goes striding down the right-hand side. There is a covering defender, however. Akintola leaves a boot on Ribeiro. That will be a free kick. Ribeiro did very well there.
He done the outer space, he got to the goal side, and then just he had space in front of him. He plays like a 30-yard pass, expecting to go on it, where it makes it easy for the defender to come across and clear it up. You've got to keep the ball closer to him there.
Didn't get his head up, did he? Just a 1 minute of added time this time, Swanee. After 12 minutes of added time, we had to try and resolve this matter in the normal time. So, long ball played forward by Blackburn from that resulting free kick on this left-hand side. Hashi pressurises Hughes. Phillips has got to be hot-footed, gets it away. It's just a runner there from Doherty up towards McBurney on the halfway line. Blackburn with it back. Hashi trying to flick it round the door. Ryan clears. McBurney chested down in towards Ribeiro though as Blackburn with it back. McBurney is rolling around, but he's going to get back to his feet as Blackburn have a few seconds to muster maybe the last attack of this first period of extra time. George Pratt will receive the balls, played square from the Blackburn defence. He's up to the final third. Low ball played in. Hughes gets his body in the way. Ball spirals up into the air. McCarthy tries to help it out. And that is the final action of the first 15 minutes. They'll quickly switch round and go again, Peter Swan. But that chance from Akintola clattering the bar, and McBurney headed the highlight, which could spark another quarter of an hour of excitement.
No, it has sparked it. Like I said, we've got stronger as the game's gone on. Chances, not many, that will come in. Like I said, that was 2 great opportunities there in space of 10 seconds, wasn't it? But it's coming. I feel it's coming. I do feel there's going to be a goal in the game.
Changes are going to be coming up. John Egan is going to be coming on in a moment for Hull City. We'll keep an eye on any other movements, but for a very short period at least here, half time in extra time, and still no change in the scoreline. Hull City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0.
Fletch, thank you very much for that. So we go on with a second period of extra time here on Humberside Sport Live from BBC Radio Humberside. You can, by the way, share your thoughts on the game with a very brief wrap up and get some thoughts from the City fans. If you've been listening this afternoon, you can text me 81333, start the message with the letters RH. You can WhatsApp as well, 08000 321 333. Brighton have taken the lead at Manchester United in the third round of the FA Cup. Gruder with a goal after 12 minutes, 10 minutes into, well, certainly another 10 minutes has gone in that game, well past the 20-minute mark. West Ham and Queen's Park Rangers, they've also gone to extra time, and West Ham have now taken the lead. 2-1 they lead Queen's Park Rangers. fixtures at the Olympic Stadium. And Swansea and West Brom still level at 1 apiece into extra time. City about to make a change. We're about to get underway with the second period of extra time in the company of Peter Swan and James Fletcher.
Thank you again, James. And that change sees John Egan come on for Akin Fumewa. John Egan just a couple of seasons ago, part of Sheffield United's forage to Wembley in the semi-final, before being halted by Manchester City. Not the same atmosphere as the home of football. The 6,500 who turned out here at the MKM Stadium. 15 more minutes to try and see an opening between these two. And barring that, it will be like 12 months ago, where penalties will have to split.
Do you like penalties, Fletch?
I do and I don't. I do like a penalty shootout, but whenever it's involving club that you're involved with, that kicks in a little bit.
It's too much, isn't it?
And Hull City's track record in recent times isn't the greatest. Having lost to Wrexham, of course, at the start of the year. Coincidentally, that went straight to penalties after the 3-3 draw. This one, 0-0. Another 30 minutes to try and split these two.
And the 15 Fletch. 15 already.
Yeah, by the way.
Did we give them an extra more time?
Or at least a goal.
No, we need us to score. I think we'll score in this 15.
Hughes has just slipped off out of play. Blackburn coming forward, trying to play a ball in. Hashi will not be able to get onto the deep cross from Blackburn from the left-hand side. And that one will run straight into the hands of Dylan Phillips, who, after 106 minutes, Swanee, has not really been tested.
I was thinking, looking down at that sheet there, I don't think they had the same to make, has it?
It's basically hoovered up stuff that's got into the penalty area. Meanwhile, Barnes Tough, the Hungarian goalkeeper, making one crucial save from McBurney's bullet header. The rebound clattering the crossbar from Akintola in the first period of extra time. McBurney still on the pitch. City have another change if they want to use it as Blackburn comes forward and Hashi moving the ball to Rivera on the left-hand side. In front of him is Drame. He's back with George Pratt, 25 yards from goal. Blackburn exploring the left-hand channel. Back to Gardner Hickman. Gardner Hickman with all but McBurney back behind the ball. Kicked into the penalty area on the left. Hashi gets the ball back towards Rivera once again. Now works back towards Pratt into Gardner Hickman. As Blackburn are patient after the first couple of minutes of the second period of extra time. 0-0 at the moment here on BBC Radio Humberside. Rivera, ball's played through towards Bahaji. There is a runner right on this extreme right touchline, but they're going down the middle. Blackburn, put out by Hughes, and Slater is now looking to inject that pace, tries to play to McBurney, who was flat-footed and closed down immediately. So ball swung in by Miller, the best of quality from Blackburn Rovers. Hull City deal with it accordingly. McBurney now, 15 yards from halfway on the right, will play to Hadjimetovic. Drame through to McBurney again. He's waiting for that ball down the right-hand side. Drops it back instead to Hadjimetovic. McCarthy plays back towards Hughes. And Hughes puts a bit of mustard on the pass towards Coyle as he goes down this left-hand side. Joseph is outside and finds him. He's now looking to move in field into the centre of the Blackburn half. Hadjimetovic in space. Tries to drop it through to Akintola. Akintola tried to then lay it off towards McBurney. Partial clearance. Drame tries to get it back in. Blocked out towards McCarthy. Centre, 25 yards out, crowded out by 2. And now Blackburn want to try and come on the break here. Through ball supplied. Hull City's defence split wide open. Doherty, Hashi is free at the back. But Doherty with the shot went alone. Scuffed it to the near post. Goal kick it is. Coyle was galloping back. Might have done just enough to put him off, but it was a weak effort in the end. Drame looks like he's got cramp on the far side. Blackburn should have done better. Perhaps should have scored 0-0.
Yeah, all from us being on the attack, it come out to McCarthy, and everybody was expecting him to strike it first time. As soon as he has a touch, got closed down by 2 Blackburn players, then they're on the counter-attack. 3 against 2, then it soon came to 2 against 1. With the ball coming out to the right side, John Egan's got a decision to make. Does he go over and close him down and leave his man? No, he stayed. Very experienced defender. He stayed. Thought they were going to come over, dropped his shoulders if it was. That took then the Blackburn player just a yard out wide. Doing all that time, Coyle has to get back in there, and a sliding challenge just was about to pull the trigger. So great defending by Coyne and his attitude for getting back, and John Egan for not coming over and making it easy for the Blackburn to sort out between themselves and side past the keeper.
More drinks. They're a trio on this near side touchline Hull City. Coyle, Slater and Joseph, whilst Drame gets a bit of treatment. Now, if they wanted to be extra careful here and take no chances, Matty Jacob could come on and Coyle could then slide back over to the right-hand side.
Going to do something like that.
This conversation's being had, and there is going to be a change. It does look like Jacob is about to be introduced, the man who saved Hull City in the third round encounter against Birmingham with the equaliser.
Haven't seen him for a while, haven't we?
Been out on loan at Reading, and coming to an end for the first half of the season. One of those players that has always been around and has always asked the question of getting into the first team.
Good attitude, 100%.
Got a great mentor for the second half of the season once Giles comes back to being fit. Willie swings the ball in. Jacob will be coming on, and Drame will be making his way off. And I have to say, for the first 45 minutes, we were really critical of Drame.
But the second half of the first game, I'm going to say, the second half of the game, has been outstanding.
How concerned do you think Sergej might be now with the fact that Crooks has gone, JB's gone, Drame now making his way off the pitch?
I won't think about that until after the game. But yeah, I can see how severe they are. It's probably a lot of just tiredness, tired legs, little aches, little knocks here and there. Obviously, Crooks in the game, well, in the warm-up. You would have thought that would be long-term stuff. Or just a niggle that felt something and just protecting him.
Yeah, Drame holding over and taking his seat in the dugout rather than JB, who went straight down the tunnel early in the day. And he came off after 9 minutes. Hull City got a throw in the Blackburn half. First chance for Matty Jacob to get his sphere of influence on the game with the ball in his hands. Plays it to McCarthy, who drops it back towards Hughes. Hughes will go back to Phillips, who played 112 minutes here at the MKM Stadium. Hull City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0 in this all-championship encounter. As we see Lewis Miller lifting the ball forward up towards halfway. Hashi trying to get it down again. Blackburn moving. Baraji now trying to inject a bit of pace. McCarthy's going to block him off. As Coyle helped out then by the captain, sandwiched him. But good reading of the game from McCarthy since he's come on. He's into the build-up play now, and he's fed the ball to Jacob. Fresh legs past halfway, he strides. Blackburn see a man go down, and then a push on Jacob brings a free kick. 35 yards from goal left of the day.
Yeah, I think we got away with that because it was a push on earlier on one of the Blackburn defenders that went to ground. Referee didn't see it because he was beyond it.
Chance for a breather for those Blackburn defenders.
Early morning.
Always does.
Come on, Ollie. Give it to bed, mate.
Will be picked out by Hadjimetovic, who's got his hands on hips at the moment. Coyle is a close option, about 6 yards.
Right,
and then another one here with Slater into the area. Low ball played in and turned behind. And that one just dropped for a throw in rather than a corner.
Yeah, the blind side was on. Did well there, saw it quick.
Slater's been energetic, as you would expect since coming off the bench. And he's trying to get up into the attack. As Jacob has the ball in hand, and everyone is making their way towards the box until Slater breaks away and it's dropped in short. Slater now to Jacob, can't wrap his boots around it, and that's going to drop harmlessly behind Tuff's goal. 0-0. And it's ticked by 5 PM as well. Should be not there by now. But we're nowhere near finding out between these two who's going to be in the hat for the last 32. There's Lewis Miller, the Blackburn captain, ties his bootlaces and makes his way into a starting position. 6.5 to go. 0-0.
Still guaranteeing a goal, and do you believe next match?
I always believe in the 6-1-8. Question is, where is it coming from?
I'll tell you that.
Egan's given up a free kick just inside his own half. He caught a Hashi, and he will try and get this down moving quickly. But Gardner Hickman, I think, just wants A few more in green shirts up the pitch. Looks like they're going to be a bit more direct. They force McBurney back.
They're all gone up. Oh, the lad that's taken it to stay back.
Yeah. Might be thinking about the second prize of the corner, but Hull City equal to it, built a very high line. A good 3 or 4 yards away from that into the penalty area. Phillips barking away as Gardner Hickman fizzes on to the left of the box. A couple of players go down in it. It's still alive for Blackburn, who cross in, and it's gone behind Phillips, but flag up for offside on this near side, and now a little bit of pushing and shoving. Coyle, I think it was, getting involved there. Coyle was the one squaring up, and I think it was to his old teammate as well. Sean McLaughlin was involved in that moment, and they almost went nose to nose.
That's what I was doing, that's all. Fletch.
They're just making sure if any new nice restaurants have opened in the city that they can reacquaint after the game. As Phillips booms it down the middle, McBurney leaps for it. Slater in hot pursuit to pick up the loose ball, which drifts out to this near side touchline. Doherty caught late, and that will be a free kick. As the big yelp that we could hear from up here in the upper west stand, and Slater, after some deliberation, the referee gets a yellow card.
Time to think about it. I'm not sure it was a yellow, but I think his reaction after, if he'd just run off, he might have got away with it, but he looked back and said something to him. Might just asked if he was okay. Can I speak like that?
Yeah, I speak like that.
Can I speak up here, Fletch? It's me and you. I don't know about you.
I was not expecting that to go in that direction.
I want to be fair. Just waking him up. Keeping him on his toes. He knows I love him.
Give him some of this blanket. There's tough ball. Play the ball down the middle. Flicked by Garaji. And then generous and casual header by Hughes towards Matty Jacob, who just slices the ball into the left back position out of play here for a throw past the technical area. What's a very sombre and quiet MKM stadium at the moment, almost feeling like they sense that penalties are inevitable, but there's still 3.5 minutes to go, plus whatever stoppage time is added on for the injury of Cody Drame. As now we see Carl Joseph on the ball, just inside his own half, up to halfway with McBurney, feeds it back towards Slater. Gardner Hickman went down, he then lifts the ball up whilst on his back and tries to flick it through. Won back by Hull City, as McBurney loses his footing, trying to play in Joseph. And now Blackburn down the right-hand side, they should stay in play. Doherty with a low ball fizzed in, and sweeping up is John Egan, out for a throw in Blackburn's way, with less than 3 minutes of extra time to go, Peter Swan.
Yeah, it's getting that close, and I don't want anybody to make that mistake there. Why come all this way? You might as well go all the way. Don't want mistakes to be made.
Who's going to gamble most? Trying to get their team over the line as Lewis Miller, ball in hand, nobody offering the short option for Blackburn, who have put basically everyone of an outfield persuasion in the area. As Gardner Hickman joins them, thrown in towards the front of the 6-yard box. Slater heads it away, and it lands with Akintola. Has Joseph got the feet over Hashi to get there? The answer is no. Japanese international manages to turn Blackburn around, and Gardner Hickman in a right midfield position just turns away from Slater, delivers the cross. Nobody in green on the end of it. Simple one for Egan, really. And Akintola gets away from Hashi, who kicks out. Advantage offered. And away go Hull City with Hadjimetovic, who stumbles to the ground. It's going to be brought back a very long advantage, and then Gardner Hickman plays piggyback with Hadjimetovic while he's on the floor.
I don't know if he may have tried playing the pass there, or it was a bit of a skill.
I think someone took the bones out of his legs and he wobbled to the floor.
Well, that way, if you're trying to do a little trick, I was meant to play the ball and missed it, and then he ended up falling on it. But we've got a free kick 10 yards inside their half. We've got everybody on the edge of their box. Come on.
119th minute.
This would be nice.
It would be very special from the Hull City persuasion if they can finally end this long hoodoo of not winning in a cup game of 11 matches. Louis Coyle sends one quite flat into the area. The goalkeeper watched it all the way and cries his 2 hands on the ball. An anticlimactic moment as I think bits of paper coming out now to find the lists for the penalties. If we see that Blackburn play long, he's going to trickle out and play for a throw-in rather than a goal kick. Coyle couldn't keep it in.
30 seconds, I believe.
One chance, that's all it takes.
I know you're losing faith in me. I lost it an hour ago, but
I think the first 15 minutes have told the story, really, of what we've witnessed this afternoon.
It has got better as the game's gone on, it's got more exciting.
Player with a little bit of a tweak, I think, there from Blackburn's point of view. It was Henriksen struggling. I haven't really seen too much of him, given he's been one of the most attacking players on the team sheet for the visitors this afternoon. Harry and Ishmael saying as well ahead of this game that the away performance in the league was probably the best they've seen this season, but certainly nowhere near their best today. So it'll be just a 1 minute of added time. One more minute then. And then it will be decided by spot kicks as Matty Jacob wins the header. It went off the back of him, and Charlie Hughes on the right side of the box is able to just turn off. And then flat-footed Matty Jacob invites Blackburn with one last chance, then throwing. And that's just a lapse in concentration there from the substitutes.
That's supposed to blame there, that Hughes played the part in it as well.
Does that mean Hull City have used up all their time to maybe get forward as Miller throws the ball into the box? Jacob makes amends and heads it. Flicked on by Hadjimetovic, 30 yards from goal. Blackburn try and return it into the box. And cleared by Hadjimetovic. McBurney trapping the ball. There's advantage of it as McCarthy strides past halfway. Two in the attack ahead of him. Akintola down the middle. Comes now towards Coyle. Crosses from deep. Looking for Joseph. Headed down by Blackburn. Jacob didn't expect the ball to come to him. He had a man on his back. And there is the full-time whistle. We're going the distance, Peter Swan. It's penalties.
Yeah, I think it deserved it in the end. Like I said, both teams are giving a great go in the extra time. Themselves, we got stronger and stronger. We just have that clinical final ball, that touch. Best part come from when the McBurney header, and then the shot straight after. So it's probably fair play to Blackburn. The young kids have given it a right go. They'll be delighted with Blackburn, but we just have that bit of quality when needed. So resulted in the penalty shootout. Let's hope we've got that to get us in there for tomorrow night.
Hull City have had plenty of penalty shootouts in recent times. They haven't gone their way. Can look change now here at the NKM Stadium. These two championship sides cannot be separated, and after 120 minutes, unbelievably, based on what we've seen from Hull City this season, not a single goal in the game. Full time, Hull City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0.
Fletch, thank you very much for that. We will have the penalties shortly here on Humberside Sport Live from BBC Radio Humberside. Gabby Roslin and the Make a Difference show will follow that. We're obviously over our time. We should have been off air at 5, but obviously the way this game has panned out. An interesting stat. Thank you to Charlie, who gets in touch, Swanee, who says this is the first game since City played Plymouth in March 2025, so 36 games, that there hasn't been a shot on goal by the visiting team or the opposition team against Hull City. That kind of illustrates.
Well, Charlie.
So yeah, thank you, Charlie.
Charlie, try and go out a bit more, mate. That's a great start, though.
But that kind of illustrates, doesn't it, Swanee? Just the way this game has gone, the way this game has felt.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think we're ever in danger of getting beat. But like I said, we just look comfortable because they didn't have that quality. But they had the work rate, and like I said, they got themselves, like I said, ironed up the field, especially in the first half. We played more in our half than we played in theirs. But like I said, as the game got longer, we got stronger, we saw our better players performing better. But we were only in that rut then where we were struggling to create anything. And that's how longer it went. It was still wasn't going to be going to score. They could play all night then, and they were still won't score if they took players off. But fair play to them. Take it out to Blackburn. Like I say, the young kids has given themselves an opportunity to get themselves, like I say, maybe their name and lives.
You talked about Dylan Phillips playing this game, but before the game started, he's played 2 games now for Hull City, and both have ended in penalty shootouts.
And what was the result in the first one?
Let's move on from that. It's the race.
You started the negative, did you? Really to it now.
As you say, Blackburn are obviously don't have the same level of experience that City do. Will that count in City's favour? A bit more gamesmanship and
Yeah,
experience?
it can do. Yeah, of course it can do. We've got the experience, it's whether they keep their head. Like saying, it's the youth test, there's probably no fear in there, in the young kids. They'll just probably go up and just pick the corner and just smash it. But then, obviously, you don't know what's going through the nerves in the penalty shootouts or in the players. It's a massive responsibility on that. And there's only 6,000 here, but it's what it could lead to.
Yeah, the prize is a 4th round draw on BBC Radio Homicide, which already includes Grimsby Town. Will it include the Tigers? We're about to find out. This game has gone to penalties. The two sets of the players are now in the centre circle. Swanee?
I don't get searched for watches penalties, I believe. Can you not do an interview saying you watch penalties?
You're right, yes. Yeah, Mike asked him about a penalty recently.
Yeah, and he said
he hadn't actually seen it because he doesn't like to watch them. James Fletcher?
Well, I can see Sir Kiric actually making his way right down towards the corner flag at the moment. I'm not sure that's him.
He's got his air conditioner on his car, he's getting off. He's not going to listen to us.
Is he going? He's, unless
that's not him.
That can't be him. He doesn't know anything.
Fletch, come on, you've got one job.
He's
You're the wrong person, man.
wearing the same trainers, same coat, huddled, just like Sergei Kiric has been all day. Turns out she's the ball boy.
Well, this bodes well for the penalty shootouts. Let me hand you to it. Can Hull City find a way into the 4th round? It has gone to penalties. We're about to find out here on BBC Radio Homicide. Commentary of this penalty shootout from James Fletcher and Swan.
Well, here we go then. Penalty shootout once more. Quite a lot of the fans making their way down the east stand side towards the south end, which is where these penalties will be taken to decide if Hull City will make it through to the FA Cup 4th round or not. Sergei Kiric, arms folded in the technical area. He is watching as Ohashi for Blackburn gets the shootout underway with a stutter! And Phillips makes the save to his right-hand side. The biggest roar of the afternoon is for Phillips getting his hand on the ball for the first time. And Ohashi can't give Blackburn an early advantage.
And there's still no goals. Great save. Easy out for him. Picks the right way. One of the best penalty. Captain Coyle. Come on, Coyle, lad.
Yeah, Coyle is going up. The captain leading by example. Involved in the last 6 cup matches for Hull City. And he is up first with a right foot to try and beat Toff in the Blackburn goal. Here he goes, Louis Coyle. Oh, and Blackburn make the save as well, this time to the right, and 2 hands on it. And it remains 0-0, Peter Swan.
There's still no goals. Like I said, that is very similar to their penalty. Other side, same height. You pick the right way, you're saving it. We'd save that if you're going the right way.
So, Bahaji, who was dropped from the starting 11 this afternoon, in that rotation of fitness, with his long sleeves and black gloves, is coming forward next.
Slow walk up, it's confident.
Yeah, normally when they're slower, that to me always signifies confidence. You've been across that white line, you would know, Peter Swan.
Yeah, I sprinted when I took mine.
Let's see what he does here. Right-footed one this, and it's saved again!
And still no goals! Oh my days. Have you brought back some form in the book for his goals or something? Great save that one. That was a half-decently taken penalty. Full stretch.
The barn door that's in front of that goal is wearing fluorescent yellow, and it's Dylan Phillips who's made the first 2 saves of the shootout. And Kyle Joseph will now go forward to try and put Hull City in pole position after 2 penalties each. He didn't take a penalty against Wrexham. Here he goes now. He was stuck off, right-footed, into the net.
There we go. There we go. Nice and easy. Keeper goes to the right this time. He slides it to the left-hand side.
1-0 Hull City then after 2 penalties. Statue-like the technical area of Blackburn Rovers at the moment. But the substitutes of Hull City now, arms on each other's shoulders. Louis Coyle just a trio of players along with Akintola and Egan coming out to clasp hands with Joseph as Hull City have an early advantage in the shootout. Gardner Hickman then is going to go next for Blackburn Rovers.
He's had a good game.
Most
straight run up.
It is a straight run up. Right-footed by nature. He may change course as Phillips behind his goal line. Can he make it 3 out of 3? No, is the answer. Gardner Hickman right-footed sends it into the left-hand corner, and temporarily at least, Blackburn about level at a goal apiece. As Gardner Hickman heads over to his goalkeeper to give him some encouragement, as McBurney now comes forward.
Come on, Ollie, lad. Come on.
Not really had much of a sniff in the game. His header, which was well saved by Toff. 7 goals in 9 cup games. He scored in the quarter-final against Blackburn, where he's a Sheffield United man. Can he tuck his penalty away to give Hull City that lead once again here at the midpoint of the shootout? Takes his run up back towards that 18-yard line and runs up, and it's very carefully done down the middle from Ollie McBurney. Ice in the veins. 2-1 Hull City after 3 penalties.
That's either a great penalty or a lucky penalty. I'm going to go for a great penalty. He's waiting for the keeper to move and just roll it down the middle, which takes a lot of doing. Split decision making as you're just making the last bit of contact with the ball. Sometimes, I think we asked him last time, did he keep the eye on the ball, the keeper? And he said he kept the eye on the ball. Obviously, criminal vision has seen it move that way, and he just strode it down the middle. Not much pace. Great penalty.
Our former City heroes up next, Sean McLaughlin. Now, he missed in Hull City's last FA Cup shootout back at Stevenage in round 2, which sent the League One club through. Now, left-footed, what will he do here? Up he steps, and he slammed it into the top left-hand corner. That's probably the pick of the bunch.
That was a great penalty. That 2 keepers that saving now.
Yeah.
Pace, bend, top corner, keeper got no way.
A left-footed centre-half of old for a left-footed centre-half of new, as Charlie Hughes is going forward now to take Hull City's 4th penalty. If he misses, we're effectively into sudden death immediately. But if he scores, Blackburn will then have to convert theirs to keep themselves in this FA Cup
He's not
shootout.
left-footed, by the way. Hughes.
I beg your pardon, right-footed he's going to strike. Here he comes, Hughes.
Oh.
I'm glad he hit it with his right foot, straight into the top right-hand corner. And now Blackburn have to score with their next kick. And Aidan Doherty is going to be the one, the youngster is coming forward.
McBurney clapping.
They're loving it at the moment. They have forced a smile at the moment. He's such a character.
He's winning.
Doherty.
Great penalty. The last 2 centre-halves just took him there. McLaughlin and Hughes. Best 2.
Now then,
Come on.
Doherty versus Phillips. Save 2. Doherty has to score to keep his team in the FA Cup. Up he steps, and he's done his job, sending it into the left-hand corner. So it rests with David Akintola. If he scores, Hull City ends their wait for a cup victory. If he misses, we go on in the shootout.
Did he take one at Wrexham?
I think he did. 5 from 5 in shootouts.
Yes.
And he's been involved in 8 shootouts in the past.
5 and 5?
5 and 5. Can he make it 6 in 6 to send Hull City through to the FA Cup 4th round? Right-footed, here he comes, Akintola! Sends Hull City on! The wait is finally over from a Hull City point of view. Akintola keeps his 100% record in shootouts, and he needed to, because the Tigers have defeated Blackburn. The managers shake hands, the players hug and embrace, and the 6,500 Hull City fans who are here today can finally celebrate a cup victory. 0-0 after 120 minutes, but in the shootout, it finished Hull City on top, winning 4 penalties to 3.
Yeah, we won the best 90 minutes, then the 30 minutes got a bit better, and then to top it all off, we had the excitement and we've gone through, so forget about the first 90 minutes. We got better as things went on, and now we're in the 4th round draw tomorrow, so let's hope we get a decent time for the fans. Whatever they all want, let's see what that brings on, but yeah, it's worth it in the end when it comes to all this, isn't it?
Yeah.
100%.
We had to wait a long, long time, but the excitement of spot kicks has gone the way of Hull City, who are through to the FA Cup 4th round. That draw speaks on to us tomorrow evening. They've won on penalties here, 4-3, James Overton.
Fletch, thank you very much. So, Swanee, after numerous attempts, finally, Hull City have won an FA Cup game, November 2020, the last time the Tigers won, and now can start thinking about the fourth round draw.
Of course they can, like I said, they love it. You see there how much it meant to the players when they all go and celebrate together. That's the important factor of it. They've given everything they've got. It's not been their day today. We haven't got the reward while we were playing. Things haven't worked out, but they stuck at it. They didn't get beat. If they had to go to the extra time, which they did, and try and nip one then, they nearly did. So then, when it's going all the way, have they got the composure to go and finish the job off in a different way? It's another different way of winning a game, and that's what we talked about this season. So the manager, I say, they're delighted. They've stuck together. They've kept the composure when needed to. Keepers made a couple of great saves, and like I say, they had much nothing to your game. But then he played a massive fine getting into the fourth round. So onwards and upwards, Jim.
Psychologically, it wasn't the greatest game, let's be honest with you, but from a team bonding perspective, to win the way they did, and obviously sad for Louis Coyle in missing his penalty, but does that help with a bit of team spirit, the fact they've kept in it all the way to the penalty shootout and won the penalty shootout?
Yeah, of course it does. Like saying, yeah, he didn't miss the penalty, but it's 8 players that misses that penalty. If one's missed, they all miss it. If one's scored, they all score it. And like I say, personally, he'll go over and think about that himself, but he's a stronger character. Like I say, he's the captain that stood up there and led by example. And I say, it was fine, a great game today. And it's like, they've gone through, so it doesn't matter who gets the goals to get them through. They've gone through, so as much as you look at who's missed and who's scored, the team's done that. They've hung in there long enough. Like I say, the chances have come. And the chances eventually came in the penalty shootout rather than in the game. We had the 2 best chances in 10 seconds. Didn't come on the way, but when it mattered at the end, they've got themselves at 4th round, which, like I say, I hope we get a great draw. That's what my fans want, isn't it? That's what it's all about.
Handshakes and some high fives as Dylan Phillips goes down the tunnel. There are question marks about him. Will we got to see more of him today? And ultimately, the scrutiny of the penalty shootout, can they be pleased with the way he stepped in free-handed today?
Yeah, like I said, they have nothing to do, did they, in the 90 minutes or in 20 minutes, but like I say, himself personally, near the end of the game, he'll be wanting to get to that penalty shot to prove what he can do. And I'm pleased with him, because he's had an opportunity. Otherwise, if that had been no penalty shot, I would have scored last minute. We never even mentioned it, because there's no to your game. But now, if his name comes to the forefront, that, yeah, he played his massive part in getting there. I see spot kick saves, whatever it is, to make a name for yourself. Thanks to that, I say, he's waited that long, he must have been frozen down there as much as us up here. So, like I say, keep his concentration, and like I say, make the saves when it matters. Good luck.
Any frustration in the fact that City, who have the more experienced side, Blackburn, as we know, made a number of changes, and obviously they have problems in terms of squad depth. So will there be any sense of frustration that City didn't kill them off in the regulation 90 minutes? We talked before the game, looking at the 2 teams, that City could have killed them off in the first half.
Should have. But like I say, game's not played on paper, is it? It's like, who's got the mental attitude right, and that's what it's all about when it comes to games like this. When you're going into it as favourites and expecting to go on and win the game easily, which people talk about, they're sometimes harder to win than other games. So it's getting everything right, and if things aren't going right in the game, which there wasn't, it's make sure you keep that back door shut and give yourself a chance, whether it's, like I say, going to extra time or to penalties, and keep yourself in it for as long as possible. That's what they did today. They got the rewards at the end of it. We was the better team, but we just couldn't create the opening that we needed to finish the game off in 90 minutes or 120.
John Wellington says that was the worst game of football I've seen. It kind of reflected the weather, didn't it, Swan?
Yes, very much so. Like I say, we're up here freezing, but we can see there the rain was coming down. Fair play to the 6,500 fans that turned up today for, like I said, for the FA Cup. Still mostly thinking halfway through what am I doing sitting here, but what they get at the end, excitement going on. Probably it's the first time they've probably seen a penalty shootout, and especially the first time they've seen us probably win the penalty shootout, so they'll be buzzing. It's something to talk about, and the good thing is they'll be all excited tomorrow night, waiting to see who they get in the next round.
Absolutely, and importantly, cash for the club as well. We know that the finances are tight with Hull City, so a welcome financial boost as well. Extra revenue that wouldn't have been planned for.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, football's all about the finances, isn't it? Especially us at the moment, the situation we're in. So anything, a bit of a bonus there, can help.
Swanee, we'll see you in round 4. Well, we'll see you at Southampton, to be fair, but yeah, we'll see you in round 4 as well. What do you fancy? Do you fancy Manchester City? Do you fancy Liverpool? Maybe Grimsby Town at Blundell Park? What do you fancy?
What do you fancy? I think Grimsby would be a good one, or the Macclesfield, or one of the low league teams. Let's get some of their grounds. And I said that I know the away fans love an away day and get together and have a sing-song. So that's either that or get a packed stadium here with one of the big boys.
We'll see who Grimsby Town and Hull City draw in the 4th round of the FA Cup. The draw is tomorrow evening. We'll have the latest with me between 6 and 7 o'clock here on BBC Radio Humberside. Reaction, of course, to this game on breakfast when you wake up tomorrow morning from 6 o'clock with Kofi Smiles and the team. James will speak to Sergei Kirovich. You'll hear that interview on BBC Sound. So if you're already subscribed to our dedicated Hull City channel on BBC Sound, you'll get a push notification shortly as soon as we've spoken to Sergei Kirovich. You can hear from him first. We'll get his take on the penalty shootout, the victory, and of course passage to the 4th round of the FA Cup, along with any issues around injuries. We know Matt Crooks, of course, didn't play this game and was removed from the team sheet after being injured in the warm-up. We'll get more reaction to those kinds of things as well. Keep your eyes on BBC Sounds and your push notifications for the latest on that. More on breakfast in the morning and with me tomorrow evening from 6 o'clock. Thank you very much for your company here on BBC Radio Humberside. Dr. Adebayo with you from 6 o'clock this evening, all the day's talking points. But right now, it's the Make a Difference show with Gabby Ross.
Staying consistent, and that's really where they need to be all the way through, because at the end of it all, you're in all the competitions, it comes down to 1 or 2 games.
You enjoy watching Arsenal? I think 3 of the goals came from corners today.
Yeah, I enjoy watching different teams go in different ways, which is sometimes more difficult than it is to say, because I don't think players get away now. But I like Arsenal, I like the threats they've got, I like the way they play football. They've definitely got skills about them that they have in the day. We talked about it with Man United, the battles we used to have, both me myself as a player here, down there, but also as a coach. You know, you have to win your battles in the dugout sometimes as well. But Man United Arsenal was a pretty big fixture. And Arsenal have found out there. I think we've found out with these 20 players. And it's up to them. It's up to them to win it.
The biggest battle you had in the dugout was with Balloon, wasn't it?
Yeah, that damn balloon, yeah. It annoyed me. It annoyed me for about 10 minutes. And it had to end the way it did. I honestly thought I lost my job that day.
For those that don't know, Mike Bean was popular in right around the dugout, and to say it's surprise, Alex Ferguson.
Yeah, that would be it. Made no sense to you, man, to be honest. You know what I mean? You don't have any sense of humour in this game.
Did he swear at you?
A little bit.
You deserve it, I'm absolutely sure.
It's nothing I've done before.
We went from Atlanta, so let's hit from John Mousinho, the Portsmouth manager. They took the lead after just 3 minutes. They now conceded 9 goals in 2 games. Speaking of Talksport's chief crowd after the game, the Pompey manager was keen to focus on the positives.
There's a lot of pride in that performance. There's loads of things we need to do better, but for large parts of the game, I thought we went toe to toe with what I think are the best side in the world for a minute. I know they made changes, but I still think they've got bags of quality everywhere. And yeah, I think against an extremely good Arsenal side, we put ourselves really well. So we're disappointed with the set piece goals in particular, but overall, I thought, apart from the injuries, we picked up a really good afternoon.
Is there an element of what might have been bearing in mind that it was defensive deficiencies from corners and the same error being repeated that is ultimately under?
I think so. I think that if we, Arsenal are very, very good at extended set plays. The delivery is excellent, the aggression is very good. We just didn't match that. We didn't match the aggression. That was the disappointment. And whether it's against Arsenal, Sheffield Wednesday next week, whoever we're playing in the Championship as well, we have to be a lot better at that.
John Mousinho, the Pompey manager, that just got pointed on the relegation zone behind the Norwich, are getting better worrying times for Pompey. They put up a fight, and they got well beaten in the end of the FA Cup. Mike Bean as well as Old Trafford. Wait for the team to come out for the second half. Brighton lead by a goal to none. I'm intrigued by the fact that sitting together in this stadium for this game, Mike, and they're all next to each other. Sir Alex Ferguson, Paul Scholes, and Nicky Butt. Does that in itself put pressure on Darren Fletcher, pressure on the players, maybe?
No. I think they're here to do what they do, and that is to support Manchester United. They're here to watch a game. They're here to try and understand. I mean, they talk a lot, Paul Scholes is in, but and every other ex-player about Manchester United. But I think they're here to enjoy the game. They want to see a Manchester United performance. And I think just being in the company of Sir Alex is something they haven't done for a long time. And myself included. I haven't spoken to him for a numerous amount of time now. I feel a bit guilty about that. But I think it's important that you see these characters, you see these players here. This is the history of the football club, and I think we can only embrace that as much as we possibly can.
Well, the players come out for the second half, and it's a second half that Manchester United players simply have to embrace. Final word with Majestic and Alan Pardew at 6:30 on TalkSport, taking your FA Cup calls. Pardew was on TalkSport's commentary of Spurs 1 Villa 2 last night. I listened to it, and his reading of the game absolutely spot on. It was incredible. He's predicted what was going to happen, and it did. It was a great listen, and you can speak to Alan Pardew, Majestic, after this game is done. Make a note of the number, 3717 223344. Man United 0, Brighton 1. Second half, live exclusive, and only on TalkSport with FA Cup winner with United. Mike Phelan alongside Mark Wilson.
Cheers, Adrian. Over 73,000 packed in at Old Trafford. Majority of them wondering if Manchester United are going to turn this around as the second half gets underway. No changes at the break. United attacking the Stretford end as they like to do second half here. Long ball forward. They well find Gallo down by the goal line. Can he put a cross in? He does, but there's nobody at the far post. It probably was over him anyway. Seni and Lance, the goalkeeper. Gallo, Yoro, Martinez, and Dorgu, the back four. They know the Garte holding with Cunha, Fernandez, and Matt. I bet you Chesko leads the line. But Bright stealing goal, Hinchwood, Bashaki, Coppola, and Dublin at the back. Ruda and Gross with Gomez, Rutan, Canning, Danny Welbeck leads the Brighton line. Now we're underway, and Manchester United looking to build on what was a promising first half, Mike, but maybe need to create more clear-cut chances.
Yeah, they need to be better in the final third and the execution in the final third. But they've had the majority of football, just as much as Brighton. Brighton took the opportunity when it came. United haven't. But we're starting where both teams have just come out of the dressing room. They're just waiting for the game to get going. But we're already, Manchester United are in the ascension and free kick.
Yeah, so on the right side of the penalty area, about 35 yards out from goal. They're just going to go over and take it. It's going to swing this one in front again, trying to hold a high line. 18-yard line is their marker. Steele waits in goal. Steele was busy first half, but good. Bright looking for an equaliser. Manchester United looking for an equaliser here. Is the ball going to be swung in front of that Stretford end? Fernandez, right-footed, will whip the ball towards the far post, and the keeper was straight down his throat. That wasn't good from Bruno.
No, he's tried to wrap his foot around that a little bit more than he has done, and he's put it far too close to the goalkeeper.
Well, Steele is rolling his foot over the ball on his own 6-yard line. Eventually finds a pass out wide over on the Brighton left, but Manchester United won it back midway side the Brighton half. Promising start here for United, but then they give it away. And Welbeck as well to win it and then hold on to it the second time, and they'll go back to Steele, who's in the pressure from Chesko with a nice little pass flying to Blackburn in the corner of the area, and they'll look to work out from the back. They will play forward, giving away. Mainu has it now. This has been better from Manchester United, certainly pressing hard up the field, and they're earning the rewards of it now. Martinez will feed it wide. Here's Dorgu. He's seen a lot of it on the Manchester United left. Plays a lovely ball for Cunha into the area. Drives it across goal, and it's put behind at the near post by Coppola for a corner. Really good start for Manchester United.
A good start, yeah. And again, looking back to the first half, that run by Cunha inside of Veltman has caused a lot of problems. I think that's an area to exploit.
Corner there for Manchester United, but will be this delayed. He's got 2 balls on the field, so Fernandez just kicks one away and they'll walk back, looking to swing this one into the penalty area then. Can Manchester United conjure up an equaliser here at Old Trafford? Ball whipped in towards the 6-yard box, it's headed away by Brighton, And again towards Dorgu, 25 yards out, heads it across. A crossfield switch is a pull on the Valtteri. He couldn't keep it under control and it's out for a throw to Brighton.
Yeah, Manchester United let Brighton off the hook there. They had the ball, they were in possession. Just a poor pass that goes out of play.
Yeah, well, they got it back. Not quite incessant pressure, but the pressure's building. Here's Dorgu, look to try and go down the touchline. Mainu gets it back for Manchester United. Just a second start for him. You know what the future is for Mainu. Here's Lisandro Martinez, who gets it away back to Mainu. Brighton trying to just push forward but not committing. Here's Ugarte on the half turn. Finds Bruno Fernandes. He looks for a ball towards the far post. Dallow was arriving in the ball for Cunha here. 25 yards out. Couldn't hit it with his right. Beat it wide to the right side. Ball pulled back. Was looking for Mount. It deflects off a Brighton defender and steals. First to react. Still Manchester United, no Brighton.
Again, just that final thing, that selection. You know, at the moment they're looking at cutbacks. Why not just fizz one across the 6-yard box now and again and see whether the opportunity arises, not just from a Man United player getting in the box, but maybe a Brighton defender making a mistake.
Yeah, we've already lost 5 Premier League sides. We're going to lose a 6 in the third round. Well, these two won't be in the draw tomorrow night. You'll hear it live on TalkSport. All part of our coverage of Liverpool Barnsley. As Manchester United look to switch side, Mainu's pass just over him. But again, the idea was right, but it was just over him now for a throwing right.
You talked about Mainu there. And what the future holds for Manu. Well, the future holds whatever Manu wants to do with it. You know, he's got the shirt on. He's out there on the field, so hopefully he makes wise decisions and wants to be part of this football club.
Obviously, transfer window open. We've got the likes of Alex Crook and Ben Jacobs throughout it on the TalkSport network and of course on the TalkSport website, talksport.com. Here 1-0 Brighton lead. Here now is a chance for Bruno. Returns, and if he looks up, he's got support runners winning either side. Well back to the right, or feeding to the left-hand side. Carrying up loose. Support players arriving. Rutter wanted to shoot. He got taken off his bootlace. His shot comes in. Falls to Hitchell. Well, his shot is blocked away. And Brighton's little flurry comes up to nothing in the end as United play their way out of Gallo now. The game again opening up and United roll forward but then turn it over. And now a chance on the right. Rutter trying to get in behind Martinez. Cushions the header back. Nice header back. And Lamont has it. United will build again.
Again, a lot going on there. You know, it's 1 minute, one team in possession and then they give it away to another. It's pretty end to end and high pressure, big stakes.
There's Cunha as well to keep it in. Stopped over a little bit short there. Dorgu did really well to retain that. Right by the corner flag, he's got down. Fans wanted a free kick. He wanted a free kick. Cunha wants a free kick. Finally, Manchester United do get a free kick.
I think the crowd got that free kick. They definitely could settle, not just on the first attempt at the foul, but certainly on the second and the third attempt they got what they wanted.
12 yards out from goal. It's right on the left touchline. Manchester United attacking the Stretford end. The way to our left here. It's third round FA Cup action live and exclusive on TalkSport. Tuesday and Wednesday it's Carabao Cup action live on TalkSport. Semi-finals Newcastle against Manchester City on Tuesday. Chelsea Arsenal on Wednesday night. But here Manchester United have got a chance. Fernandes looks to swinging the ball from the left with his right foot. He curled it towards that far post. Plenty of blue and white shirts. Back ball whipped in viciously. Took a deflection. And in the end it went just over the corner of the goal and behind for a goal kick. Brighton still lead 1-1.
Yeah, again, you know, just a little bit of variation there. You know, instead of it being into the second post, it's gone near post but with taste. So players have to react, particularly, you know, forwards have to react. If they're on the front foot, they're quicker than the defenders.
Here's Steele, who slips as he played it up, but he still finds Feltman, who helps it on, and there's a chance here down the right side. Gruber, the goal scorer, has it. Then all the edge of the penalty area. If Dorgu fouled him, he did. Right on the corner of the box, and it looked like Manchester United had that situation under control, and Dorgu gives away a simple foul.
Yeah, foul is not really need to commit there. You know, Martinez has come across, he's closed out the space. There's nowhere other than back that the aim can go. Sticks a leg out, takes the foul. In what is a similar situation to what Man United had just seconds away at the other end.
And the Brighton second goal here really does change this. They lead by a goal to nil. But at the moment it's open. Should Brighton get a second? that it could cause panic stations for the home faithful here. Ball being placed by Gruder. Is he going to whip it in left-footed? It's on the right-hand side of the penalty area.
One opportunity for Gruder just to put it to the keeper's left here. There's a nice little back there if he gets pace on it.
There is.
I don't think he's going to have the courage to do that.
Well, let's find out. He's stood over it now. He is going to drive it in low. It flicks over. It falls to the far post and it's ballooned over. At the far post, that was half a chance for Brighton. And they snatch it in. It's a chance for Beltman when he blazes over the top.
Yeah, it's a wild shot. A little bit more composure there, and he's probably could have taken a touch and put it on the target. But he snatched it in. Must have been right as Man United.
Production of the games are coming thick and fast across the TalkSport network. They don't come much bigger than the Manchester derby over here Saturday lunchtime on TalkSport. United against City. Freshman Chowdhury sat out to face and Stuart Pearce, that team here. All the build up from 11 as now Manchester United break up towards halfway. They still trail by a goal to nil. 9 going second half. Here's Cunha. He's lost it, but then wins it back and drives forward. He went crunching into a tackle. The referee will blow the whistle. He managed to stay on his feet there, mate. Look what he knows. He was going to overrun it and lunge in. He didn't, but it was still a free kick.
Yeah, the ball was spinning away all the time right across the field there. He went chasing it. He was never really favourite to get there. Well, good decision. And it's a fair decision. No yellow card. Let the game roll on.
Free kick for Brighton, just their side of the halfway line here. Still only the one goal, but certainly the promise of more. Brighton looking to progress past Manchester United in the FA Cup for the first time in their history. Here now is Gomez, turns and drives, finds Welbeck. Welbeck opens up his body, gives it now to Rotter. He finds Gruder into the area, right side onto his left foot, looking for a shot, can't get a shot away, gets it to Hitchellwood. And the offside, Beltman was offside, he couldn't get back quick enough. The idea was right, but Beltman was always retreating from an offside position, and the flag goes up to save United.
Yeah, wrong decision really. I think they could have maintained possession rather than make that pass. There's a danger here, you know, with Gruder. Gruder's very, very comfortable at going 1v1. He's very comfortable at dragging that ball outside to the weak side, and he's causing a few issues here.
So here is all with Manchester United in their own half. Martinez has it. And again, the right man from Mainu. Right, blue and white shirts pushing forward. Lovely turn from Fernandez, but he didn't find his man. It's intercepted by Kenny Robert, right again when it out the field. All on right left, attacking again. Well vested. Rotera holding high positions, but Brighton happy just to hold on to it. He's Hitchellwood again, looks for the crossfield switch, looking for Gruder, and Gruder just couldn't quite take it. Dorby was blinked in the air by the ball. Gruder acknowledges the pass, but he couldn't keep it for Manchester.
Gruder kept great width there, really good width. He allowed the play to be building in the centre of midfield, but he knew that that switch was there. And it was a beautiful little pass, just a little bit heavy.
It was a little flick towards his own goal by Dorgu. Puts Martinez under a bit of pressure. He finds Cunha. Cunha's header will be intercepted by Beltman. They're pushing and shoving. Not really happy to let play go on. Manchester United have it on their left touchline. It's all a bit tight and tense at the minute. Nice turn, or it looked a nice turn from Cunha, but Agate eventually bundles over Brighton. It's getting a bit scrappy at the moment.
It is getting a bit scrappy. They're just trying to play those little one-touch passes, which is a skill in itself. But I think sometimes just take that touch, take the touch, and the pass complete in the second.
Right. Leading by a goal to nil. Manchester United that might feel them with us today. Here now is a chance for Gomez. He can hit the full distance, and he went for the almost no-look pass and passed it straight to the red shirt. Well, that's why he had a hat-trick in the League Cup early in the year. 3 great goals. Here now is a chance. Rotter has it. Feeds it wide to Gruder. Gruder on his left foot again. Looking to shoot. Gets the shot away. Balls through bodies. They wanted a corner. Referees having none of it. It's a goal kick Manchester United.
Wilbur did well there. I think he's realised, you know, that he wants to look as though he's going outside, but then he comes in. He stood his ground. Stood his ground really well. The only problem Wilbur would have is if they get the overlap. If they get the overlap on the ball, then he's in trouble.
Managed to do that second half. They did it well first half, and it led to the goal. But nothing since that Gruder goal in 12 minutes. You can listen to the Talksport breakfast show tomorrow, just selling Ali McCoy's Monday 6 a.m. if you want to get involved with that, or fancy something different on your morning commute, you check out the Chris Evans breakfast show at 6:30 on Virgin Radio. If you've got the Talksport app, you can swipe between all our stations. As Cunningham puts in a nice looking ball towards the far post, but nobody attacking it, and Steele dives on it gratefully at the far post.
Steele did well there actually, because I'm sure at one point he was a little bit unsighted, so the defenders come across it and then left it at the last minute. His concentration was excellent.
Was indeed. Brighton coming forward again. Next goal, it goes without saying, is crucial. If Manchester United can level it up, then we could be in for extra time and penalties. If Brighton can get it, and they'll be heading for the fourth round for the 15th time in the last 17 campaigns.
United just need to get back onto that sort of attempt on goal again, like they had in the first half, which then gets a reaction from the supporters, from the crowd, going towards the Stretford end. It sort of sucks the ball towards goal, you know, and I think that's really important for United to get those attempts again.
Pruden did really well there up against Dorgu, and now Brighton are looking to launch a counter, and if Welbeck had seen just over his shoulder, there were Brighton players advancing down their right, but Manchester United winning back. Here's Dorgu, he's gone without it, and Brighton will look to break again. Welbeck will bring it under control. Rutan made a good run forward. Welbeck holds it up, and now cuts in field. That's a nice run. He's holding up Mainu, he's still going, and goes down. That'll be a free kick.
He's strong there, Welbeck.
Danny Welbeck did really well. He draws a yellow card for Kobe Mainu. He showed his experience there.
He actually showed his development, because I remember him as that little skinny kid at 8 years of age. Suddenly now he's a man. He's mature, a bit size of it, but he definitely had the strength there to keep everybody up there.
How impressed have you been with the form of Welbeck? He's getting towards the latter stage of his career.
I must admit, I was surprised when United let Welbeck go. I know it came in under a different manager, a different time, but I always thought that Welbeck was a Manchester United player.
Well, he's got an opposition here. We're looking to put one in the back of the Manchester United net. Ruder gets it away. They're playing towards the edge of the box here. Cross feeds it wide. They're looking to get the overlap. Couldn't get well their foot in, but Brighton retain possession. Here's Pascal Gross now. He loves a goal against Manchester United. He's not going to shoot this time. They'll work it out. Now they've got a chance to cross. Ball slips down the line here, and a chance to pull it back. Gross, big chance here. Ball cleared away from the 6-yard line. It was a foul on Mount, who got his body just in the way in the nick of time. But again, it's a well-constructed Brighton move.
Yeah, definitely. But Brighton have a little bit more imagination. They've definitely got the imagination around the box. They're very patient. They wait for it. But when they trigger, they go. They go. But Mount did exceptional there, by the way, just to keep the concentration and follow his man in there. Took a knock for it, but that's what you're going to do.
Now gone, and we are about to see a United change. You can see that Joshua Zirkzee is stripped and ready to go. Darren Fletcher is going to make a double change here. We're going to say Shea Lacey as well, who was impressive at Burnley in midweek. Yet to start again for Manchester United, but highly regarded, and United have gone offside. I think
maybe Kuna will come out. A little bit like he did at Burnley. The kid did make an impression, and when he hit the crossbar with his first touch, it's a wonderful move. What's Mainu's coming out.
So Mainu will come off for Zirkzee. Lacey will come on as well for Manchester United. It's a lot of confirmation of that. It is going to be Mason Mount. Mike Field, what we made of Kobe Mainu on his 52nd start of the season?
I think he's been good. You know what I mean? He's taken the ball. He's obviously looked after himself and he's been out of the picture a while. All the talk to be prepared and ready to play. And I think he's took that opportunity. Okay, he may be running out of a bit of gas now, and that may be the reason for the change. But it's good. It's good. He's back in the frame. He's looked at the game again, and hopefully he's looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, well, Manchester United are hoping that the changes will pay dividends. They trail by a goal to nil here. Remember, they went out in their opening League Cup tie. They don't want to go out in their opening FA Cup tie, but they are behind here. But time is ticking away from Darren Fletcher and Manchester United. All played out by Brighton over on halfway. They've got it. And now they'll bring it out from the back with Pascal Gross. Well, you wouldn't know he just rejoined the club, Mike. He's fit like a hand in glove, hasn't he?
Yeah, he understands exactly what Brighton are all about. He's been there long enough, he's been successful before with them. So, yeah, he has instructed him well.
Yeah, so Garte does well under pressure. Finds Fernandes, who now looks to drive Manchester United forward. Here's Mateus Cunha. He's got The overlapping Dorgu. He uses him as a decoy into the box, weaving his way through. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, Brighton snatched it away from him. And Brighton now look to break. Welbeck has it, far side of the centre circle, lays it back, Kariaplu will lay it out, and now they'll look for the ball back in field towards Gomez, who takes it beautifully on his chest, and now Brighton are advancing forward down their left-hand side. There's a real structure about Brighton, even in transition, Mark, they know the plan.
Well, the body position is good to receive the ball. The body position suggests that it's attacking. You know, it's not on the back foot or on the front foot, so you receive it in a good position, good awareness to travel forward. I think that creates problems. United, again, coming out just terrific, really turns, drives forward, got to pull the trigger. You know, fearful of too many touches.
Still 1-0, as the ball played forward, Ruger is onside, he has it 25 yards out, he feeds it into Welbeck, left foot, smashes it in the top corner, and the former Manchester United man, Danny Welbeck, might just have knocked Manchester United out of the FA Cup. It's a clinical finish, high into the roof of Lannister. It's Manchester United 0, Brighton 2.
I think what we see there is exactly what I talked about a few seconds ago. He's Manchester United forward. He's literally created something out of nothing. He's got himself in space, he's turned, he's looked forward, and he's been so aggressive in that finishing that there was only one thing he could do, and that was break the net. The disappointment really from a Man United perspective is where are they in position to defend their goal? Because Danny has received it, he's turned, he's travelled, and then he's shot, and nobody has put him under pressure at all.
It's a great finish, it's right in the top corner. Keeper had no chance. Clinical from Welbeck, whose wonderful season and wonderful form continues. Thomas Tuchel may well have a decision to make when it comes to Danny Welbeck, but that was pretty much unsavable. And Brighton do double their advantage. And now things are getting desperate at Old Trafford. We trail by 2 and the damage could be about to get worse. They turn it over inside their own half. With a pass that found Gomez, he couldn't control it. And now United will look to break, imperative for the team in red, white and black score next. And they might get a chance here. It's going down. Great save still. Low over the flag and got on it. Wouldn't have counted, but it was a good effort from Chesko. It was an even better save from Steele. Still 2-0 to Brighton.
Again, positive running. Yes, offside, but positive running. As long as that pass gets there, that's important. That they recognise the pass, they recognise the run. Fractionally offside. It's positive. It's positive.
It is indeed. You are listening to TalkSport. We'd like to welcome our listeners across North America on Sirius XM-SC. FA Cup action live on the TalkSport network around the world. And it is 2-0 to Brighton. They were looking for a third goal here. And Brighton now have got a comfort blanket. It'll be interesting now, Mike. Do they change tactics or do they keep playing on the play?
I was just thinking the same thing. You know, do they as some teams do? Oh, he's just missed off the top one. Look at him.
Just go 1-0 halfway. Had Dorgu outside him. He went the other way.
You know, sometimes, you know, managers in the past have always said 2-0 is not the best position to be in with minutes to play. We've got a lot of minutes to play. But just watching it, Brighton still seem to be pretty active. They want to go forward. United have to force the game that way. Have to make something happen. And Brighton don't have to.
Oh, now Dorgu. Well, he goes down in the box. Gruner tells him to get up. There maybe was a hand on his back, but Simon Hooper gives the decision in front of the Stretford end that it's the goal kick.
Yeah, big decision that one. Big decision from the referee. Compliments to the referee in a way that he made it. But it probably wasn't enough for the alternative.
2-0 here. Right, quick on the other foot. What can Darren Fletcher do for Manchester United?
Yeah, well, that's why you're on the touchline. That's why you stood up there.
It's Gruner looking to break him behind, and he's got Welbeck with him. He'll play instead. He was looking for a turn, just underhit him. I think the problem for me, Mark, that Manchester United have got now is Brighton love to play on the break, and the more United go after it, the more...
Again, that's what we talked about before. You know, if United over-express themselves now, Brighton will punish them. But again, United have to do something because they haven't done so long.
Yeah, all halfway. Fabian Hurtzler is bouncing him down a bit into his technical area, trying to move his team around. They lead by 2-0. Gruner with a well-taken goal first half. Welbeck with a great finish in the second half to give Brighton the 2-0 lead here. Manchester United are running out of time. If they can get one back here as they get down the right, they put it across. Let's go with the headers, put it wide.
I was positive from the young kid Shea Lacey. He showed that at Burnley, the game before. He has got the courage to take people on. He has got the courage to put the ball in box. Sesko again, he's on the end of it. Probably should have hit the target there.
He feels he's got to work the goalkeeper. He got up high, but he headed it past the far post. And it remains 2-0. And that's a beautiful pass. Finds Gomez on the half turn, on half line. And Brighton are just starting to express themselves a little bit here at Old Trafford. They won through their last 4 meetings here. That was a risky pass though. Gomez can't retain possession, and now here goes Lacey, the diminutive, highly skilled youngster. Looks for it back, edge of the area, right hand side, trying to nutmeg his man, goes past one. He might be little, but he's got a bit of strength about him. And the ball is hooked away, and it's picked up over on the far side, and forward come United again with Euro. Martinez has it. You get the feeling if they can get one here with 21 left, it is certainly game on again.
Yeah, definitely. You can feel the atmosphere when Shea Lacey gets the ball. They react to that.
They do. Xerxes gives chase to a ball, can't get on the end of it. Brighton play their way up from inside their own half. They're looking towards Gruber on the near side. Dorgu's all over him, but he's given away a foul. He didn't need to do that. Brighton were isolated there, and Dorgu just lets the pressure valve off here. And the quickly taken free kick is too quick. Inside Hooper says, let's do it all again. Manchester United 0, Brighton 2.
Yeah, really interesting moment now in this sort of 70th minute of this game. What both managers, both members of staff are going to do to try and win this game. I don't think it's over. I still think there's a goal yet. It's just depends who gets it.
Yeah, like this, running a bit of time off the clock, messing around at the free kick. Rotel will head in field. He's dispossessed though. Here's Cunha. Sesko makes a good run in front of him. Cunha just had to hang on. Waits for Dorgu to arrive. Left hand side of the penalty area now. Looks to whip in the ball towards the far post. Headed away. Who's going to get on the end of it? It'll be Gomez. He heads it clear. And the ball towards the centre circle. Manchester United have it. They trail by 2, but they're starting to push Brighton further and further back now. Can Manchester United roll back the years and produce a great comeback in front of the Stretford end? Here's Lacey under his left foot. Later to Fernandez. Pulled towards Dorgu at the far post. Good header from Gruder. Facing his own goal. Heads it away. It's picked up by Manchester United. Down by the corner flag. Ugarte tried to win the corner. They're going to throw it instead.
Yeah, good intensity from Manchester United. They want to keep Brighton in their own half. They're not allowing them to breathe when they're in possession of the ball. But they need to make this count. They need to make this moment count, get the goal, and then we've got a real game on our hands.
They will do. They have it with on the left. Lisandro Martinez, he's not really got anywhere to go, and he's lost possession. That'll be a throw to Brighton. They wanted to take it quickly. Already in the FA Cup this afternoon, Leeds won at Derby. Arsenal beat Portsmouth. Both beat Blackburn on penalties. Norwich stumped Walsall 5-1. And Mansfield provided another upset, beating Sheffield United 4-3 at Bramall Lane. And West Brom went through, having drawn 2-2 at Swansea to win 6-5 on penalties. West Ham needed extra time to beat Queen's Park Rangers. And here, Brighton lead by 2-0. Up in Scotland, Rangers in front. Last we heard, we'll confirm that in a moment. Ball back in the Manchester United half. Lenny Euro has to go back to his keeper, Blackburn, who's gets it away left footed towards Sesko, who got the second ball. Can he control it? No, he can't. Taken off his feet by the shadow, and here now a chance. Lacey got a chance to run at some balls on shirts. He's coming inside, but he went without it. Good defending there. Really good defending. Welbeck holds on to it. And the ball played forward to Gruder, who's looking to turn and launch a counter. Finds Welbeck. Welbeck's pass eventually finds its man. But they're so good at holding the ball upright whenever they get the chance. And they have it again on halfway. A 2-goal cushion at the moment. Well, back to Lamont. Manchester United are getting desperate now. All forwards to nobody. And Brighton will bring it forward again. They look comfortable, Mike, at 2-0.
Yeah, they make the passes count, don't they? They're very comfortable at taking the ball. They're moving the ball well. And they get into the opposition's half really, really quickly. The transition is very good.
Well, Dorgu's down holding his face. Ball comes to the edge of the box, and there's a shot there from distance, and he's over the top. That was from Flirty Kenny up with, and he'll do the high. The Rovers guy, I think he's just walking over to the physio as he looks, maybe just to get a little bit of fluid on the board. Latest in Scotland, Aberdeen Rangers, well, we got Rangers got second. That was ruled out by VAR, but crucially, they are still in front of north of the border. And Hearts early on beat Dundee, despite being down to 10 by a goal to nil. Here's Xerxes. You might have wanted 12. There's Xerxes. The referee blows for a free kick on Pina. And Manchester United have it with 16 and a half remaining. You like an exclusive on TalkSport. And now here is Lacey again. Puts it onto his left foot. Fernandez whips the ball into the far post. It's headed away. Up in the air. Hover and kicked and turned. It was a dog who actually got sort of on it. But he went straight to the keeper's steal. Still 2-0.
Takes some doing when you watch that, eh? Off the ground, he's doing a great flexibility.
On the edge of the Brighton area. Ashwood under pressure, gets it back to his keeper, plays it forward. Here now, Dello. Got some great chances. One in the first couple of minutes, he was one-on-one with the keeper. How this cup time may have changed, and that's on him. It's put some babies for Manchester United at the moment. We're facing elimination at the third round for just the third time in 41 FA Cup campaigns. Brighton in control at the moment, but a goal would change everything here. That's a nice ball, Xerxes onside. Richards waiting in the middle, tracked it by Gallo. And it's cleared away by Brighton, and anywhere will do now.
Yeah, you know, we talked about the fullback, it's like cemented in their heads, the fullback, like put it in that 6-yard area. Make them have to work to defend it. Make runs into the dangerous area. Just that final detail.
Right play down now, the fans, I think, acknowledging that maybe Brighton are just starting to work things here, work the clock. There could be a change coming actually for Brighton. We're just awaiting confirmation of that, but they could do a change. There is activity, in fact 3 of them I can see now. The Toma, who got the goal at Manchester City in midweek, he is about to come on. And I think as well, Paul Van Heck is another one of those about to come into the action. But the one thing that Ursula did today, Mike, he made changes, but 5 of the 6 that he left out were all off the bench, so he was prepared if he had to use the full squad.
Yeah, I think his game plan was to get to a certain point, be that, I'm sure he wasn't too 2-0 in front, but certainly to be in the game at his present time, 75 minutes, so he could refresh it a little bit. So it looks as though his game plan is working. He's working to the extent that he can freshen it all, bring new players on, to carry on what they've already been doing.
Yeah, well, it's Yasin Ayari who's the third Brighton player up and ready, so the changes are made. Gomez, he makes way, and that's for Jan-Paul Van Heck. Gomez, he goes off, he's played well in the heart of that midfield. Another change coming, Joe Buckman, he makes way. That will be for Yasin Ayari, so Buckman, he goes off, and the third and final change will be Caro Matona, and he will be coming on in place of Danny Welbeck, whose goal at the moment is rubber stamping Brighton's place in the FA Cup fourth-round. And he's not going to rush Danny Welbeck to come off the field, and this may hurt the crowd. He's giving Jason Steele the captain's arm, and Steele says, no, I don't want it. I think the referee said, come on, Danny, you can sort that out on your way off. He's doing the tour, he's doing the guided tour, isn't he, Mike, here?
Yeah, he's got to fasten it on. I think Danny's arm is a little bit bigger than the one he's just passed it on to. I think Danny's had an exceptional game. He's been a threat, he's been a menace, he's got a goal. He should have had 2, but he's getting that a great applause from the fans, and he's just really deserved.
Would you take him to the World Cup if you were Thomas Tuchel?
Oh, wow, what a question. I think it's great for Thomas Tuchel to have all the options available to him, and he certainly would not disappoint anybody if he was out there in the US.
Yeah. Watkins, of course, is starting to find a bit of a form at Villa, so good conundrums for the England boss to have. Will be at the World Cup every game live on the TalkSport network in the summer from the States and beyond. As Manchester United trailing 2-0, cut forward now, crossing to a dangerous area. Van Heck's first touch is to clear the ball off his own 6-yard line. He's headed back in. There are blue shirts behind him. They'll hook it away here. And Manchester United are running out of time here. The ball from Martinez is out. Rangers are now 2-0 up. Another from James Taylor here. Rangers looking like another crucial 3 points as they chase down the leaders' hearts. It's the three-way go in Scotland. Not often have we been able to say that. Manchester United respond with changes of their own. Casemiro and Harry Maguire coming up. Now, you made the point at half-time. At what point will we see Harry Maguire playing up front? We might reach that point, Mark.
I think that's something that's probably in the mind. You know, he will be available for set pieces, and he will be a threat. That's definite. Casemiro probably is just going to sit in there now and allow hopefully Bruno and the forwards to get more forward.
Yeah, so Casemiro is on. He comes on into the action for Ugarte. And Maguire comes on for Lisandro.
The referee has just penalised the Brighton manager and therefore encroaching into the technical area. Which just seems a little bit trivial in a game like this.
Yeah, it's not got to be the back temper. Ball from that wide. Showlace got him in a room. The rain comes down. It's a miserable old day at the moment in Manchester. And it's even more miserable if you're a Manchester United fan. They're 2-0 down. They're giving the ball away again. And now the ball played forward. And Brighton have it. And they play it forward inside the United half. Everybody wants it, but they're giving it away. Xerxes, well, he was going to win it back to Luxembourg. Chops him down. That's a free kick in the centre circle. Manchester United take it quickly.
They need to keep the momentum. Manchester United, they cannot afford to slow this game down. They've got to pass the ball. They've got to run harder again. They've got to find a way of being transitional in Brighton's half. And they've got to be better on the final ball. Got to be better on the final ball.
Here's Lacey goes to his shot. It just lands on the roof of the net. Casemiro just stopped him for it beautifully on the edge of the area. Left-footed curling effort, but it just landed the wrong side of the crossbar. So 2-0.
Again, positivity coming from, you know, probably the least expected one on the football field. The young kid, no fear. Let's go for goal. Cuts inside. Lovely that shot. And just fractions away from the top right-hand corner.
Well, the good news for Manchester United is that Ahmad and Brian Mbeumo will be back from African Cup of Nations duty. They'll be back for Saturday's big derby, Manchester City, live here on TalkSport, exclusively live on the TalkSport network next Saturday, all day up from 11. Rashford Chowdhury standing out to face and Stuart Pearce. Here's Dorgu invited over halfway, and he heads up towards the right penalty area. Cunha peels up to the left. Šeško waits arm aloft in the D on the edge of the penalty box. They've not really tested out Steele too often in this second half. He made a couple of really big saves first half. They go to Fernandes, they go to Mann. He tries to find Xerxes. Francesco first time and goes straight at Steele.
That's a good effort. One thing in his mind now is control and shoot. Backwards to the play and took the shot. That's encouraging.
They're trying to press high up the field, Manchester United. Brighton are trying to fly out from the back. They lead 2-0. Goals from Gruder and Danny Welbeck. The second unsavable. Ball into Xerxes. Gruder turn on his left foot. Breaks from Cunha. Cunha's spot by Van Hecht. They're racing out Brighton here, but Manchester United have got a chance now. They have a chance to put the ball in. Casemiro tried to find Dallon. I mean, you made the point earlier, Mike. Sometimes you just got to put the ball in the box and see what happens.
Yeah, it's just that selection, a little bit more that you need. And maybe just create a little bit more time for yourself. Take a touch. Everything at the moment when they're around the box has been one touch. But sometimes that can be too quick. And I think in that case, Casemiro's tried to be positive, but it's in the air. It's in the air, it doesn't need to be.
Manchester United fans, I'm sure, around the world listening in here as Maguire clears the ball forward and Heck clears it towards Cunha, who's beaten in the air. And Brighton, if they want to be here, can go aggressive and break. And they are breaking here. Sinchord has it, carries it nicely, finds Gruder. Redshirt's getting back. Brighton not quite as desperate to get forward since they got that second goal, but they've got this situation under control at the moment. And they're popping off passes and all the way back to Steele. And, well, you mentioned the dangerous 2-0 lead. What's anything but dangerous for Brighton? They've controlled the game, haven't they, since they scored that second?
Yeah, they have. They've played with a lot of endeavour, but they actually know how to approach the game, how to manage the game. They're managing the game really, really well. I mean, we're now 8 minutes away from Saturday. You know, it's all on Man U, and I think Brighton have recognised that. They've got the 2-0 lead, and it's something Man United have got to do rather than what Brighton have got to do in this game. And the opportunity could come for both teams. Hopefully, Man United get the one, and it makes it an unbelievable last 5 minutes.
Rutter, his afternoon is done, as we see Trout Lamport Kostulas come on. He will make his way on to the field here as the rain comes down. Manchester United facing elimination in their opening League Cup games and their opening FA Cup games of the season. Would be a history-making season for Manchester United for all the wrong reasons. Ball to Cunha. He cuts in field. Looks, Shea Lacey's made a good run in behind. Can he get the ball? No, he can't. He's sprinting forward. He couldn't pull it in. And it's behind 4. He was out for a throw over on that far side. 6.5 left. Manchester United 0, Brighton 2.
All to play for.
Still. Oh, you're right. And there will be some added on time. Referee has made a point of reference. NFL continues 6 o'clock over on TalkSport 2. There'll be United fans all around the world considering dialing in and speaking to Majestic and Alan Pardew on the final word. 03717223444. What next for Manchester United? That will be the question on everybody's lips. Because based on this performance, they've got a long end of season ahead, and with Manchester City coming at the weekend, it could be about to get worse. As that's a better ball in, it was for Casemiro and it's headed behind, and Manchester United have a corner.
Yeah, they've had a few corners, Manchester United. They need to make sure it's on the money. They're on, they put it into the correct areas. Create that bit of chaos again that they didn't want to turn the corners in the first half. We haven't seen that in the second half, but this is an opportunity.
It is, get on here, and it is a grandstand finish on TalkSport. FA Cup action here. Manchester United 0, Brighton 2. Time running out for the Red Devils. Ball towards the far post. Heading back towards goal. It's in! And it's Shesko! Carrying on the Old Trafford. Shesko with his third goal of the week. Plants the header in. And somehow it's going the back of the net. Manchester United 1, Brighton 2.
A lot of bodies in the Brighton box there. Big corner kick to the far second post. And a great header. Good concentration from Shesko. Now we've got a great 6-7 minutes.
Wow. That was a really tight angle. Well, 5 minutes left of the 90. And all of a sudden everyone on Old Trafford is starting to believe that the comeback can be on. Call for it all afternoon. Get the delivery into the box. Brighton are attacking at the other end, looking for a third. They can't capitalise on this. Here they go, the Red Devils running forward. Carlos pass was a poor one. He's lost it on halfway. And the air, like a pop balloon, goes out of the Manchester United crowd as Brighton come forward again. Well, they're offside by a mile here.
We've got a yellow underneath the back.
Well, it was Kostulas who dipped it over the keeper. The whistle had gone. And it is a free kick replay on. 4 remaining here. Now, talk about changing. You called it, Mike. You said, look, if they get one, this is not over yet.
No, you can feel that atmosphere again. It's gone from a little bit of what we want to get to now the possibility.
Well, it's been a dramatic weekend. Here now he's searching as well. Couldn't just find Shesko. Maybe had a bit more time than he thought there. All with Brighton, all of a sudden they're looking now to try and put this thing out of the game. They turned it over. Yellow did well. He gets it to Lacey. Lacey drives in field. Oh, he's gone. That was a naughty chance there. Yeah, I think a yellow for Lacey, whose enthusiasm and exuberance, he just overran it. Took the foot out.
Good utility, but it's yeah. He can take the aircraft for that and move on.
Manchester United 1, Brighton 2. Remember, Brighton have never knocked Manchester United out of the FA Cup. For 95% of the game so far, it looked certain they were going to knock United out. Doesn't look so certain now. Gross making a run, Yellow contains the run, finds a header, and all of a sudden United are finding some space. Bruno Fernandes goes forward, he feeds it to Cunha, Cunha feeds it to Shesko, Shesko into the end of the area, he's pulled back, nothing, no! Ball cleared away by Hinshaw, and all of a sudden it's panic stations for Brighton.
Yeah, it's definitely Manchester United on the front foot again. They're finding those spaces. Definitely an opportunity in this game.
Finds Cunha, he's lost it. And now a chance for Kostulas, who's isolated, but wanders over halfway. Knocks it in behind, he's chasing it, can he get a shot away? Writes a challenge, still holds on to it. He's done really well like Kostulas, and then he gets a free kick. His manager will be absolutely delighted with that passage of play.
tempo, fill the atmosphere a little bit, and the minutes.
2 remaining of the 90. Then we're at the hands of the fourth official as to how long will be left here. 2-1. Manchester United trail. But it's a free kick they've got to deal with. There's only 2 bright players in the box here. Pascal Gross is between the edge of the right side of the box and the touchline. They've just played after the touchline to Gruner, whose goal 12 minutes inside the madness here. Cunha does well to win it back. Gruner will get it back again, though, into the area. Was he fouled? No, he wasn't. Play on. Here now is a chance for Casemiro to find Lacey. Lacey on halfway. Needs to control it. Didn't quite manage with. Well, he's conceded a throw. I think he thought he won the throw. Oh, he bounces the ball. Now he's being put there. So he's got to be careful, Liam. He's going to book him. He's going to send him off. He's going to send him off, is he? Yes. He is. 2 yellows. Make a red. And the young man, Joe Lacey, just his 3rd senior appearance for Manchester United, has seen red. Well, he bounced the ball away in frustration. He didn't throw it away. He bounced it away. And the referee, Simon Hooper, shows him a 2nd yellow. And he sprints down the tunnel and he'll be heartbroken. He'll feel his legs side down. And United will finish the game down to 10.
Well, there's a lesson to be learned there. I think he's learned that the hard way. He had the first yellow, and then obviously just exuberance on his part when it's the rules of the game. You can't show that sort of anger towards a fourth official.
It's almost, yeah, he has. As soon as it happened, you think, oh, he could do it. He's given the referee a decision to make, and he's made it. Right, about to make another change. They've turned it over. How long's going to be added on? Fourth official says 5 added on minutes. We're into the 5 minutes now. Manchester United down to 10-1. Brighton 2. Brighton coming forward, looking to wrap it up if they can here. Gruner can't keep it in. He hooks it back, but the ball's gone out of play. And the referee will say that's a goal kick to Manchester United. Well, they've got a mountain to climb now. They've only got 5 minutes to do it.
There's a lot going on now, both on and off the field. The coaches are at times trying to calm it down, and then they're getting up for it, but it's just chaos again. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant.
It is.
The way it's scored.
It is. Cunha gets it away to Dorgu, puts in a ball, but it's Cunha the keeper. Tommy Watson stripped and ready to come on for Brighton, who are going to try and kill the game. As they work it forward, he's gone offside. He is surely the right player.
Yeah, it'll go to the throw, I think.
It'll be a throw for
But again,
Manchester.
the break from Man United, you've got a perfect situation for Sesko if you pop it into the 6-yard box near post. You fancy your striker coming on the other way. They go higher, and it gives the opportunity to fly a loose ball in there and keep it collected.
Ruger replaces Watson. Ruger has got the opening goal here. Well back with a second. Brighton 2-0 up after 65 minutes. Sesko got one back from a goal with 5 minutes remaining. But we've seen Shea Lacey sent off for 2 bookings inside 3 minutes for the youngster. Ball given away by Manchester United, who are now desperate. Crunching tackle goes in from Bruno Fernandes, who rages at the official for not giving him the decision. 90 seconds of the minimum, 5 have gone. And Manchester United's season is hanging by a thread in terms of trophies. They're behind here in the FA Cup and facing elimination at the 3rd round stage. Aaron Maguire's been all in wrestled there by Costellos, but he whips off. Well, now Costellos has picked the ball and trying to take it away, and Harry Maguire's slung into the ground. He might be getting a yellow card himself here. Yellow card for Costellos for grabbing the ball, and the yellow card for Maguire for throwing him on the ground. And now they haven't taken it from the right spot.
It's amazing how a good game of football, a really, really open, flowing game, resulting as a half yellow card. It's next to nothing, really. And it's just the franticness of the sport. You get wrapped up in it, you get involved in it.
Risky pass across the face of the United penalty area. Casemiro did brilliantly well. But all the visibility finds Cunha. Cunha looks at the no Shea Lacey to aim at. The pass was a poor one. Really poor one there. And United are playing down, just finding that there aren't enough red shirts on the field. Great tackle, Yellow has kicked it in. That is a wonderful tackle. He comes forward here. Couple of minutes of added on time remaining. You're live on TalkSport. Manchester United 1, Brighton 2. United down to 10. Here's Dorgu. Drives past his man into the area. Could he have had a shot? He turns. He's on his left foot. He was desperate for a tackle to come in and never arrived, but he's still got it. Dorgu's still got it. He's got Maguire with him. Ball comes back to Maguire. Back to Dorgu. They're all running in the middle. Needed to deliver it. Searchy back to Maguire. Maguire left that corner, the penalty area. Everybody imploring to get into the area. It's out for a throw into Manchester United. And it might be now or never.
Yeah, let's see.
Well, they've got it back, but they've given it away. And Watson's first touch is to hack it out of play. Brighton are on the ropes. It's like a boxing match. They just want to hit the final ball and they know they'll be through. They don't want to get cut by a big sucker punch on the chin.
But they're also aware that Manchester United have it in them to score in the last minutes of the game.
They go ball to the edge of the area. Down. It'll fall for Cunha. Cunha can't control it. Gallo's going to win the challenge. He does. Oh, he wins the ball. Brilliant from Gallo. Sheshko then on the end of it. But it's desperate. It's frantic. And they can't find the red shirt. But still, Brighton can't clear their lines. Ball out of play. 94 minutes on the clock at the Stretford end. United 1, Brighton 2.
It is desperate, it is frantic, but that's what makes it a big good game. You know, any game this weekend, when there's franticness, when there's anguish, everything happens in the game.
Brighton caught offside, 2 yards over halfway. This is it now. This is Harry Maguire time. Everybody's got a ball to Manchester United. Ball in towards the box, towards Maguire. In the far post, heads it down towards goal. If he headed it back, there were 2 players waiting to tap it in. But maybe there, Mike, they just needed to take a little bit longer over the free kick, which sounds bizarre in the final minute, but they weren't a French church forward.
Yeah, maybe they're lucky you can do anything more than what they've just done. They've put it in the great area, they've got a free header, just the wrong choice.
Yeah, well, time ticking by, and Brighton are on the attack. They're determined to see this one out, and for the first time in their history, knock Manchester United out of the FA Cup, and that's what happens. A few boos go around Old Trafford. They thought they should have been longer and it on at the end, but Brighton got the damage done in the opening 65 minutes. Brian Gruder tucked in from close range to give Brighton the lead at half-time. And well, they can miss the glaring opportunity in that first 45 minutes when he made no mistake on 65. Fed on the edge of the box, he lashed the shot past 11 and into the top corner. It was unstoppable. It gave Brighton a 2-0 lead. And although Sheshko got one back with 5 minutes remaining, Lacey's red card maybe denied Manchester United the chance of an equaliser. Maguire's header late on was straight at the keeper, and United now have gone out at the first time of asking in both the league and the FA Cup. This is turning into a disastrous season. What next for Manchester United? They're out of the FA Cup. Brighton through to the draw tomorrow night. Deservedly so. They've won at Old Trafford in the FA Cup for the first time. It ends Manchester United 1, Brighton 2.
Well, it's all smiles for Brighton, you can understand that as well. Their fans are so happy away in the corner, and 1,000 of them came. They could have had a lot more than that, but they were protesting about ticket prices and the kick-off times as well. But these United fans are not happy at all, and you can understand it. Mike Finland, first of all, let's praise Brighton because they controlled the game well. Let's talk about the second goal. Danny Welbeck with the finish. The kid from the onside, just a few miles away, just up the road. At United from the age of 8. I love the fact he had no problem celebrating. What a finish. Gave the team no chance.
Yeah, I think it's terrific from Danny Welbeck. I mean, his career has just gone from strength to strength. It's a shame, really, he's not smashing that from back of the net with a red shirt, but that goes back quite a while now. And I just think that Brighton seemed to know how to play the game of football, how to raise the tempo when they needed to be calm on the ball and build. And I just thought, as much as I love the franticness for a quick time, United just seemed to be all in. It was all in, bit of chaos, a little bit frantic in the moments when you needed calmness, and they just didn't have enough.
At times, even in the third year of that period, if you remember that Sheffield Wednesday and the speakers, I mean, there was chaos in those games, but they actually got the job done. I think there's a reality that all United fans who are so disgruntled right now have to accept. And the reality, Mike, surely is this. Whichever manager comes in, whether it's interim or permanent, whether it's a United legend or not, they're still going to be working with a squad which I believe does not have the quality. Listen to the boos as those United players make their way to the tunnel. This United squad, with a few exceptions obviously, but it doesn't have the quality to be competing at the top end.
I think, Adrian, the boos are there because of the frustration of the supporters. I'm not so sure the boos are there because of the performance today. But I think they really did something different. They put the ball forward, they created opportunities, not great final balls, not great final decisions, but they actually were in this game. They were in this game, and they didn't take the chances when it came their way. The frustration from the support is, where do we go now? This is the real Man United now. This is the present Man United. It's not the past Man United. You know, I can sit here and talk about all the good times and all the good days and what we did, what we didn't do, and how we won things. But it's different. It is different. And the reality is, they need to do more. They need to do more as a football club. They need to do more as football players. And that is what the next guy who comes in has to try and achieve.
Agree with that. And when we're looking at the bigger picture, step back and look at the bigger picture, because we can analyse this game in just a moment, but when you look at the bigger picture, there's banners that are suggesting that Sir Jim Ratcliffe is not the man to solve this problem. We heard the fans singing they want the Glazers out when it was 0-0. So there's a disgruntlement with the ownership, but surely there has to be better recruitment and better coaching of the players here to produce better results on the pitch, isn't it? Isn't it the fact that there's a problem at every single level you look at with Man United right now?
Certainly you have to go back to creating foundations of the name of the line and who's leading it, who's leading through those foundations, what is it that they're trying to achieve, and how they're going to do it. What is the strategy? Not what the process is, what is the strategy behind it all? You know, it's easy to sit there and it's easy to watch it and say, well, you know, when you sit in those meetings like I've done, you talk about things like, you know, let's qualify for Europe. This is Man United. Let's win the Premier League. It's a ridiculous question. What is the strategy? Because I'm sure any coach that would come here, the present ones or the ones that might come in, there's a question to be asked there. What do you want to do? Do you want to win the Premier League? Do you want to win the Champions League? Because you're Man United. Okay, the coach then will ask, I want to do that. How are we going to do it? And I think that's a really important thing to talk about. How are we going to do that? Who are we going to do it with? And how long is that going to take? And then those messages have to go out there that this is the direction we're going in. I'm not so sure that's clear with Manchester United. You know, I'm not, I haven't watched a lot of Man United games. I've watched highlights, but not games. And you feel that frustration that, you know, what is it? What is it about Manchester United that we can be consistent with? And at the moment, we can be consistent with chaos. We can be consistent with chaos because off there's chaos. And that has to settle down. At some point, it has to be somebody in charge that creates this environment where we are trying to succeed. We are trying to move this forward, and it's going to be a jigsaw puzzle.
You're speaking constructively, but you sound very frustrated with a club that you clearly got a big affinity with.
Yeah, you get frustrated. Listen, I'm privileged to sit here because I've been there, seen it and done it. And it's not easy. It takes a lot of work to win football matches. Even in the day when we were winning, so Alex was winning. You know, I can remember walking out there, walking down that stretch there to the Stretford end of Stratford Field, sort it out. But no. Do you know what I mean? It's not as if we're behind. Now the frustrations are bigger than that because there's things on and off the field that supporters feel as though they're aware of, but don't actually know. Now, I'm not sure it's a good idea to tell them everything, but I think there's got to be some sort of mechanism out there where this is what we're trying to do, this is where we're trying to go, and this is how we're going to do it. But ultimately, it's a big job. It's a big job to win. It's a big job to be a manager in Manchester United. And it's a big job to satisfy these supporters who a lot of the time have had some serious success, and they still want that.
Mike Phelan, what does it feel like, having been part of and witnessed a lot of that success over the years, to see this Man United side? We've not even got to the middle of January, and they're out of any contention for trophies. They're definitely not going to win the league, and all they're playing for is a place in the Champions League next season. That's all they're playing for. That is not Man United's DNA, is it?
No, but that's the present Manchester United. You know, we have to accept that you know, what they are delivering is not where Manchester United wants to be. Now, I can remember, and again, it's one of our historical events, but going into January, 5 points behind the league, you've got a chance of winning the league. You're in four, you've got 4 trophies. That's Europe and the 3 cups. Going away the 2 cups. And if you've got that, you've got a full squad over 2 years, you've got a fair chance. That's not the current state of Manchester United. Now they've gone out in both cup competitions, they're not in Europe, which I thought at the start of the season would be a bonus in some respects to push on. That hasn't quietly developed, but now all the talk's going to be about can they get back into Europe? Can they get into the top 5? We talk about Manchester United not being in the top 5 in the Premier League. It's amazing to think that, but it's reality. How are they going to do it? And they still can. That's the daft thing about this Premier League. They still can because there's a few teams faltering in the Premier League at this moment in time. So now, full focus now on getting the appointment right for the 10th league, if that's the way you want to go. Getting the appointment right from the point of view of being in the Champions League or European places at the end of the season. And then, is it for the full-time manager with the credentials to move on and move forward? Do they have to do it quickly?
Sesko, you were very positive about him, coach, and he got a goal in the end.
Yeah, listen, for any coach, any manager, you look for positives in defeat, and they're always awesome. And I think Sesko over the last 2 games that I've seen him perform in the Burnley game and this, when the service is right for Sesko, he's on the end of it. Whether he scores or not is a different thing. But if that ball is in the right area, you can see when he's facing goal, he can get there. He can make the opportunity. I think there's going to be more of that. The bit about running long, I like that. I like that he exploits the space. He gets on the shoulder of the defender. He creates, a defender has to look, where is he? I can't quite get to him. Then he makes a move and he's in behind. Now, if that means he runs offside a couple of times, so be it. So be it. But he will get in there.
Let's talk about Shane Lancey very quickly as well, because I thought he could have been sent off for the first tackle.
Yeah.
Got a yellow for that, and then he slammed the ball on the ground. He's young, he's been stupid, isn't he?
Well, stupid's a detrimental word to use, but he's been silly. He's definitely been silly from the point of view of his exuberance. But you can see the crowd react. As daft as it is, you can make an impression in different ways. You can tackle, you can score goals, you can get sent. Oh, I remember when Steve Bruce got sent off here in his first game for Man United. He became a hero. Mad, isn't it? The game football was mad. But the boy at his tender age, his enthusiasm, I think that's a lesson learned. And I think that will stay with him for a little while, but I don't think it'll affect him. But in the moment of madness, these things happen.
Mike Phelan, it's been a privilege and an education as well. Appreciate you being with us.
Thanks very much.
Mike Phelan, Manchester United Legend Cup winner with them as a player, and with Sir Alex Ferguson through many years of success at Manchester United. But that success ain't going to be happening this season. Listen, Super Ali and Jeff Sterling on breakfast tomorrow. From 6 a.m, Ali's been here at Old Trafford as well, watching the game. Finally, word with Majestic and Alan Pardew coming up, taking your FA Cup calls. 03717 22 Rangers won 2-0 in the end, away to Aberdeen. They go second behind Hearts, 3 points behind, 3 points ahead of Celtic. But Rangers have played the game more than the other two. Brighton have come to Old Trafford, not Man United out of the FA Cup. Danny Welbeck celebrating his brilliant goal was the highlight. Terrific finish from him. And last time, United didn't have European football and were beaten at the first hurdle in both cup competitions was 1981-82. But the league season consisted of 42 games back then. For Man United, this is now a 40-game season, the club's shortest ever season. They're out of the run for silverware earlier than ever before. It's a new low for Manchester United.
The TalkSport Sports Bar, the radio speakeasy for aficionados of sports. Any team in the world today, take everything you've got. You've out of the cup, the title is lost. You're looking at the drop. This is totally special. Would you like to have your say? I don't think 90% of the country thinks it's outside points. Sometimes you want to know when Jason County knows your name. Cup football live on TalkSport. Check it out. Chelsea smash head first in Arsenal. A quite fabulous goal. Nice on big match build-up begins at 7 with fearless live commentary from 8. Absolutely magnificent. With it quick Wednesday night League Cup football on TalkSport.
TalkSport News. In the news headlines, I'm Charlie Pritchard. Good evening. A US-based human rights agency believes more than 10,000 people have been arrested following nationwide protests in Iran. A further 500 people are thought to have been killed during the demonstrations. Donald Trump has threatened military action if officials continue to use force. 3 teenagers and a taxi driver are believed to be victims of a fatal crash in Bolton in the early hours of this morning. 5 other people have also been taken to hospital where they continue to be treated for their injuries. There are no longer any amber weather warnings in the UK, with the latest in Scotland expiring earlier. They have been in place overnight with heavy snowfall across much of Scotland. And EastEnders actor Derek Martin, who stars Charlie Slater in the show, has died, aged 92. His agent says he passed away yesterday.
Talk Sport with Bostic. If you're looking for a professional grade sealant that offers technologically advanced performance, choose Bostic Pro Sealants.
Gary Martinelli scored a hat-trick to complete a 4-1 comeback win over Portsmouth. United's woes continue as they're knocked out at home to Brighton.
On the TalkSport app and on the smart TV. The final words, folks. Treacherous big play. Apocalyptic argument. The wrath of a football nation. Bring us up another goal. The nation's first stop football phone-in. Blackburn melodies on the final word phone-in on TalkSport.
Good evening, it's the final word phone-in here on TalkSport with me, Majestic, alongside experienced Premier League gaffer and experienced FA Cup gaffer, Alan Pardew, and welcome to Groundhog Day, the deja vu show, where we talk about how bad Manchester United and Spurs are. It happens every Sunday. Both at the FA Cup, and both sides are very unhappy fans. Both sets of supporters know the Sunday drill. They know the number, 037 17 22 33 44. We'll talk Tottenham later, but for now, Manchester United and Brighton fans, the lines are now open for you as the Seasiders go into the hat for the 4th round of the FA Cup at the expense of Manchester United. Yes, Macclesfield from the National League North are through to the 4th round and Manchester United are not. 037 22 33 44. Elsewhere, West Ham got a huge win against QPR. And Mansfield completed a jumped in against Sheffield United. See, Mansfield, Macclesfield, all the M's, apart from Manchester United. And Arsenal's quadruple campaign. Oh wow, is that what we're talking about? Arsenal's got its cross. Continued, and they swept aside Portsmouth. How strong do they look? And have you been to a game today?